1 minute to the deadline. Seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Deadline.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, wherever you are in the world. I've been allowed out of the analyst chair into the host chair, and today we'll be covering the latest Melbourne tournament, the Flying Fox Fandango. 14 games are coming up to be discussed, analysed, and digested. And joining me for this discussion, we have Darcy Morris.
Hi.
Micah Blom.
Hello.
And Isaac Dukes.
Boo. It's October.
That is true. We will have streams closer to Halloween, but I guess spooky season is upon us. First of all, this is one of the many Australian tournaments, so many that I've already lost count. But fortunately, we have an Australian player who has been exiled from Australia to tell us a little bit about what Australian tournaments are like, Darcy.
Australian tournaments are pretty cool. From Canberra, which is where I'm based most of the time, we do carpools everywhere. We have karaoke at each and every tournament. It is a staple of every Australian tournament at this point. And we have a bunch of social meals, and like usually there's Airbnbs with people staying together. So it's quite a communal vibe every tournament. There's a lot of people that are like regulars to every tournament, which makes sort of like a touring band of Australian players to each tournament on the so-called circuit. So it's quite fun.
All right. Well, that sounds pretty good. And before we get into a discussion about that, Micah, there are a couple of upcoming events, one of which is fairly significant and you might know a thing or two about. So how about you go through that with us?
Yes, might have heard about it. There's actually a lot of face-to-face action going on the upcoming months. Next weekend is the Carnage Gaming Convention Open, which fittingly is in Killington, Vermont. If you want to have any last-minute information or you want to sign up, you can contact Dave Maletsky, as he is the organizer for this event. And then the big one you were talking about, the big European event, EDC, the European Championships that Jels and I are organizing. It will be the 7th to the 9th of November in Leiden, the Netherlands, which is very close to the airport. So everyone could come. All the Europeans can come by train. Everyone else come by plane. We would love to have you. We have tours. We have group dinners. There's going to be the European hobby meeting, and it's going to be a very fun tournament with a lot of good players, and currently more than 80 signups already. It will be amazing. You should all come. It's going to be fantastic. And then in December, there's a bit more going on than usual because we have 2 French tournaments going on. The first one will be in Bretagne. It will be the Championnat de Bretagne, which, as far as I know, is a new one in France. So that will be very exciting, the 21st to 22nd of November. And in December will be the Paris Open, 5th to 6th of December. That is hosted every year. I've been. It's a very fun tournament. A lot of French players, but they are okay sometimes. And I think the last big thing that's coming up is a bit further away, but of course we have to give WDC a mention. Spiros Dovas is hosting this the 22nd to the 24th of May in 2026, and it's the big one. If you can make one tournament, it should be this one.
Yeah. For anyone who's not sure on who to contact and is interested in going to any of these events, diplobn.com/schedule has all the details, all the tournaments, and we are very happy to point any of you over to where you need to go for that. All right, Isaac, there are plenty of upcoming virtual events. How about you tell us about some of those?
If you've been exiled from Europe for not being a balance of power player, I have solutions, don't worry. You can play virtually instead. We have a game coming up in a couple of hours. If any, I know we occasionally have some crazy Australians who play in the middle of the night, so if anyone happens to catch this live from Europe or Australia and wants to play a game in like 6 hours, there's a Tour of Britain round this very day. And the 25th to 26th has a slew of virtual events. We decided to put them all in the same weekend just so you could fill your weekend with nothing but diplomacy. On the Saturday, there will be 3 rounds of the Virtual Diplomacy League, which will last 6.5 hours per round and have 2 games suited to your time zone. And then on the Sunday, there's a game of Snake Pit, the Australian Virtual League, on the Friday Friday American night / Australian morning, and then on Saturday on Sunday there's a Australian afternoon European morning game. This is me revealing that I haven't played Snake Pit for a while. And then in the European evening / American morning / Australian why are you up time, there is a round of 7 Years' War.
Just slightly confusing with the time zones there, but all of this will be on either the VWDC Discord, the Snake Pit Discord, or the 7 Years' War. I guess it will be in the Dutch Diplomacy Association Discord, probably. If not, just contact Yelta. Yelta will know. I believe we missed one tournament though, Micah.
We did. I was mean to the Australians because they already have this tournament, but they are being very active this year, so they are having another one. The Australian Open on the 21st to 23rd of November. It will be a very social event, and if you'd like to know more about it, you can contact DBN's own Brandon Austin.
It's as if they haven't had enough tournaments this year. They just keep cramming more in to make my life harder for scheduling all of these things.
They really want to get into DBNI, so they just host all the tournaments in Australia.
That is a very good possibility. DBNI, of course, we had our first countdown show yesterday, and the DBNI has been announced for February. If you are somewhere on the DBNI standings looking to book your place in the top 28, there are plenty of tournaments coming up, both virtual and face-to-face still, and you've still got your opportunity to go and fight for that title. It's always a high-quality event, and we are looking forward to hosting you all. All right. Now we're going to see how well I can understand this tech. So, woohoo, it works. Right, here we go. We have a brand new scoring system for this brand new tournament, originally designed by Jonathan Sun. I look at it and think it looks very reminiscent of a scoring system that I created for Summer Classic and VDC. But Darcy, you're the Australian. You're perhaps familiar with this already. Tell us a little bit about this scoring system.
So I am completely unfamiliar with this. I knew that there was a scoring system being created, but based off of what I can see here, Jonathan Sun is a math student. This looks like he wanted to make an ode to something mathy by looking at the Fibonacci sequence. So it's about surviving in the game, and then once you survive, a very rank-based system, it seems, with 10 points per center. But yes, I'm still reading it, and it looks like a duo board top isn't actually awful here. That's quite in tune with Australian scoring systems and Australian play, with only 25 points being taken away for first place, and a three-way share, which Australians also like again, is a little bit more ridiculed with 53 points. So basically, don't do an 11-11-11-1, do some sort of 12-10-10 or something similar to that. And a solo seems very much worth it. It seems like that would be quite a lot of points for a solo.
Yeah, this is going to be a 3-round tournament. There is a drop round, so it's just your best 2 scores which count. And obviously, all games will be played using this. There are many, many wonderful awards that the Australians like to give out, also up for grabs here. The usual best stab, best bats, which is the reverse of a stab for notable alliance play, apparently. Cassandra, the best premonition of doom that went unheeded to a player that could most justifiably say, I told you so. Best Shane Hubis, which needs no explanation and never will get one. And of course, also Player's Choice and the Alan Thompson Bad Man Award, who is a long-standing player who is in the chat right now. And his signature retort to being stabbed is to call the bad stabber a bad man, apparently. So he grants that award, and the prize for it will be a copy of Nietzsche's Beyond Good and Evil. So there you go. These are the sort of prizes you can expect if you go along to one of these Australian tournaments.
Personally,
All
I'm
right.
very much looking forward to Cassandra. I've been talking for months with Zoe about what the horse price should be.
Yes. Oh, I should have got the picture of it. It is a very good little Trojan horse style award. Very much appreciated. Right. Now we're going to play with tech once more. We're going to get rid of that. And we're going to bring up the top 10 by the newly released DBNI standings who are playing in this tournament. Darcy, you're up first. Out of these players or anyone else that you know is attending, who do you think is going to win this tournament?
Well, I have to back my man Tianyu. I showed him how to play the game. He is now absolutely schooling me in how to win tournaments and how to just like absolutely destroy every tournament he's at. He didn't manage to make it to APAC. He was really desperate to come, but things just didn't fall correctly for him. So he'll be pretty motivated to do well in this one. So I'll back my man Tianyu.
All right. Over to you, Micah. Do you agree? Do you want someone else?
I mean, it's a good pick, but I think there's a lot of good picks on this list. There's very talented players here on here, players we've seen doing well recently, people that are a bit newer to the scene but are vastly improving. Also people that are very known within the Australian scene, maybe not as much outside, but that we have seen in tournaments and have done really well. I'm going to pick the same person as I did for the last tournaments. I'm going to stick with Shane Armstrong for this one.
Excellent. I don't think Shane has won that many tournaments, but he's been making a big name for himself in recent times and has been very helpful providing some videos for DBN. And I believe we have some more of them coming up tonight. Again, if I can work tech correctly. Now, Isaac, over to you.
Yeah, you got a lot of strong names on here. I'm going to go with someone who's a little bit newer, who, at least when I've played with them virtually, has been very successful. We'll not mention that it's by way of murdering me quite often, but I'm going to put my money on Claire here, who's sort of, I would regard as an up-and-coming player, if not already established as a strong player.
I love the fact that none of you have picked the three-time world champion that's sitting there in the middle of that list.
Why would we do that? That would be silly.
Exactly. Like, everyone knows that Andrew Goff, he doesn't, he's just there.
He's old and washed, like you.
Exactly. Like, and if this is the company that I'm in when I say I'm old and washed, I'll take it. All right. Well, as I am not an analyst today, I will not have to do any picking of winners or anything like that, but I will give a shout out to the resident Brit in amongst all of those Aussie Scorpions, Robert Hillier. Do our nation proud. Right. Moving on again. I believe for our first game, we're going to have Isaac. You're going to get a break, and we're going to go straight into things here with round 1, board 5. Somewhere on here is a list of players. There we go. I know what buttons are. All right. See you in a bit, Isaac. Darcy, do you want to take us through the players?
Yep. Okay, so we have Marcus Lone in Austria. We have Claire Bradbury in England. We have Nancy Jin in France. We have someone who I don't actually know who must be a new Melbourne face-to-face club player, Tim Nerjalv. I'm sorry, I almost definitely murdered that. I'm so sorry. Arden Goff, Alan Thompson, and Stefan Komar in Italy, Russia, and Turkey.
All right. Well, let's go straight into it. We're going to go with spring turn, Darcy, autumn terms, Micah. So, take us away. If I can press a button. There we go.
All right. So my eyes instantly drawn to Kiel moving to Holland instead of Denmark. There's a DMZ in Burgundy. And we have a pretty standard English opening by Claire. Down in the east, we have a lot of trust and a DMZ in the Black Sea between Alan and Stefan. Stefan moves Ankara to Constantinople. I have previous history with Stefan and Alan. They are very good at working with each other, so early Juggernaut would not surprise me. Meanwhile, we have very standard opening from Marcus and Arden moving to Tyrolia.
I know I'm supposed to refrain from analysing, but I have to say it. It's an Australian tournament, and Sevastopol moves straight to Romania, just like every other Australian tournament. You guys seem to think that this is pro-RT. Let's find out if it is.
Of course it is. Russia gets into Galicia, and we see continued cooperation as far as you can see that as early on as this. We do see something interesting happening in Italy. Is that Apulia convoying to... Oh wait, that's of course drawing attention to the to WDC. For a minute I thought it was a failed convoy. That would have been very sad. We see Tyrolia get into Trieste. Seems like a Trieste loan. I wouldn't be that surprised if I was Marcus. It seems like this was arranged, and Italy went to a GNC in return for taking Trieste. We see France doing a convoy into Portugal, which I think points out that they want to be a bit careful, and they want to have the opportunity to come after England if possible. I would not be surprised to see Fleet Brest here. But at the same time, it's pretty flexible. We do see Germany doing interesting moves, apparently being somewhat afraid of that army in Tyrolia, which doesn't end up going to Munich, but does mean Germany still has 2 spots to build here. They are not able to take Denmark. Not sure if this was agreed with England. Could very much be. I think it's up to France what happens in the West for now.
Yeah, you don't see a German fleet in Belgium in 1901 very often. How do either of you think you would approach that sort of position, Darcy?
I think I would be telling both England and France that I'll help either of them into the channel. I think it's a very good position to try and sow discord between England and France. See if you can weasel your way into an alliance. But yeah, I don't hate it. But I think based off this move set, it looks like at least Claire's going for a Western triple. I wouldn't be surprised if there was one.
All right.
Yeah, I think also England has a very good position here. They're already in Denmark. Sure, it's an army, not a fleet, but that's not that much of an issue. And if you think about it, if you're in an EF, what else are you going to get of Germany? Like maybe 1-2 dots, but to already have Denmark this early on with a Germany that's probably desperate for you working together with them, it's a pretty good start.
Yeah, and A Western triple is probably what looks a bit better. I think that an EG, you don't really have the position to force Burgundy anymore, so that would be what I'd be looking at with sort of England-German relations. It's nice that you have an extra unit next to the channel, but you can get that a lot more easily than you can get the free on Burgundy. So I think France is in an okay position as well.
I think if you have a fun move from Belgium to English Channel and Holland to Belgium, you could have an interesting position.
That's true. Let's see what they do. All right. Builds in 1901. We see England with Fleet Edinburgh, Army London. Germany appears to waive their builds, which is always an interesting decision. It's Australia, so I wouldn't rule that out being deliberate. Russia with 2 armies, Petersburg and Warsaw. Fleet from Turkey, fleet from Italy, and pro-Western triple builds, ? From France. Either of you make a case for those waves being good?
No. I think Alan is very acutely aware of his position against the West up in the north. So Warsaw is, I feel, likely to go to Silesia or Prussia here.
I agree. I would not be too surprised, but let's have a look. And some units have appeared. So it turns out it was a sandboxing error, and it was fixed. That's a lot better. All right, Springbow 2.
All right. Well, I was right about both. Silesia and Prussia. It looks like everyone knows it's Western triple, which means the East has completely resolved most fighting outside of trying to kill poor Stefan. We have Russia moving to Silesia, Prussia, Sweden successfully getting into Norway, whilst Denmark backfills Sweden. We have Clare moving up to Barents Sea, meaning that Norway will fall in fall. Meanwhile, we have Germany moving into position against Russia, showing that fighting in the West is very minimal, if any, whilst Nancy makes normal Western triple moves into Lyon and Western Med, whilst also curiously moving to Burgundy, which, knowing Nancy, she will refuse to move out of for the next 5 years. Outside of that, we have Arden bouncing a move into Tyrolia and moves into Tyrrhenian Sea, whilst also trying to deal with the pesky Turk who is trying to get into Aegean, and Eastern Med. Whilst they succeed in Eastern Med, they fail in Aegean.
I think Germany made an error with the way they built their builds. If they would have put the fleet in Kiel, they could have still gone to Baltic, but also bounced out Prussia. And now they're in a bit more difficult situation. France is, of course, there to help in Burgundy, so that should be fine. Germany does manage to kick out Silesia and also bounce out Berlin, so they made the right call there, which causes Russia to have a retreat. Germany has a little more room to play, I think. This could have gone much worse for them. We do see France landing the convoy to Tuscany. That's always fun, of course. But Italy now gets into Tunis, which means they will have a build which will make life a bit more difficult for France. If France keeps going, eventually they'll get something, but it'll take a while, I think. We do see Austria taking Bulgaria. Turkey could have stopped it, but didn't. Instead prioritized Aegean Sea, which Italy didn't even end up going for. But of course they couldn't know that. So that's not a good turn for Turkey. Maybe they can turn it around, but at this point, it's not a great position if Austria keeps fighting you. Then again, Italy is distracted by France, so maybe if you are just a Turkey on 3 for a bit, you're not that bad off. Russia manages to keep all of their centers. They do get kicked out of Norway as expected, and they lose Sweden, so they will have 1 disband. It's funny that they do retreat into Skagerrak. We'll see if that one will be disbanded or if he's gonna have some fun around Denmark.
Yeah, it would not be too surprising to see that unit pulled off. But that is not what happens. So maybe there's some sort of deal in the east. Maybe there isn't. Fleet Romania comes off the board. I think the Italian fleet in Naples surprises no one, and England builds the army that is required for Western Triple.
We have apparently a wave by Austria as well. I'd just like to note.
We do, and this time it was a real wave. All right. Spring of 03, Darcy.
All right, well, we have what I am definitely going to assume E and F are telling Germany, oh, we're just going to piff your fleet in Belgium. We'll definitely move out in fall, showing that Burgundy is just there to care for you. Meanwhile, in the rest in the east tried to build. Okay, that makes sense. Marcus isn't the type to wave. I don't think he's that kind. Meanwhile, Claire takes St. Petersburg with a fleet instead of an army, which is a bit interesting. We have Germany retreating back to a defensive line as Russia and Austria move towards them. Austria moves into Galicia to make sure there's no retreat from Silesia. Warsaw moves forward into Silesia. And down in the south, in the Med, we have Arden telling Nancy, go away, get out of Tuscany, get out of Tyrrhenian Sea. We don't want you here. Meanwhile, Turkey is just trying to keep their 3 at the moment as Marcus keeps them busy.
Yeah, like you say, England putting that fleet into St. Petersburg is something that could potentially cause issues for how Western Triple is going to keep moving forwards. And, well, Germany is looking in a little bit of trouble, but do they get away with it? Micah.
Well, that's why Skagerrak still exists, I guess. Good job for Alan for doing it this way. That's very funny. We do see pretty much the same things happening. It does seem like England and France are cooperating more. That for now they're keeping Germany there, I think, to hold the line a bit and make sure there's something there. But I think long term they will take some more of the centers. Burgundy is already there. France is in Belgium. I think the EF has a pretty good position. I do really like Austria on this board as well. They are right next to Warsaw and Romania whenever they want. They're next to Trieste, and still they're protecting everyone and working with them while maintaining a good position, and no one really coming after them at all. Italy is too busy with France, can't cooperate with Turkey, and Russia has problems in the north. So I think this is a very good position for Marcus. As for the actual moves, I do notice Bosnia not support holding St. Pete, so that's interesting. I'm really going to chat that Germany intentionally misordered. That's funny. To be in a Western Triple and then misordering that one while France is in Belgium, that's a funny move. Italy gets into Piedmont, but it was walking out anyways. I'm very curious to see what that unit in Tyrolia will start doing next turn.
Yeah, so obviously Germany intentionally misordered, which Claire has said in the chat. How do you feel about that, Darcy? Do you think that was a good intentional misorder or a little mistake?
No, I love it for Germany here, especially if England didn't find out it was a genuine misorder until after the game. Making England have to continue to fight for St. Petersburg for as long as possible delays the inevitable EF stab. So I think this was actually quite a good move from Tim, and probably frustrated Claire quite a lot. But yes, we will see how it all turns out for Claire in the end.
All right. So round 1 of this tournament, I believe, was a fairly short round. Yeah, games had to end by the end of 1906. So we're going to play Who Do You Like a little earlier than we normally do. I will move it to the winter phase. Darcy, you're up first. Who do you think's going to top this board?
Marcus has managed to convince people he's not going to stab them. If Marcus can do that in any game, Marcus is going to win the board. Marcus has the wave in hand, has Romania and Trieste, or even Venice, whenever he wants. I love Marcus in this position. I'm going to go with Marcus.
All right. An Eastern Power picked when there's a Western triple. You don't hear that too often. Micah, over to you.
I think I have to agree with Darcy, though I also really do like the English position. They don't have that much immediate growth, but especially if Marcus stabs Russia, that will be in England's advantage, and I don't think France can do that much around England. So if this continues playing, like England even has a convoy into Holland whenever they want, if I can't pick Marcus, I'll pick Claire.
Well, the other thing we have to think about is Nancy has to build a fleet in Brest to protect Mid-Atlantic, right? So Nancy does have a good positional build here as well. So Nancy's also not in the worst position.
All right. Well, let's see if that fleet in Brest does come down. It does indeed. Marcus does use the wave this time, realizes that Trieste is not presently his center, and will go into spring of 04.
All right. So we have a bit of movement down in the Turkish side of things as Aegean moves into Constantinople, potentially moving up to Black Sea, whilst the AI, which has been working together the whole game, makes a move into Aegean. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the Med, we don't have much movement. We have North Africa going back to protect Tunis, and it looks pretty stalemated there. Nancy isn't a fan of stalemates, so I would think that there might be movement before the end of this game. In the center of the board, we have Vienna holds. Instead of going to the line into Bohemia, it just holds there. Tyrolia also just holds, and we have a failed attempt on Berlin as the German just sort of keeps everything there, saying, no, leave me alone. We have England takes St. Petersburg with an army this time, how they should have done it before. Let's see if St. Petersburg can be kept now. We have Bothnia does support it this time. I think this is the right move by Germany to do it now. Otherwise, it looks quite obvious that Germany's just not a fan of England. And we have Nancy moving into Mid-Atlantic.
Yeah, so that army holding in Vienna, well, interesting to see if Italy has anything to worry about. For the moment, no.
I was thinking North Africa to Tunis was an interesting move, and I figured France would now go to North Africa, which means Italy can't do anything in the east, but instead France chooses to just hold still in Mid-Atlantic, just be nice there, takes Holland, also takes support from both Austria and Russia into Munich. So I think what we're seeing here is Nancy going for it, trying to get the top. They will have a build. Unfortunately not to, because while Russia could have caught Berlin, they chose not to, and to go to Livonia instead. I fully expect to see Fleet Brest here, and we'll see where that goes. I would not be very happy if I was England on this board. England does get a build from St. Petersburg, so they'll probably put a fleet down as well. And in the east, we see nothing too crazy. Turkey just protecting the centers, not really any sort of movement. Italy is quite friendly to Austria still, and Austria is friendly to Italy because they could just take Venice and Trieste, maybe even Romania, but they decide to be patient and probably keep being friendly.
For now.
For now, that's a very good one.
Yeah, we've seen the sort of first break in the Western Triple. France has stabbed the easy target, and now will that unlock the game for the Eastern powers? We shall find out shortly. So, builds-wise, we see Russia now pulls that Skagerrak fleet off the board. Germany keeps their fleet in Bothnia, which is Interesting. France puts an army Paris down, so trying to look friendly to England, and England puts Fleet London down, perhaps not believing it.
I would like to point out in fall, the German fleet in Bosnia tapped Sweden, potentially to try and make a move to help Russia into Norway. So potentially there might be some sort of deal cut between Russia and Germany.
Yeah, that's definitely one possible reason for why Bosnia has been kept on the board as well. Either of you think that Bosnia was a good unit to keep in this position?
No.
I mean, the use is to bring Russia back into St. Pete, right? Which is not bad for Germany, but
Well,
it's
St.
also
Pete's
not.
guaranteed.
Yes.
Yeah, you can put it back to Baltic.
Yeah. I think it's probably. I do like to keep a fleet here. It's just a bit unfortunate that fleet is in Bosnia, not in Baltic.
So Claire in the chat is saying that that the reason for that Sweden move was that Germany was supposed to be getting Sweden. So
okay, so now there's
double
going to be a
stab.
Russia-Germany alliance. Okay.
Yes, it sounds like Germany was hoodwinked twice. Sorry, Tim.
All right, so we have Bosnia moving to Baltic, like Micah was desiring. Alan does take the guarantee on St. Petersburg, and Claire moves everything to protect against Nancy, who Claire now doesn't trust after seeing the stab on Germany by France. Meanwhile, we have the East is like, no, Munich is safe. Berlin is safe. We're not going to go for it for now. And we have English moves into Helgoland and North Atlantic. So I'm not sure exactly if that is anti-German or anti-French. We will see in fall. In the rest of the East, we have slow progress being made against Turkey, with Ionian successfully making it into Eastern, meaning that Constantinople is guaranteed in fall. Austria will love that. That is a third dot actually, that they can take all in 1 year. Considering it's by the end of 2006, Austria has to make their move soon, and now that Greece is safe, it's looking a little bit easier to do.
And do they make that move? Well,
it's a lot of interesting moves here. I'm looking all over the board to see everything. England gets into Kiel. It seems like the England-France collaboration is still on, which you could also already kind of see by the fact that neither went to English Channel. I think France was trying to make a move on England, but without the two builds, it was going to be very hard. So instead, they're just working together still. Good turn for Claire. I think they lose St. Pete, but she gains Kiel, so she's even. That's fine. Germany convoys Livonia into Berlin, has clearly picked a side. If I can't win, I will help Russia to do as well as they can. Austria making the big moves. They go for Trieste. They go for Romania. Last time they supported Italy into Eastern Med, I think, making sure that Greece can't be taken either. Really good turn. I think no one can really attack Austria, I guess.
Russia has a build.
Yeah,
Russia does have
a
a
build.
but Austria is in Galicia and Romania and will have two builds.
True.
I think Austria's fine. Like, people might attack Austria, but they won't lose much, or at least I don't see them losing much. They even take Con as well, so that's 3. Yeah, great Austria turn. That was really good negotiation by getting Italy to go to Eastern Med, getting Italy to got Smyrna, but also taking Trieste along the way. That's some good diplomacy we see over there.
Yeah, Darcy called it. Marcus was waiting with his knife in hand, and he has chosen to plunge that knife in.
Yep. So far, this has been a game of reputations. I think it is. Nancy has a bit of a reputation for liking a cheeky stab, and so does Marcus. And so far, they're the two people that have. Well, all 3 people that have stabbed at some point in this game are the 3 people leading the game.
Well, Marcus puts down 2 armies, no surprise. Alan chooses Warsaw to put his extra army down. Disbands, I think, makes sense. So let's move swiftly on to the final year of this game. And Darcy.
All right, we have what I think is actually a huge development for Marcus if he wants to board top this. We have it's Turkey making no attempt on Constantinople, making it a bit easier for Marcus to sort of understand his footing in the east. Alan moves everything back to defend the Sev, Warsaw, Ukraine sort of position. And Marcus successfully defends Tyrolia, whilst Arden moves up into Trieste, showing that it is going to be pretty much a rest of the game war. Meanwhile, we have Nancy successfully gets into Munich, which would have been a tough negotiation considering it's the final year and England and France are tied. So good work for Nancy there, although Holland is takeable by Claire in the fall. So we will see what happens. Claire wants to remind everyone that Armenia exists, so orders all spare units to Armenia. Yeah, so basically going into the final turn, it looks like it is going to be between England, France, and Austria. We potentially are going to see a 3-way tied board top. We will see.
I mean, this is great for Claire. Like, Belgium is open, Holland can be taken. I suppose that's why France took Munich from Ruhr. A lot can happen, but I don't hate this for Claire, even though it's France getting Munich.
Yeah, France has to use Burgundy to hold Munich, and then there's a good English stab on France available here. Apparently, the NGO was unknown, so even though I had that information, the players did not. So that might also change factors.
I think that definitely changes things, because otherwise England just takes Belgium here, right? Because why would you not? Kiel can move to Holland and Denmark back into Kiel. But if you don't know, then that's fair. France gets into Berlin. That's huge. That's, I mean, great turn for Nancy. They managed to get into a position where they can do stuff like this. So even though they lose Holland, it's not an issue because they gain 2 other centers. So that's great for her. Austria decides to play it rather safely and to protect Greece rather than trying to make a move on Smyrna. I do like what Turkey is trying to do. I think they're trying to get Khan sneakily. It doesn't quite work out. It would have worked if they would have just supported themselves, but it's a fun, cheeky move. Russia takes Romania. I think the odds of Austria winning are quite down after this turn. I think, I mean, we know what the end date is, but even if you didn't, I think this is just a much better turn for France than for anyone else.
Well, France and England both go up 1, so I think if we look at it, it is in fact a shared top between the 2 of them. +1 for England, +2, -1 for France, and that loss of Romania in the end proving crucial, and all really caused by this move here. Just the fact that Germany decided to be anti-Austria meant that Vienna couldn't hold Trieste, which meant Serbia couldn't hold Romania, which really caused all of those problems. So a shout out to Tim. May not have been the best of games, but they made a big impact at the end. So that's always good for them to see. Let me see here. Game over. Congratulations to Claire and Nancy for a shared board top, and commiserations to Marcus for a narrow second place. Almost all going into place, but not quite working out at the end. Right, that's first game covered. We will bring Isaac Jukes back onto the stream. Welcome back, Isaac.
Hello. I nearly fell into the classic blunder, but remembered.
I was so waiting for you to do it as well. I was poised. Darcy, we're going to give you a break now, so we shall see you in a little bit. And we will move on to the next game.
Can I just shout out one thing that I'm seeing in the chat?
Sure.
Claire convinced Alan to move out of Berlin, which is why France was able to take it. So this was really negotiated. I think Claire would have won if that had
No.
not happened.
Claire is employing my favorite thing, which is being pedantic. All Claire said was that they would never take Berlin, which is true.
Yeah,
They
that
didn't.
is true. But that means France takes Berlin. Without France taking Berlin, Claire would have won this game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
So-
round one,
That's,
alliance play. I see the argument.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, we're going to move on to our next game now. Round 1, board 1A, Flashy. Micah, do you want to take us through these players?
Sure. I will say I'm unfamiliar with a lot of these players. I think Isaac might know more, so maybe you can tell some things in between. We got Dominic Steffens in Austria. They were at WDC. They know what they're doing. Alex Batten, same thing. Lin Chia, I have not heard of them. Maybe they're a local player.
Yeah.
They are from Melbourne, so exciting to see what they will do. And they're in France, so that'll be fun. Can anyone in the chat maybe say what their pronouns are? Because I don't know and I don't want to mess up. We got Joshua Crowthers in Germany. I haven't heard of them either. Not Gordon Clarkson either, but they are from Canada, so they went a long way to join this tournament. Always fun to see some international presence. So I'm looking forward to seeing what he will do on the board. We've got Sean Coleman in Russia. Again, I don't know whom, so a lot of unknowns to me on this board. Will be very fun. Maybe not that many preset alliances where people know very much how other people will play. So that will be fun to see. And we have Andrew Guff in Turkey. Everyone knows Andrew. He's amazing. He'll do great in Turkey. I'm very excited to see this. I am getting some advice things in the chat. Okay, so Lynn, it was her first ever tournament. That's very exciting. And I actually do know Joshua Crowther. I just didn't know he was the beast. So we have the beast on the board. It will be very fun.
Yeah, and I think the only one you didn't have was Sean, who is a relatively active player out of the Sydney scene.
And they're double boarding, I see.
Yes.
Oh, good. But that is always welcome from the tournament organizer perspective, and always a challenge from the player perspective. Both the player doing the double boarding and also the other players to find the time to manage to negotiate with them. So we'll see how that plays out here.
Can confirm.
Especially as Russia, man.
I think all of us have probably double boarded once. Not many of us choose to do it repeatedly. But thank you to Sean.
I have. It's awful.
Micah, take us through Spring 01.
Oh, fantastic openings. My eyes immediately drawn to Germany. This is such a weird move. I like it, doing the name of the beast justice. This is very fun. This is basically straight away saying, hey, England, let's work together. And I think they have a very good chance to do so because of the French openings. Either of them can just take Belgium, I'm guessing. That will be England, and that we'll see a fun convoy into Belgium, and then they just go after Russia. That is what I expect. You see Goffy doing the good moves for Turkey, moving to Syria to get immediately into that defensive position. I like it. I see fairly standard moves elsewhere. It's interesting that Moscow doesn't really do anything. He opts not to go for the northern opening, but also doesn't go to Ukraine. Seems to be quite peaceful. And yeah, the French moves are not as fun as there's an EG, but are very good defensively. So I think Lin can do very well this game based on these openings.
Got to give a shout out to Andrew Goff's Turkish opening here. That Turkish opening is known as the Andrew Goff Turkish opening, and he is playing the part effectively and following through with his own patented opening.
Back in the fall, we see England playing flexibly, but still a little EG, sending the army to Denmark, which means you either want Kiel or Sweden, and you get to decide later. France pushing the Western Tripoli move, sending the army to Portugal and the fleet down into Spain. So playing quite nice with Germany, while Italy decides that they feel like a Western game today. They don't want to pester with all that Eastern stuff. You see Andrew Goff immediately turn around and say, but I like the anti-Russian position, you see, and so I would like that instead, as they push the Austrians up into Romania, possibly on the strength of that Moscow misorder or hold, depending on which one it was. And you do see the Sweden bounce. Overall, yeah, the West playing quite nice. Italy deciding they wanted to be a member of the West. And the East looking like it's going to be an AT, which is scary if you're Italy and scarier if you're Russia.
Yeah, I mean, a no-build Russia in 1901 is not an ideal start. Perhaps the double boarding coming into play quite quickly here. I will say, Goffey lived up to his patented opening, and Australia could well be another Western triple. They could be following the Australian pattern.
Another Aussie thing is they like moving out of Serbia in 01 before they own it, which I don't hate.
Serbia's a reasonably easy centre for Austria to take later. So yeah, I tend to agree with you there. Looking at our builds, we have 2 fleet France, always fun. 2 army Germany, that is very pro-England, I think we'll all agree. England puts the army and the fleet down, sort of not showing their hand too much yet. And 2 armies for Austria and a fleet in Constantinople for Turkey, sort of what you would expect for an AT. Looking at spring of 02.
Yeah, I was going to say those French builds are interesting. That does point out a Western triple, and that is what we are seeing right now. It's not too bad for either of the powers at this point. I think England has a very good position with everyone walking away from them all already being in Denmark, now getting Sweden and then getting into position to start taking St. Petersburg with an army very soon. Great for England. Well done, Alex, for negotiating that and also doing all these moves and then still getting Sweden. That's great. Goffey also doing good things, getting into Sevastopol. Bulgaria's walking out. I'm not sure exactly why. Maybe just to give Austria a feeling of, hey, we really are working together. Bulgaria isn't going to do that much else anyway, so I don't hate it. We do see Russia making some moves. They managed to prevent Germany getting into Prussia, so that part is really good. That means they at least get to keep Warsaw, unless of course Austria and Germany start working together. Other than that, yeah, France doing France things, Italy doing Italy things. We don't see anything too crazy there. I think Piedmont or Tuscany is an interesting move that points out to me that they're getting into their defensive position, saying like, hey, you can't take that much of me, just leave me alone.
Yeah, potentially blocking off the convoy to Tuscany in advance of it being planned.
So in the fall, we've got a move to now, which is probably defensive. I tend to prefer Clyde for that because you spook France a little bit less because you can still defend yourself, but you're not adjacent to Mao. As England just casually walks into St. Petersburg and Holland, as you do sometimes. Sometimes you just want those centers. You get a nice little convoy that gets the Germans into Prussia. Unfortunately, it's at the cost of Silesia, though, as Austria pushes up to Bohemia and Silesia, so looking threatened on that front, especially not going down because of the pop. And AT continue to push up with Austria deciding it's 02, so I should probably pick up Serbia now, as the Turkish fleet gets into the Ionian, maybe invited, maybe not. We'll see, as the French push further down into Italy, and those French fleets might be there to help, they might be there to not help. We'll have to see.
Yeah, last game we saw Austria waiting quite a long time before dropping the hammer nearer the end of the game. England, first opportunity to go +3. They've gone +3. Holland, Sweden, St. Petersburg. Fantastic turn. How well will it set them up for the rest of the game? Do you like this move this early, Micah?
Sorry, which move to down?
England, for them to take Holland, to take St. Petersburg, to make the stab on
Yeah,
Germany.
I was looking at it. It's not a bad stab necessarily. I think positionally it works quite well with the disbands all the other people have, but it's just the northern position is not great. And I think they could have had very similar opportunities had they waited a little longer. I think Norwegian to North Atlantic is not necessary. It was very clear where their French fleet was headed. So I don't love that move. I like Denmark to Holland. I don't mind too much. I think that's quite good with especially Kiel convoying out. That's quite good for England. But I don't think I would have paired it with that North Atlantic move.
Fair enough. Well, going into winter, England has their free builds, and well, I think we see why they moved to North Atlantic now.
Yep.
England is at war with everybody. So 2 fleets going down in Liverpool and London, an army in Edinburgh. Russia pulls Bothnia off the board. Turkey builds another fleet in Ankara, which is crucially important at this stage of the game. And Austria builds an army in Vienna. All
You
right.
know what? I take back what I said. With these moves, I really like what Alex did there.
Well, turns out that those builds actually meant nothing. So take us through this turn.
Australia hurts my head. Oh wait, this is Spring. This is me. Sorry, I was waiting for Isaac to say something. Ooh. Well, that's interesting. We don't see France making moves on England immediately, so it seems like Alex and Lynn have just they have made some sort of negotiations even after those fleets. Something was talked about because France is not pulling everything back. It's just a fleet in North Atlantic, in North Africa that wasn't really doing much else anyways. So that's, I think, good news for England. I think they could have taken centers if they want, but also you maybe not want to be big, scary 8-center England with great position in 1903. So, I mean, if you can negotiate something, that's just going to be good. Is that St. Pete supporting Livonia?
Yes.
Yep.
Interesting. Well, Turkey is taking Moscow, which means England can probably make some offers like, hey, Russia, I will support you. There's no way he's losing St. Pete because Turkey and Russia are not going to work together on St. Pete for this turn. We see Austria just expanding, going places. They're taking Warsaw. AT keeps going, and they go well. They take all the centers. I'm curious to see what this will go after because they've kind of run out of centers in the east. So they're going to have to do some western action.
Well, Venice and Naples are right there.
It's like the middle. Well, they have to start moving west at least. There's not much movement in the east anymore. Knowing the players in the east a bit, I don't think they're going to immediately start attacking each other now. I think they'll stick together for a bit. Indeed, what you said, move west a bit, and we're going to have to see where that leads them. A lot of centers are open, so it's probably also a bit dependent on what England and France end up doing and if they are going to fight.
So Isaac, obviously England put those 2 fleets down. It looked like they were going to drop the hammer on France. Do you like them doing that and then not doing the follow through?
I do. I think it was a mistake to drop 2 fleets this early, having just started for Holland. I think now is a lot easier to walk back with the diplomacy than Holland is. So I would have dropped 2 armies here, and a fleet, or possibly the fleet in Eddie and the army in Liverpool. But the thing is, if you're a big 8 scary, if you're at 8 centers and the next person have to use at 6, the thing you desperately, desperately need is a friend. If you have a friend, being on 8 centers is fine. If you don't have a friend, being on 8 centers is terrible. So I think it makes sense to do this because you need to make up with France, because with the dotting of Holland, it's very unlikely that you're going to make up with Germany.
All right. I tend to agree. I think that I dislike playing without allies at any stage of a game, but particularly this early in one. So, Fall of 03.
We see the loss of St. Petersburg that was never going to happen has happened. Russia was not very happy with England for some reason, so they push the Turks straight up into St. Petersburg, and they push the east forward into Warsaw. Russia, this whole game, has been prioritizing defense against the West rather than defense against the AT, and they continue to do so with their dying breath. The Western Triple has very squarely become an EF with the support into Belgium and the English pushing down into Helgoland. And in the Med, France loses a bit of position, but not enough to be untenable. And you see the Italians fearing, as I did, that Austria was coming for Venice, so supporting themselves back there. And you got a lovely little bounce in Bulgaria as the Austrian fleets continue to move out.
Yeah, I said in spring that the AT were running out of centres to take, but it turns out that St. Petersburg was right there, an obvious centre for any AT to be taking when there's a strong England.
I was wrong. I'm a bad analyst.
All right. Fall of 03. We'll give you the builds. See France building an army in Paris, which leaves a hole in mid-Atlantic. Turkey putting 2 more fleets down, very important. England has got rid of their fleet that's in the North Sea.
Why would you get rid of North Sea over Wales?
Yeah, maybe they were expecting a fleet press. I don't know.
You can still use North Sea to bounce the English Channel.
Yeah. North Sea is usually seen as a very important province for England, but apparently not in this case. Germany pulls Baltic. We say goodbye to Sean Coleman, and Austria puts down another army in Vienna. So, who do you like? We'll go again, and this time, Micah, you're up first.
Ooh. Let's see. Because alliance-wise, I think Turkey's doing great. But those fleets might mean there's not as much to build. I can see Naples, I can see Greece. Not that much. Other than that, maybe they don't need to. I still quite like England. If they can keep the alliance with France up, I like England. I also like Austria. It's like last game, isn't it? I'm unsure of what Austria's doing, and that is because last time they could have moved Fleet Trieste to Adriatic and put their build in Trieste, which guarantees Venice, but they didn't, which makes me think they have some sort of other strategy or plan in mind, which probably would be Germany. I don't think they can get that much out of Germany, so I think I'm gonna give it advantage England still.
All right, and Isaac?
I have to give it to Turkey. Sure, the fleets make it harder to stab, but the Turkish position is always naturally behind the Austrian position in an AT. So you can get things like Greece, Romania, maybe even Warsaw with relative ease. And the English are disbanding, and I'm not really sure where I see their next centers coming from. They get maybe 1 or 2, but I think the AT and especially Turkey just outpaced them too fast, especially because they got to push stuff back to cover the North Sea and that kind of thing. Unless you trust France to just never bring fleets north, but that is quite a trusting move.
I disagree with that. I think France has their fleet south. They have to keep them there because of Italy. Wales is still there to protect anything. France has just built an army, so it's definitely not going to come for England. England can take St. Pete, can take Kiel, probably Berlin after that. and still fairly soon could make a play on Belgium if they wanted to. I think you're underestimating English position.
All right. Well, let's see if you're right.
Well, Warsaw being in Livonia makes it a bit harder. Let's see. We do see Austria taking Munich. Okay, everything I just said would not work, did work. So props to you, Isaac. I guess you were right. I do like Italy retreating to Mid-Atlantic Ocean. They can just take Portugal now, so that's fun. Sure, friends, you can have Western Sea. I'll take Portugal in return. I like that. Although France supporting Kiel into Holland is very, very bad. Okay, I don't like the English as much right now. Everything that could go wrong did go wrong. That's sad for them. Germany is also making a little trip to Gascony. I don't think there's anything they can actually take, but it's still fun. We keep seeing AT Corporation, and that seems to go really well. I do think Austria is in a position to at some point take Moscow if they want, as long as England keeps attacking St. Pete. That's not too much of a problem for Turkey at this point.
I'm surprised that Moscow, that Burgundy went to Gascony rather than bouncing Munich, especially given you've just taken French support into Holland. I would think you would want to be playing nice with the French, and most of the time, going to Gascony is not a way to play nice with the French.
Yeah, it seems like Germany is potentially just attacking both of their neighbours. Maybe they didn't trust the French, or maybe they blamed both of them for the earlier stab. But we go into fall of 04, and what do we see?
We see no take on the guarantee in Portugal, instead trying to help the Germans into Brest, as they don't get in because the French cover Paris and tap Mao whilst also covering Spain. So the French covering everything they can. I'll do the West and then I'll go to the East. You can't control me. The Germans grab Belgium walking out of Holland, so playing nice with England, because presumably you would have gone in with Ruhr otherwise. And this also checks out with the English move down into the Channel. So England deciding to go anti-French, given the pop of Holland. Then in the East, the AT decide Turkey is good. Austria is good. Italy, we don't need that power. So let's just grab Rome, Naples, and Venice. You know,
As you do.
As you do. Those normal moves. This is the issue of letting the Turks into the Ionian. I understand that sometimes you need it or you want it for the defense against the French, but sometimes this is what can happen. And the Austrians get Munich and Berlin. So even though Turkey got two of the 3 Italian dots, it's actually Austria who's going +3 here off this. And they cleared Trieste. So this is very exciting, everyone. It's a 3-build Austria that can actually place all of their builds. You never see that.
You don't see that often at all. Italy not taking that guarantee on Portugal. That might haunt Gordon for quite some time.
Yeah.
That is a very unfortunate time to have passed up a guaranteed build. Alex in the chat saying that Germany thought they already owned Holland. That's why they walked out of it. So good to see that the West is delightfully chaotic on every measure possible. And for France, well, Italy's going away. Germany's possibly going away. So out of a sticky position, it's not quite as bad as it could have been for Lynn.
Yeah, good defensive play for sure.
Yeah. All right. Well, Winter 1904, and we have 10-9-8 on the center count already, and we see, as Isaac pointed out, 3 Austrian builds, all of them going down. 3 armies, 2 fleets from Turkey, because let's just run it that way. We don't need armies if you're Turkey. You don't need fleets if you're Austria. England builds another army in London, which may not be quite so good news for France. And Germany keeps Belgium as their single remaining unit. Italy keeps Tunis as theirs. France gets rid of North Africa.
Makes
So
sense.
not quite as good a prospect of Mediterranean adventures for France.
I don't know if this is just the lack of the face-to-face, meaning that people aren't sure or they think stuff that isn't going on. But I'm very surprised at the wave here rather than a fleet in Liverpool, or at least Eddie, or maybe even another army to try and get an extra convoy. I just don't see why you'd want to wave in this position, especially given the strength of this AT.
It's definitely an unusual play for this stage of the game. All right, Spring of 05, back to Micah.
Those Turkish fleets are so fun. He's going to end up in Marseille, Tunis, Spain, and with England and France fighting, there's no one that can stop the AT, and the AT sticks together. You see them sure Adriatic is going to Albania, so that if Agofi decides to go for Greece, they can, I guess, somewhat protect it. But what a position for AT, and the West just can't get it together. It's very...
Is
What?
EF fighting? If I'm France, looking at this Turkish position, I might be inviting the English into the Mid-Atlantic.
Oh, that is not necessarily fighting, but they don't have everything together yet. I think they're at a point where they see the AT and are like, "Oh, we should get back together," but it's a bit late with Austria in Ruhr and Munich and Berlin and Tyrolia and Bohemia. And there's just a lot of trust between Dominic and Andrew. You see Austria just walking away completely. Because Gothi builds all those fleets, Austria knows I can't be easily stabbed, so I have all my armies free to do things. And when you don't have to do constant bounces and verifications, and you can just use all those units and just go across the board, that's very strong. And I think that's what we're seeing here. The two of them just trusting each other, deciding to get all the other people and get all the centers before looking at each other. And I think it's very well done for both of them. It takes patience and trust to even attempt something like this. And I think they did in a way that works for them both. So kudos to them.
All right, well, kudos to AT. And do they, AT, stick together going forward? For now, it looks like yes.
They do. The English are pushed down into Western Med with the EF makeup as expected that occurred. Germany gets Holland at the cost of Belgium, and there's no progress in the Med, but the English do lose Kiel, but they trade it for Berlin, so not great, but manageable. No real progress from anyone here, just sort of shuffling of units around on the board. Kiel trades for Berlin, and Belgium trades for Holland, and you sort of move all of this stuff around. So England's going down one is the big consequence of this. Which means they probably have to disband North Sea again.
that superfluous unit again.
Weirdly, North Sea is actually their most superfluous unit at the moment.
That is probably true. Yeah. A lot of dicty-doodles is the technical word for it. But yeah, France is the one who's gone +1 at the expense of their ostensible ally England, thanks to all of those trades. But England does not have to disband, because they in fact had a building pocket that they hadn't put down. So North Sea now does get to stay on the board. France puts down an army in Brest, which is interesting. Either of you got an opinion on why you would want another French army in Brest?
It's fun to hang out in Brest. It's so far from Australia.
To make the strategic argument, I think you should have built a fleet here. I will lead with that. But an army does have value in if you think the Med battle is already lost, which they can force Tunis and they can start making real progress. If you think the Med battle is already lost, then you want to try and defend like Burgundy, Marseille, that sort of area, you can probably hold Mao by dropping North Sea down, and then getting pushed back into like Spain or Portugal. And then the line you really need to focus on is like Marseille, Burgundy. And if you want to do that, you want to drop a unit to Gascony so that you have choices.
All right. Well, 1 year to go. Austria on 10, Turkey on 9, England a little further back on 7. Let's have a look and see who makes it.
I think Tunis was guaranteed last turn, but Goffey didn't take it, and now it's not guaranteed anymore. Well, it could not have been. It is now. Never mind. I should stop talking. Let's see. That army was apparently going for Picardy, I suppose. This is strange. England is pushing Belgium into Holland. Makes sense because Holland is annoying for England the whole game ever since they got stabbed. The Beast really doing whatever they can with that one unit the whole game, and actually hang on for quite long, I think. That's fun to see. We do see Austria losing Kiel. I think that was Austrian, but they take back Berlin, so no biggie.
Berlin and Kiel swap back.
Yeah, that's fine. I think positionally this is easier to defend for Austria as well, so it's not really an issue for them. AT keeps together, nothing unexpected there. I mean, Goffey makes the right guesses around the Med. Good turn.
Yeah, so Tune is now guaranteeable for Goffey. Tap Western Med, take it from either of them. This is the final turn. It's possible the players know. Goffey's been at a lot of tournaments. I think he can probably have done the maths. Dominic's been around quite a while as well, so wouldn't be too surprised if at least one, if not both of them, realise this is the final turn. So I'll give it to you both now. Does it end 10-10, or does one of them get the lone top? Micah.
Let's see. Okay, so it ends after 4. Goffey will take Tunis. Other than that, there's another option. It depends on how much they want it, because it is still the first round. If they want to do something a bit tricky, Goffey can here, instead of going for Tunis, take Greece to get that one up. It is round 1. I'm not sure if he will, but I think it will be definitely a 10-10, possibly 10-9 if Goffey really wants it.
Isaac?
I think you just stick with the 10-10. I think it's the first round of the tournament. You want to have good alliance play. Everyone's going to be talking about this game, given the result on it, and you don't want everyone to talk about this game and in the same breath and go, and then at the end, Goffey stabbed Dominic, because then in round 2 and 3, people probably aren't going to want to work with Goffey as much. So I think you just take the guarantee on Tunis.
I love that both of you have looked at this on a will Turkey stab Austria perspective, and neither of you have looked at it from the will Austria stab Turkey perspective, because Tunis is only guaranteeable if Greece doesn't interrupt it.
If you move from Ionian, if you move from Ionian, you're okay.
Then Western Med can tap Turanian Sea, right? So
I
Tunis
guess Bulgaria as well.
Yeah, Bulgaria is there at the moment. They're bouncing in Rum, not in Bull.
They'll bounce in Bull as well. That's why you move with Eastern Med rather than Aegean. That's what I think, at least.
Let's find out.
You do get another run bounce. You get an attempt on Tunis, which doesn't work because of that tap from Austria. With Austria keeping Berlin, and so I think that keeps Austria on 10, with Goffey staying on 9 because of the tap on Ionian. So good work, Dominic, on the lone 10 center top.
Yeah, Austria getting 10-9-8. England getting a build in the final year, not enough to get them back to the top. And, well, Dominic Stevens makes a move early in the tournament. He gets 60 points more than Andrew does as a result of that. We shall see how that affects the tournament going forward. That is definitely a move that you can make. All right. Well, we will now bring Darcy Morris back on stream. If you want to give any background info on Dominic and Andrew and how that went down, do feel free while I get the next game set up and we give Micah her break.
Yeah, I don't think if Dominic could have done anything to stop Goffey, he was definitely going to do it. I was actually thinking St. Petersburg was going to be lost. I thought that Dominic would go a step further and actually help a centre be lost by Goffey. Considering there's a drop round, I think Dominic will not shy away from his tendencies to want to one-up everyone on the board, including his ally, no matter the cost.
Good to know. All right. Well, we now go to our third game of the tournament, round 1B, and Isaac, take us through the players.
So we've got some of the players. We've got Sean Coleman, the Germany from last game. We've got Tianyu, Darcy's pick. So let's see if he does him proud. A Canberra player, Tristan, who is in the chat and I believe is also a Canberra player, if I remember correctly. And some other players who I'm not super familiar with, but Darcy, as a resident Australian, obviously knows. So he's going to tell us who they are.
So Austria is Soham, who is actually King Red online on Discord. A very, very, very strong player. Sean, we all know Sean. Kieran is a local Canberra player. Love Kieran. Hope he does well. Tianyu, that's my guy. Casey is a local Melbourne player. Tristan is a Sydney local. And Daryl is another Melbourne local.
There we go. All right. This time, Isaac, you'll be on spring duty and take us through spring of 01.
We have a very interesting opening in the East, looking where my eyes were immediately drawn to the Open to St. Petersburg, alongside the denied jug, where Russia's gone, I'll go to Romania, and Turkey's gone, cool, I'll go to the Black Sea then. I've seen the Sunstrom before. I don't think I've ever seen a Sunstrom where you get into all three spaces that you're trying to go to. And you get an Italian army trying really, really hard to go to Piedmont, but not quite being able to. You get the French fleet moving up to Picardy, which is something I've only ever seen before once and is very interesting. To try and get play on Belgium over there. You get a pretty standard English and German opening, pretty standard Austrian opening, although I will note the Galicia DMZ, meaning we may be in for an AR, and the covering of Trieste, meaning that we might be a little bit scared about the Italians who have gone up to Tyrolia to go to Vienna, Trieste, or Munich. You know, they've got options.
Yeah, definitely some both signs of trust and signs of distrust. DMZ in Galicia, broken DMZ presumably in Black Sea. And the fact Italy has not moved Rome means that there's no convoy to Tunis on, which means that either they're being loaned Trieste and they then move to Aegean, which seems unlikely when Vienna has covered Trieste, or Italy's going to have to take Tunis with the fleet, which is usually quite a pro-Turkish move. So as the resident IT backer, I will be keeping my eye firmly on that.
All right, in fall, we have Daryl successfully getting into Sevastopol whilst trying to support Austria to Romania. So it looks like there's quite strong AT cooperation. Indeed, Casey does take Tunis with the fleet and doesn't get Vienna or Trieste or Munich, as he is bounced out of Munich by Tianyu. Tianyu decides not to bounce Sweden, which is probably smart considering the Sevastopol debacle. Meanwhile, Kieran builds 3 because Kieran's a legend, and everyone loves Kieran. And Sean convoys into Norway. So potentially some sort of Western triple. I don't know. I just see an army in Norway, and I think Western triple.
I don't think this is a Western triple.
But,
I think this is an FGR.
I see Australians on a board, and I think Western triple, but Normally, you don't see French Fleet Belgium as part of a Western Triple. That is a
That's true.
very
That's true.
unusual for the decision. This is now the second time we've seen a fleet take Belgium in 01, and neither time has it been English. So that is quite an unusual little pattern we're seeing at the moment.
Mm.
What do you think of the... Sorry, I know this isn't really my job, but I'm interested. What do you think of the decision to defend Romania rather than Sev?
I don't think I would have done it, but I can understand the thinking behind it. I think if you're potentially going to lose Sev long term anyway, you potentially can get it back in fall a bit easier if you have a unit in Romania and you're building in Moscow. So I don't hate it, but I think I would have bounced Sev.
I don't mind it. I think that the problem with covering Sev is that you have to do it from Rum, and you might just get your fleet blown up, which if you're really angry at Turkey, is probably not what you want. There's an argument that it strategically would be better for your fleet to have been blown up. But if you are determined to be anti-Turkish and want to do something about them going forward, maybe you think that you can flip Austria still, whereas you can't flip Turkey. This, I think, makes some sense. So I don't hate it as a move, personally. Zoe saying that Americans and Europeans are manifesting the Australian Western Triples by talking about them constantly. I do not believe this is a case of the chicken and the egg, Zoe. All right. Winter 1901, we see our free build France putting down 2 fleets and an army, which is always nice for them to be able to do. England puts down Army London. Germany, Fleet Kiel, Army Munich. We see an army in Moscow, to no one's surprise. 2 Austrian armies, a fleet in Rome, and Turkey putting an army Smyrna down, definitely anti-Russian. Fleet Con, probably an AT rather than an IT, but Italy is doing their bit to be friendly to Turkey in this game, that's for sure. All right, spring of 02, Isaac.
So we see Romania fall, but Sevi's got back as the fleet gets blown up and the Turkish retreat to Armenia. The Russians take Norway as they drop into Baltic, and the FGR is at least got an FG element as you get the move up to Helgoland, and you get Denmark pushing out into North Sea. You do get Brest going to Mao rather than the Channel, which is interesting, but more defensive and better positionally to give guesses on Irish and Channel later. And you get the Italians going, oh, there's an AT. And so when there's an AT, Italy tends to do 2 things. They either go, I'm going to try really hard to defend against the AT, or they go, I'm going to murder France AT. That's why you have to not kill me, because I'm useful, I promise. So they decide to go that route and push towards the French units, which means that I advantage Germany in the west as Norway drops into Sweden, as Sweden drops to Baltic, which I don't think was particularly agreed. And
only the highest level of analysis on this channel.
In the east, there's an AT that is ATing.
Yeah, none of our esteemed commentators spotting that Army Norway was actually there as part of an ingenious plan to work with the Russian, where they all trade centers and go off to Germany. So good negotiations by Sean and Tristan to unwind that position, especially given that Sean was multi-boarding. Well done. Fall of 02, Darcy.
And there is no cooperation between E and R, and Sweden is taken back. And
this is why we're so much better than the hosts.
Yes, so the FG is enjoying success against England for now, although there is a failed convoy into London. Channel is taken by France, and France also at the same time, however, loses Mid-Atlantic to the Italian. However, the Italian does get stabbed by the AT, who takes Venice and Ionian, so Kieran potentially can breathe a sigh of relief here. We will see. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the east, we have Sevastopol is retaken by the AT, as Austria goes +2, whilst Turkey just stays the same. And it is looking very, very nice for the AT. And if Italy turns around, it looks like this will be an AT versus FG.
All right. Well, quite a fun setup. And we see going into winter of 02, England pulls that army in Finland. Italy disbands that army in Tyrolia and keeps Mid-Atlantic on the board, which is exciting. Austria gets to put their 2 armies down, and Russia builds an army Warsaw. So the Italian disband, probably the only one of note there. And we'll go back into spring.
Italy goes, I'm fighting in the West, I promise, don't kill me. And AT go, okay, we'll only take 1 of your dots then, instead of more, because we're so nice. As France pulls away, covering Portugal and Spain, but taking the convoy into Wales, over getting into Brest, which now means you've got the English who've slipped into Mid-Atlantic. The Germans beautifully landing in Yorkshire, possibly just in time, as the Austrian units seem to be coming for them, dropping to Silesia and Bohemia as they come down to Tyrolia. The Russians, seeing the AT threat and presumably also wanting to keep Moscow, decide to move away from the Germans to give them a little bit of space.
All right. Fall of 03, Darcy.
All right. Kieran is having a very interesting game as he takes Liverpool but loses Brest to the English via supporting the English into Brest. However, Brest would have been safe and free as Italy moves out of Brest to move to Picardy, which obviously makes a lot of sense. We have Portugal and Spain holding, which is another very interesting decision to make. We love Kieran. Meanwhile, the AT continues to roll as Italy manages to snipe Venice, whilst Turkey takes Tunis and Ionian moves to Tyrrhenian Sea. Russia is putting up a valiant defense against the AT as they move into a position to better stalemate them in the east. Meanwhile, Tianyu takes London and moves back into Munich as he doesn't try and defend Munich completely, as it looks like he had Russia on side. So looks like there's some sort of FGR versus AT with Italy deciding to make the game more interesting for us as commentators. I'm loving it.
Yeah. Austria in the chat saying that Italy pitched a Janissary deal where they keep that fleet in Picardy in return for giving them Venice. Does sound fun. That also sounds like they knew that they would be going to Picardy rather than Brest, which, as you say, interesting decisions being made. All right. Winter 1903, we have 1 German build and 1 Austrian disband. We see an army in Kiel, and the fleet in Tyrrhenian Sea comes off the board, which is very good news if you're Italy. All right. Time to play Who Do You Like? Isaac, you're up first.
Even though it's a little bit tenuous at the moment, I'm going to go with... I quite like the German position here because they've got a little bit of Austrian pressure, but they've got Russia on side to help start dealing with those Austrian units, at least 1 or 2. And the AT would have to stick together, which they may do. But if the AT turn around, then Germany has really good position. This fleet in Picardy, it's really annoying for EF, but it's still a full year away from being able to bother Germany in a significant manner. So even though it's not topping, I do quite like the...
Oh, and he's gone.
Well, we got his opinion. Darcy, over to you. Who do you like?
I think if Turkey can get a good enough stab position on Austria, Turkey is in a good position. But if Turkey stabs but not well enough, then I think all that does is benefit Germany. I do like Kieran's position. if there's a way to get rid of that fleet in Picardy, I think it's a very, very easy position to sort of maintain. But we'll see.
I think for me, I'd be picking Turkey in this position. Austria's pulled that fleet off the board. Turkey is going to have full reign in the Med. France, I don't think, is going to come back in now that Brest and Picardy are fleets. So, yeah, I like the Turkish position a lot here. We shall see. Going to Spring of 04. Back to you, Isaac.
The unit in Picardy lasts a whole one extra turn as London drops back to Belgium to cover it as the unit gets blown up. The French push back out of the Med into Mao as the Italians come west, and the Austrians go, well, you don't have that unit in Picardy anymore, which I obviously knew beforehand, and I'm not just dotting you for Venice. And also not a guarantee on Rome. The drop into Serbia is surprising given the unit sitting in Galicia, but works out. The Russians just playing nice defending, and England trying to live on Brest and Eddy.
I think England supported the Wales convoy as well.
Yep. Trying to make some sort of deal, that's for sure. There is a button that lets me show support, and they do indeed support Wales.
I'm not sure if I would be doing that. If
I get an army off the island.
It does. I would be shocked if England keeps Brest after this turn, but we've seen some surprises so far. Fall of 04.
They do indeed keep Brest. It looks like they're going full Janissary as well because they don't make a move to defend Eddy as they move to Barents Sea of all places. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the board, Austria is the big winner, or sort of, as they take Venice and Rome, but they do lose Romania to a retreat, which Daryl must be so upset about having to retreat from there. Meanwhile, we have Turkey making moves towards Naples, so they are in a very good position as Germany makes a move into Silesia to start putting some pressure on Austria as well. So Austria is in a precarious position as it looks like things are starting to close in a little bit in the center of the board for them. We will see what Barents Sea does. I'll be quite interested to see how annoying that can be.
It's definitely an interesting unit in that you might be janissarying for France, but if you're janissarying for Germany, surely you just go after Norway. So not entirely clear what the deal is at this stage. All right. Winter 1904, we see Austria building another army, Turkey building another fleet, and Italy getting rid of that army that was in Piedmont. Back to you, Isaac.
We see a beautiful convoy from London to Norway, as you would expect. With the loss of Brest, England seems to have flipped who their main overlord is, which makes a lot of sense in this position. Germany's always going to be much more threatening to Eddy, and if you don't think you're keeping Brest long term, then you want to play nice with them. So they push them into Norway, which does lead to a bit of annoying Skagerrak retreat, but you can cover it as the Russians push up to St. Petersburg and push into Galicia as the Turks just hold position with their armies. Austria still pushing after Germany here, rather than making an attempt to defend or get into Galicia or stab Turkey. With the Turks picking up Naples as the Italian fleet moves back to Tyrrhenian, so they can maybe try and make an attempt at Tunis. But I think France needed to reclaim Brest here. And Russia has been playing a strong defensive game here, given the alliance structure.
All right. Darcy, Fall of 04.
Yeah, I was looking at the England-German relationship, and I was just thinking, Tianyu has got to be absolutely loving this, because he manages to get Norway with English support while still having a unit on Eddie, and he goes up +3 here. However, he can't build all 3 as he has to hold Munich because of Austria being next to it. So this puts Tianyu firmly in the driver's seat heading into the final year, with France also heading completely down into the Mediterranean, meaning that London is not under threat, meaning that I don't see a world where Tianyu doesn't board top, making my prediction on the tournament winner look slightly better. So thank you, Tianyu. Meanwhile, in the East, we have Sohan doing his due diligence for defense against Turkey. He's played a very admirable game, taking as much as he can, really, whilst not losing too much. Daryl manages to successfully bounce Tunis, meaning this is the end of Italy's game. Thank you for playing, Casey. Hopefully next game is better for you. Most surprisingly, however, we do have Rome supporting Tyrrhenian Sea to Naples. So might be a bit of tension between the Turk and the Austrian. We'll have to see what that exactly entails going into the final year. We also see Austrian and German collaboration to get into Galicia, meaning potentially we might even see some play between them for Warsaw, showing that Tianyu actually has no enemies left, really, as Russia is disbanding too.
I don't know if this Austrian move is defensive. This, I think, is an attack on Turkey, is how I read it, especially with that support into Naples that they offered. I think this is, you want to try and get Bulgaria, Romania.
Definitely looks like there's some tension building down in the south corner. Looking at the centre counts now, Turkey is only 1 behind the Tianyu, who's out in front. Austria is slipping back a bit and doesn't really have any centres they can take that aren't Turkish. So with 1 year to go,
Tianyu can also potentially take Liverpool as well here.
Not with that going in Skagerrak not with Skagerrak staying on the board, I don't think.
True.
Yeah, leaving North Sea open would be a bit of a bold move here for Germany. So Russia disbands in Moscow and Ukraine. France builds in Marseille. Germany builds Fleet Kiel Army Berlin. And Turkey builds another fleet. And
they
draws.
So interesting.
Tianyu Sun gets the top as Germany with 9 centres and 250 points in the bag. Turkey comes second, just 1 back, 190 points for Daryl, and solid results for Austria and France as well on 7 centres apiece. So, as this is the first early draw we've seen, Isaac, correct result?
I think so, especially if AT was starting to fight. I think Tianyu has the position to be able to at least maintain his lead, if not get additional dots. Like, you have to defend North Sea here, but like there's a reasonable argument to be made for like maybe trying to snag Belgium at the end of the game, especially if you think this is the end of the game is coming soon.
I'd like. Oh, sorry. You go.
No, just that. I think Darcy has the position and the space to be able to move on France in a way that nobody else really does at this point.
I agree. I think Darcy will stab France no matter whether Darcy's in the game or not.
Darcy loves stabbing everyone.
I would like to shout out the FG relationship here. Kieran has played a few tournaments now, but he's never quite gotten a proper good starting score. So I think Tianyu and Kieran working together and getting Kieran also quite a good score is something that Tianyu definitely would have wanted. So I don't think Tianyu would have stabbed for Liverpool or Belgium. I think this is quite a good score for Kieran, and I hope this is sort of like a breakout tournament for him. But yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, agreed. Always good to see new faces doing well. So let's see if Kieran will build on this. Right. Going to bring Micah back on stream now. As there are 14 games in this tournament, we are not going to be covering all of them in quite as much detail as we've covered these 3. So the remaining 2 games from round 1 we will be covering a little more quickly. So we will go first to Board 1C. In this game, we see Robert Chatterton in England, Jonathan Sun, inventor of the scoring system in France, Kai, I'm not going to try and butcher that, in Germany. Sorry. Russia is Evelyn Marshall. Turkey is Elliot Day. Austria is DBN's own Brandon Austin. And Italy is Jude Connor. And we are going to speed through this quite quickly. But if you guys tell me to stop, I will stop if there's anything that really requires our attention.
I would like to
It's
shout out,
Bulgaria.
I would like to shout out that Jude and Brandon both played on the tournaments together at the end of last year at quite a high level. So I'm not surprised to see the AI cooperation here.
I would like to shout out the beautiful Bulgaria convoy.
It is a good convoy. Always nice to see. Looked like it might have been an AIR. It seems that's what Russia was thinking, but in this case, Italy and Austria don't believe they need the Russia in that arrangement.
But Russia's doing well enough in the war.
Yeah, France are getting in a very nice position in the West as well. At the end of 03, we see Russia on 7, despite
seems
having
like there
lost
is
ground.
still is an air. Actually, it seems like Evelyn managed to work their way back into the air with a very valuable northern position. So good play from Evelyn.
Yep, making sure that they are useful. All right, we see another cool Italian convoy in spring of 04, this time into Syria from Bulgaria. So Italy is using that convoy order a lot.
Shout out Jonathan, who is playing an absolutely amazing game to be able to get quite good position in the med and be able to take quite a few things in the West. So it looks like it'll be a fight between AI and F for the board top.
France has 2 builds and room 3 in Marseille.
France drops into the bed, takes Belgium and takes Liverpool. So they need no friends on this board.
They still do have a friend because they're supporting Denmark.
They're supporting Denmark, but I'm not sure that Belgium is the friendliest of moves.
Yeah, but, you know, they have a friend at least, maybe. Yeah, see?
All right. Going into 05, we see, for the moment, they still have some friends. Well, AI, definitely just an AI at this stage.
Nice set from Elliot to blow up Con there.
This game is
Bulgaria
crazy.
should have been supporting.
Why am I not covering this one? This is an amazing game.
See, I just cover the games I was told were interesting, so I pass all blame for this game not being covered onto.
So blame it on Zoe. It on Zoe.
All Zoe's fault. This is
all
what
Zoe's
Zoe
fault.
for running a tournament.
Got it.
Brandon with a +3. Can we just quietly shout out there?
Another +3 where Austria can build in all of them.
Yeah.
I think
There's
this is
a lot of armies on this board.
I think this is F versus A now for the board top, as I think Austria has quite a good position, whilst Italy is distracted with the 3 French fleets that surround Tunis here. So I'll be very interested to see what the final board state looks like.
Yeah, it's hard to see Italy coming back from this position to take the top themselves. Germany has quietly got themselves into quite a good spot, though. Into spring of 06, Italy gets the Turkish dot, but Austria gets to walk into 2 Russian dots. France
and Venice is easily forced in fall as well.
Yeah, it's not looking great for Jonathan's chances now.
Seems like DBN personality Brandon Austin is going to most likely board top this board.
And that is, in fact, what happens. Supports Russia back into St. Petersburg.
Bulgaria to Con as well with a walkout is also probably because Italy was like, please don't take Venice, I'll give you Con.
Yeah. And we see the highest score of the tournament so far for Brandon Austin with an 11 center Austria. Jonathan Sun played a great early game, but just outpaced at the end for 9 to second place, and a nice little comeback from Kai in Germany there. Impressive game.
See, we don't need to cover another Brandon Austin board top. It is quite boring and standard at this stage. We need to give a few other people shout outs instead.
Exactly. Like if you want to watch Brandon Austin top a board, there are plenty other games you can go and watch that in. The winner of our broadcast brawl earlier this year, of course. All right, and
The game was fantastic. There was so much going on, and well played by Brandon and Jonathan and Germany. And wow, that was a really good game.
It was. All right. Final game of round one. We're going to see.
Do we have any people that we know were forced to sit out this round, or are we?
I would imagine no one was forced to sit out when someone double boarded, right? So
Okay.
that's
There's just a
unlikely.
few names missing that I thought were at the tournament, but perhaps not.
Perhaps they weren't available for the round one game.
Yes, true.
If I look it up correctly. Yeah, it was the Saturday morning.
The
so-
only person I just got from Goffy here, the only person who sat out of the tournament was Darcy.
I think everyone can breathe a sigh of relief for that. All right. In Austria, we have Stella Walter. In England, we have Kieran McKernan. In France, Max North. In Germany, we have Robert Hillier. Italy is James Denholm. Russia is Shane Armstrong. And Turkey is Nicholas Lawton. And let's have a look how this game goes. Again, stop me when you want to see anything in a bit more detail.
It looks like an RT in the east.
It does. West is looking pretty EF fighty with a fleet in Irish Sea at the end of 01. Don't see that too often.
And it's not a juggernaut. It is instead another AT.
They love ATs. Listen, they heard us complaining about the jugs so much that they decided they would stop doing them.
Maybe Turkey has realized that fleets in Romania are bad for juggernauts, so they should do something else. So maybe Turkey is actually just waking up to that meta.
And then a whole lot of holding in spring 03 in the east. That is quite funny.
Whole lot of holding everywhere, actually. If you just cut out the eastern side of this board and also most of the north, not much else is happening.
Shout out Shane for managing to get Germany to move out of Sweden and go into Norway instead.
Shout out to James as well for having what appears to be at the moment like an actually viable Italy going west position that like isn't dead on arrival, which does happen 9 times out of 10.
If you pretend that Turkey's not in a GNC, it's almost a tolerable position.
Incoming Trieste to Venice.
No.
See, no, they just hold. And Italy, see, I maintain what I said.
Isaac, you're making so many correct calls this whole tournament so far. It's crazy.
If
I
I
am
could make this many
Cassandra.
correct calls in the games that he was playing, he'd be a player to fear.
No, I got to save all my correct calls for the streams.
As you should. All right.
It seems like the AT sort of hit a position and then was like, well, what do we do from here? And then sort of just stuck with that same question in the back of their head for the rest of the game. But yeah.
Well, they've walked into Naples, but lost Sevastopol, presumably to a misorder, having not defended it, which is unfortunate.
Did I see Fleet North Coast St. Petersburg come down? That's
ATR, if you want to try and swing that, I guess.
Yeah, maybe Sev was agreed in order to do that. Who knows? All right, well.
And there's the Trieste to Venice that I was waiting for, Stella. Thank you.
Trieste to Venice, Italy not responding to the fact Turkey had walked into Naples. That's unfortunate. And you go into fall of 06. There are trades in Scandinavia. Germany has got Edinburgh. And given Germany was already topping, that does indeed mean that Robert Hillier comes out with the 8 centre board top, narrowly holding off the Austrian, who, after getting a great start, got one more centre in the rest of the game. 80 not making quite as good a pace as they have in other games that we have seen.
Shout out to the French survival, by the way, given that they were fighting, I think, Germany briefly, but also for the whole game, basically, England and Italy, which is a tough position to hold.
Agreed. Well done, Matt. Well, we're going to have a look at the standings, if I can remember where that button is. And at the end of round 1, we see that Brandon Austin is
Just
leading
chilling.
the tournament.
He's
Just chilling at the top of the leaderboard. Dominic Stevens, having got a little bit of blood on his blade to get there, is in second place, 260. Tionyu's son, Robert Hillier, just behind, 240. 250 respectively, and you see that the second place players or the players who got shared tops in Claire and Nancy's case, not that far back, definitely all within striking range. Even looking at 11 to 20, plenty of players here who've got like decent scores and could build on this. Any takeaways from any of you?
Well, I'm an absolute insane prediction master, as Tianyu is third. Come on, Tianyu, please pull through. Brandon, don't win. It's boring. Go, Tianyu.
I think it is. I don't know if it's a feature of the tournament or if it's just happenstance, but it is nice seeing how open it is after round 1. You sometimes get tournaments where you go straight out and you have someone way out in front or a couple people way out in front, and by the end of round 1 it's like, well, cool, everyone else is playing for 7th, where it's nice to see a tournament structured so that everything still feels very, very open.
That's also part of the benefit of having a Jamal, no Jamal at an Australian tournament, meaning there's a little bit more of a power vacuum for who's going to come and win the tournament, which Brandon is hoping will be him this time.
No Jamal and no Peter McNamara either.
I beat Peter at not World DipCon, at Weaselmoot. He's a bit overrated.
As usual.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we do, I believe, have an interview with the leader after the first round. We're going to see if I can work this tech, because I did.
So we're going to see Brandon on DBN
advantage.
again.
We are, just to annoy Darcy. We're going to see Brandon get interviewed by himself because he was the one doing the interviews.
Hey guys, welcome to sunny Melbourne. What a glorious day. The plan was that me and Brandon would be doing your coverage and would be interviewing the people who did the best each round for you guys to watch on the DBN coverage. Unfortunately, Brandon actually did the best of anybody in round 1.
I do apologise. Rob and I did reach an agreement that if one of us did the best, the other, the topper would sit on the other's lap. But it's a little bit hot today, so I think we'll just pass on that.
Okay, I'm still up for it. Okay.
Okay.
How was your game, Brandon?
Yeah, it was all right. So I was Austria. I ran a pretty strong AI to the end, which was nice. I've not really had the opportunity to do that before. Just Italy built fleets, I built armies. We went our separate ways. There was a bit of chaos in the west. France had a pretty strong position. Germany had a strong position, and I guess I just focused on talking to the people around them just to try and change that a little bit. So. But it was all right. I didn't think I had it there for a little while. It sort of just happened. So
Yeah, cool. Things just falling into Brandon Austin's lap. That's your style.
no, well, like yeah, maybe I forced it a little bit, but it was a good game, and yeah, I'm happy with that result. So
Yeah, 11 center top in a 1906 game is pretty good. Solo top as well, right?
solo top,
Solo
yeah.
top, yeah, which makes a difference in the scoring system. It's worth about 2 centers if you solo top rather than share top.
I believe Jonathan's son came second on 9 centers as France.
Yeah.
So
still a pretty good score.
Yeah.
Like that, if that's your second score, you're probably still going to have a very good tournament. So,
yeah.
Cool. How are you feeling going into round 1? Big target on your back.
Yeah, we're going into the next round. You know,
I don't think anybody else here is actually paying attention to how well people are doing. So I think there's actually no target on anyone's back. But let's pretend there is.
Yeah, I believe there was a bit of tension on one of the other boards between Dominic Stevens and Andrew Goff.
Oh,
so,
yes, I did hear that.
Yeah. If there is a bit of tension there, I believe I'll just be talking about that and not about myself.
This is always good. Andrew Goff is great because when Andrew Goff gets upset about something, everybody else knows it. So you can have that as a topic of conversation. And you don't have to talk about awkward things like, hey, maybe I might win the tournament, but look at this guy.
In saying that, though, Andrew Goff and Dominic Stevens both had solid finishes on that board. So they're still well within the running. Like, I am not by any means in the lead by a lot.
Yeah, it's probably not that much.
And if they're both going into round 2 a little frustrated.
Look, there's a drop round, so
yeah,
I think there's lots of options. Round 2, go for it or don't. It's fine. There's always Sunday.
Cool. That's it. All right.
Back
Thanks,
to
Rob.
Carlos.
See ya.
All right. Well, we thank Brandon and Robert for giving us that video, and there will be more videos going forwards as that did work and I can handle that side of the tech. Woohoo. All right. Isaac, we're going to give you your break now, and we're going to get straight into round 2. Micah or Darcy as our resident expert, if you want to go through our players.
Yeah, I'll give this one to Darcy.
Gordon, I think I heard in the chat that he went to Weaselmoot the week before this tournament. So shout out, Gordon. I wish it could have been me. Elliot seems like a Melbourne local. Kieran, another Melbourne local. Great guy. Brandon, I don't want to talk about him. Alan, he's a bad man. He is the decider of the Bad Man Trophy. He's a Melbourne local. Casey, again, another Melbourne local. Hope he has a better game this time. And Evelyn is another Melbourne local. So a lot of Melbourne locals here.
Well, a Melbourne heavy board on a Melbourne tournament. And Micah, you want to take us away with Spring 01?
Yes, that's an interesting opening by England that immediately catches my eye. To support themselves into North Sea, that's really unstandard. I don't know if Darcy can speak more on if it's standard in Australia, but I don't think I've ever seen that. No?
No, it's not.
Yeah, interesting. Usually you would expect England to either go to English Channel or make the move for Norwegian Sea, but they're playing it slowly. We'll see how that will work out for them. France really wants Belgium, it seems like. We'll see if they get it. They probably will, given that they will only get one thing in the south. So I fully expect to see France in Belgium here. Germany probably doesn't love them being in Burgundy, but the two of them can still talk. We see Moscow move to Livonia, which is quite defensive, paired with DMZ and Galicia. So that's a good start, I think, for Russia if they can pull it off diplomatically. And we see fairly standard moves for the rest of the southeast, I think.
All right. Darcy, full 1901.
Well, we have a bit of interesting German play as Denmark moves to Skagerrak and Kiel moves to Denmark, completely ignoring both Burgundy and Tyrolia. Meanwhile, we have France decides to take Belgium from Picardy, showing that Burgundy is still going to be a little bit of a question mark. Kieran moves up mid-Atlantic to Spain's south coast, showing potential fighting with Italy on the horizon. As England convoys into Norway with the army and moves London to Wales to protect Irish Sea and Liverpool. In the east, we have what looks like, I'll say again, it looks like a juggernaut. We'll have to see if it holds. As Ankara moves to Constantinople and there is a DMZ in Black Sea. Although, however, Con is forced to move to Smyrna to make way for Ankara, meaning there will be no fleet build in Smyrna. Meanwhile, Austria moves Trieste to Tyrolia, potentially opening up for an army Trieste build and a quick attack on Venice. We will have to see. But yes, very interesting west. And I'll be interested to see if it is a juggernaut in the east.
All right. Well, winter 1901, we see Fleet Marseille, Army Paris, combined with a Fleet Spain South Coast. I think we've seen this before from France. England builds Fleet London, maybe not quite so Western Tripoli on their part. Fleet Kiel, Army Munich from Germany, sort of poised to go in either direction. Russia, armies in St. Pete and Warsaw, armies in Vienna and Budapest for Austria, another army for Turkey, which is usually seen as anti-Russian. So that's interesting to see where Evelyn's going with that, and a pretty standard fleet in Naples for Italy. So even though we need to go a little bit faster, we're taking a little early pause here. Is this a Western triple?
No.
What is it instead?
EG.
That's what I'm thinking too.
All right. Our commentators say EG. Let's see if our commentators are correct.
No.
Generally, in an EG, I don't think Skagerrak cuts Norway and Kiel goes to Helgoland, but the Australians are weird. Who knows? We will see. It does not look Tripoli at all anymore. Germany is on France's side, but it's mostly on Germany's side, I think. France is going into defense mode, maybe just giving Germany Belgium. I'm not sure about that one. They do leave Portugal open still, so they're not interested in that center. We see the RT pretty much continuing. Italy's helping as well, which is bad news for Austria. Italy does help Turkey into Aegean, but doesn't do that much in their upper area. So Venice goes to Piedmont, which is not too bad, I guess. But I wouldn't love it as Austria, and maybe I will be tempted to look at some of those Italian centers if they're going to support Turkey against me anyways. So Austria doesn't seem to really have any friends. That's not going to go great, I don't think. And Russia gets into Norway after England convoys out.
Yeah, pretty decent start for Casey, you'd have to say. Here,
Yeah, this is a very good position, especially if Skagerrak is about to move to North Sea.
Yeah.
Nope. Instead, Skagerrak supports North Sea back into Norway. Brandon realized it might be too strong of a position. But Brandon also gets to take Belgium and also North Sea at the same time himself. So Brandon, sadly, I think I might have to talk about him more in terms of contention for winning this tournament later. But at the moment, we have England takes Mid-Atlantic. So England owns Mid-Atlantic, but not North Sea. Very interesting position. Meanwhile, France, it focuses on taking Piedmont. That's something you can do. Meanwhile, we have the Juggernaut is no more, as Austria supports Romania to Bulgaria, and Sev moves into Black Sea. So even though Casey loses Norway, they're still building one. They also get into Galicia, so it seems like Casey's a bit of a lone wolf potentially for the rest of this game. And Gordon loses Greece and decides to blow up the fleet instead of just retreat it. Makes sense. And yeah, Italy just sort of covers Venice and chills in Ionian.
All right. Well, winter 1902, we see that man, Brandon Austin, in the classic EG position of Fleet North Sea, putting down another build, which is an army in Munich. France gets rid of their army in Gascony, and Russia builds an army in Warsaw. Getting rid of Army Gascony when you have Fleet Piedmont there is, again, another decision you can make. Yeah. Also notable that Italy and Turkey sort of are working together. Italy did support Turkey into Aegean Sea, and doesn't look too bad for IT relations yet. So Alan's got a lot of options if Piedmont goes away. If it doesn't, he's sort of stuck there. Spring 1903.
It's so weird because it's kind of EG position-wise. But then stuff like this happens as well. England is just fighting France, and Germany is helping England, but also still fighting England. I think that was very funny to get England into Norway and then just be like, okay, good luck over there. I'll take Eddie now, thanks. So again, just a good turn for Germany. They do have a bit of a problem, possibly now that AR has started working together with Bohemia and Silesia. With Ruhr moving to Belgium, that means they can't hold Munich anymore. Munich is guaranteed, so that's a bit worse for Brandon. He does gain Eddie, so it's not too bad, but definitely could have been better, especially now that England is also not in Norway anymore. Probably also not that friendly anymore.
Well, Liverpool's guaranteed as well.
Oh, that's right. Okay, that's better. You're correct. Yeah, so at least they get a build and they can probably kick the rest out. I think Russia has a really good position. They have friends. They're working with Austria, but also supporting Greece into Serbia. They get Norway. I think this is a very good starting position for Casey. Also being in Black Sea gives them that advantage in the East eventually. So if they kind of keep going like this, I think this is going to be a good game for them.
Whether they can hold Bulgaria with all those Turkish armies sat around there is going to be pretty crucial. This turn could go great for Russia, or they could lose Bulgaria, lose either St. Pete or Norway, and get a lot of wrong guesses on Munich, Berlin. So crucial turn, I think, coming up for Russia here.
And it goes, I think, okay. So yeah. Russia takes Constantinople, loses Bulgaria to a retreat, has Austria move into Galicia, which obviously they're not going to like, and then backtracks everything to cover St. Petersburg, but keeps Norway. Meanwhile, Brandon, everything goes Brandon's way this turn. Brandon gets Liverpool and Eddie and keeps Berlin and Munich, as well as not losing Belgium to English Channel. So Brandon's loving it. Meanwhile, France stays the same as they get Portugal but lose Brest. As England and France don't seem like they're ever going to get along. France could have taken Brest. I don't blame them for not trying. But meanwhile, in the East, Alan, who has not done much since taking Tunis, kicks out Austria from Venice and continues to just hold his positions with the fleets, as Turkey, as earlier stated, has lost Con but gained Bulgaria and not kept Serbia, as Austria stays the same. So the East is complete chaos, but is probably going Russia's way at the moment.
Going Russia's way. Could have gone even more Russia's way, because Rum could have actually just walked into Budapest there. So, yeah. Casey having a pretty good start, but will this be a premature stab? That's got to be the question. Winter 1903, we see 2 German armies go down. Brandon reinforcing the center of the board. Doesn't feel he needs a third fleet at this point. Army Warsaw, which is an unusual follow-up to stabbing Turkey. Probably would have expected
Galicia, because of Galicia.
Yeah, you got Silesia there, right? Like, I don't know. This feels a bit overstretched now. Con looks quite hard to hold for me. And England pulls Norwegian and Mid-Atlantic, which looks like they're doubling down on trying to maintain Brest. Spring 1904, or not.
We do see Austria taking back Romania, and Turkey takes that as an opportunity to take back Serbia. So 2 of them are anti-Russian, but not necessarily pro each other, it seems like. We do see Italy still being kind of friendly with Turkey. They don't do anything to stop Turkey anywhere. They do take Trieste. So I wouldn't be surprised if this is an IT starting to form. You already said it earlier. It was, you called it. I think that is what we are seeing here. I see on the rest of the board that Germany is continuing to try to get some growth in the West. I don't think they can get anything of England, but they also don't really need to. Their position there is fine, and they can cover what needs to be covered. So with France not moving to Picardy or Burgundy, that just is an advantage for Germany. And I'm curious to see if France is actually going to take Brest this time or not again. I can imagine there being some sort of arrangement where they agreed that England would get it in order to fight Germany. Now that that army is on the mainland, that now France takes it again. We see Germany. I would say good guesses, but there's not much to guess there. They guess correctly that Russia and Austria would not get Munich. Hooray for Brandon. This is not a good turn.
Yeah, I think this tournament may be about to be out of reach if Brandon can get Norway, Sweden, France takes Brest, which makes London easier to take. This may be over by the end of this game. We shall see.
Darcy calling the tournament early in round 2. That can't possibly backfire.
It never backfires. Okay, so Brandon decides not to take the guarantees on Norway and Sweden and instead decides to punish England for simply convoying back to London and having the audacity to try and defend. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the West, Kieran has quietly managed to get back to a semblance of a normal position as he takes back Brest and has a build in hand now. Meanwhile, Casey moves down into Ukraine, fails to get Romania back, but gets convoyed by Italy and Turkey from a center in Smyrna to Albania, which does not have a center, meaning that Casey has to disband 2. Wonderful work by Evelyn and the IT to get that to happen, as Evelyn is now going up somehow +2 and is in quite a good position here now. Meanwhile, the IT tries to get into Bulgaria but fails. It looks like Austria tried desperately to get Trieste to move to Serbia instead. And it looks like this IT is in a very good position, but can they get a good enough one to outpace Brandon? Probably not.
Yeah, incredible diplomatic work by Evelyn and Alan to get Casey to do that. I'm not entirely sure what you can possibly have sold Casey. Like they're being convoyed by both of them, so you think, well, okay, so what deal have I got with both of them? I'll move next to centers that they're already in. Well done for making that a sell. I'm impressed.
I mean, I feel like this should give Alan potential for getting the Bad Man Award, because if Casey doesn't get something out of this army in Albania, then I think Alan sold him a new one. I'd disband Albania now if I was Russia.
Oh, I think Albania's the only disband if you're Russia. But before we get to our disbands, this round is capped at 1909, not 1906. We've gone slightly further before we play Who Do You Like? And we will go to Micah first.
Germany. I noticed last turn that France cut English Channel, pointing. They're also in Brest and Paris with armies, pointing out to me that they can't really do anything against Germany. Russia has other problems. So, I mean, obviously Brandon also played this really well. But I think a combination of him having the right units and also having a very strong diplomatic position are gonna help him to the win.
I will say Turkey, just for the sake of being different, pretty much. I think if Turkey, considering it's 1909, that makes me a little bit more confident that maybe potentially the tournament isn't over. I'm rooting for Evelyn to try and make some quick work of these Austrian and Russian centers and potentially have time to make a move on Trieste or something later in the game. So I'll go with Turkey.
All right. We have a quote.
Sorry.
I have already seen the result of this game, so I'm not going to cheat and pick. But we have a quote from Casey about this game on why they didn't retreat into Turkish-Italian centres. They wanted Turkey to trust them, and they didn't want to kill someone who came all the way from Canada, which would be Austria, I believe. So,
so it seems a lot like Evelyn managed to make their affections and their kindness the priority for Russia. Which, if you can make someone be desperate to get you on their good side, then I think Evelyn's having a diplomatic wonder game. It sounds like.
I agree. I think that is very, very good work. All right. Looking at our builds, we see Army Ankara Fleet Smyrna. So Casey gets some reward. That's not an IT set of builds. Italy, Army Naples, which is a bit more IT-ish. France builds an army in Marseille, which is interesting. Doesn't commit them too much in any direction. And Germany, unfortunately, cannot build the unit that they gained from taking London because all of their home centres are covered. The classic German blunder. Albania does go from the board, as does Budapest. Spring 1905.
I'm not sure how much of a blunder it is. They have something in pocket and they seem smaller. I think this is good for Brandon.
Fair enough.
Let's see. He does go into English Channel. He also goes into Burgundy when France just again doesn't bother with making moves. Why would you? You can just hold and not lose anything. They do go to Western Mediterranean. We do see the convoy into Albania. That would be the IT move. While Evelyn also sneaks into Eastern Med. It kind of looks like IT, but Turkey's making sure that out of IT they will be the winner. Russia manages to get into Romania. We see Italy prioritizing Budapest over something like trying to get into Tyrolia. I guess Tyrolia could have retreated into Piedmont and then could have made a move for Venice again, or Vienna. I do think it was probably the better move there, but this is not too bad either. And Russia, it's moving towards Germany a little bit. It's not going to get anything there, but at least making sure that Germany doesn't come any closer. So, yeah, I think this is, again, a really good turn for Turkey. Maybe Turkey can try and negotiate something with Russia here as well, now that Russia's army is in Romania again. And that would give them a very big advantage, I think.
Italy, they're two fleets. They've now got two Turkish fleets next to them and two French fleets next to them. Covering all of that with two fleets is quite tough. Alan Thompson in Italy is also apparently double boarding, so extra impressive if they can thread the needle to pull that one off. Darcy.
Well, they don't lose too much fleet position in the Med here as they cover Tunis, and they manage to get no Turkish aggression towards them. Meanwhile, everyone wants to be in Serbia, as every single arrow that could almost possibly point to it does point to it. Good defense by Austria, as they guess that there will be no move for Vienna, and they should instead tap Trieste and go for and then move to Budapest. So good work from the Canadian there. Meanwhile, Brandon continues to just move around France, doesn't attack them, just moves further into position. I don't know if this is potentially for a convoy into North Africa. I wouldn't be surprised. But Brandon does the classic mistake of not writing the convoy order correctly. So Yorkshire stays in Yorkshire. They open Kiel for the build, so they will build. And it looks very much like this is Brandon's game, and he's just sort of chilling.
The classic German position of Mid-Atlantic and Gascony being pro-French. I'm here to help, honest. You might not be able to see who I'm here to help against, but I'm definitely here to help. All right.
Germany's chilling. France is also chilling, not doing anything with West Paris, I must say.
Yeah, France is taking just chilling to the maximum there. All right. Brandon builds another army, which you might be regretting, seeing as Russia builds a fleet in St. Petersburg's south coast. So Brandon does have an enemy on this board, and it is Casey. Moving on into spring of 06 and back to Micah.
Yeah, we see a lot of things. Okay, Gascony is obviously there to go for North Africa, like Darcy said already. That's fun. France supports it, making sure it goes through. Also gets into Turanian Sea, gets into Piedmont. Paris is actually moving this time to Picardy, where it's close to Belgium, but won't take Belgium. We see what's happening in the east. We see Russia getting Italian help into Budapest while simultaneously being attacked by Turkey. Italy seems to really have... What? It's okay, so Turkey was supporting Italy into Budapest, but Italy has decided Russia goes instead, right?
Yep,
Yes.
that is the order set that was written.
Interesting. Somewhat makes sense, I guess. I quite like this for Italy, I think. Especially now that Turkey has gone on to Russia. Turkey would get really big really quick, and this way Russia has a friend. I think Italy can also try and turn it around again. So I like these moves. The Turanian Sea is unfortunate. They will lose Tunis, so overall it's not a great Italian position, but that specific move of supporting Russia into Budapest rather than taking it for himself, I think that's nice.
Yeah, unfortunate they prioritized defending Tunis and not Turanian Sea when Tunis only had one unit next to it. Possibly an effect of the double boarding.
All right. So Evelyn takes both Sevastopol and Romania, but loses Serbia to the IR. Meanwhile, Italy loses Venice and Tunis at the same time. So it looks like Italy is going down one at the same time Russia is going down one. So it's not too bad for Turkey as they build one. Meanwhile, Brandon, who I assume was meant to be swapping something like Portugal for Belgium, bounces Belgium and just takes Portugal, because why not? Especially after supporting Westmed to Tunis means they have Spain whenever they want as well. So this is just really, really, really well done from Brandon, who again cannot build the build that he makes. So that is interesting. And the Canadian stays alive as they get supported into Venice and are still in Vienna. So can poor old Gordon manage to stick it out here? And Bothnia holds instead of moving to Baltic, meaning that Casey doesn't want to commit too hard against Germany, but still wants to build St. Pete South Coast. So Casey has and Sev is now guaranteed Moscow. No, because of the blow up from Romania, there's a rebuild. Okay, it's not guaranteed, but Casey wants to be too nice to too many people and is sort of paying the price as this game goes on.
Yeah, I don't think that you can declare war on Germany by building that South Coast fleet and then
actually no. There's no rebuild.
Through.
There's no rebuild, is there? Is there?
Down
2, up 1. Yes, there's no rebuild, which means Moscow is guaranteed.
Yeah. It feels like Russia has walked too much of a tightrope.
I guess they can move to Livonia and Warsaw and then take Moscow back.
Not with
not
army.
Get anything of Germany.
Not with army Ankara and then a convoy into Sev.
If that happens, yes.
You could go back to St. Pete as well. It is possible to put 3 on Moscow.
True, but then you're completely trusting the 10 cent Germany who's friends with, or at least seems like they're friends with France.
I mean, I think if I'm Russia, the only hope I have at this point is a draw. But what we see is Army Ankara going down, and
Oh my god, it is a draw.
there you go.
I still feel confident in my Brandon's won the tournament, but we'll have to continue to watch. Considering there's a drop round and you have a 270 and now a 260 score, that is quite the score for the tournament.
Yeah, he's played really good games, both of them, and seems to keep having friends in both of them as well, which is a very good combination.
Yeah, very well played, Brandon Austin, and a very, very nice diplomatic game from Evelyn Marshall to get
Yes,
second there.
I'm not sure I take this draw if I'm Evelyn. I think what's the harm in going on and just seeing? I guess Brandon has Spain whenever he wants, and there's not really any benefit for being closer to the board top leader. So yeah, I mean,
It's 10%. The risk is that Brandon gets a lot of centers.
close to a solo.
He's gonna
Close to a
tolerate
solo,
this,
yeah.
Like
I can
well,
see
Germany's
Spain.
not
I can see
getting
Spain,
Liberia.
Spain, Marseille, Brest is what? That's 13. Norway, Sweden, 14, 15. Potentially Paris as well. Yeah, it gets close to a solo. Although there's only 3 years left.
Again, I'm not sure if they knew whether the round would be
Well,
forced to end in 09.
I mean, I can guarantee that they didn't think it was going to be time unlimited. So
That's fair. All right. It's also possible that Russia threatened to throw to Germany if Turkey attacked them.
yes, true.
Anyway, we will bring Isaac Jutes back on stream. Welcome back, Isaac. And we will move.
Hello.
We will move swiftly on to round 1, board 1, giving a break to Darcy. Round 2, board 1. Darcy's not here to tell the players, so Maita, this time you do get that honor.
I do think, again, Isaac knows most of the players, because Isaac played Snake Pit a lot last year.
Again, if you want to hand it off to Isaac, feel free.
I will, thank you.
You'll hand it off to me because of the whole one person that I know on this board. We do have some Melbourne locals, I believe. We have Lynn back for more. We have Nancy, who I believe is a Canberra player, but I'm sure Darcy / people in the comments will correct me if I'm wrong. Soham back, James back, Sean, Sydney, not Canberra. I got that wrong last time. And then Marcus, another active player out of the Melbourne scene. That's it. That's all I got. I'm sorry. I'm not from Australia.
That's fine. That will do.
It happens to the best of us, not being from Australia.
Let's switch it up. Michael was on spring last time, so Isaac, you get the spring this time, and take us away.
We have a nice little EFE, well, a pro France England opening, a flexible French opening. You get a bounce in Tyrolia. That's a very unusual. You don't see that often, but does mean that Germany's uninvolved in Belgium. And you see this DMZ where I'm going to steal the thing that Michalis does, where he says that when Vienna goes to Budapest, statistically, Austria either does really, really, really well or really, really, really badly, but never just like middling. So we'll have to see which one of those it is. You see an old school opening for the Turks where they follow up to Con to try and get into a second center. Black Sea bounce. You see the Livonia move, which people have been doing recently. It's sort of the idea of it is it's a threat. You say, let me into Sweden or I'll go to Prussia and drop a unit in Warsaw. But we'll see if that actually ends up happening.
All right. Fall of 01.
Nah, Russia's super friendly. They even go to Warsaw so they can show Germany, I will not build there. We see a bounce in Belgium. That's interesting. I don't know if that's arranged or not. Could really go either way here. I think it's fine if it is arranged. If you really do want to play in EF, it would be better if England gets it. But all right. we see Venice going to Trieste and Ionian going to Aegean, uncontended. There might be, there will be a fleet in Smyrna, but this is a good start. Something that is odd is Serbia going to Greece. You don't often see that. You often see it the other way around, so that you immediately have that Austrian fleet there. That is a weird move. I'm curious to see what that'll mean. I think in this case, it seems like Austria wants to free up Budapest for a build, but they could have done that via Galicia. So I'm very curious where that goes and what this means. It still seems AI to me. And what Russia is doing is also very interesting, of course, to take Turkish supporters to Romania, but also going to Black Sea. So I think we see definitely AI, and then the rest is still a mystery.
All right. Well, fall of 01, winter of 01, we see Army Budapest and Fleet Naples from that AI. Army Smyrna, which is annoyance at Russia being in Black Sea, one would imagine. Army Sev, Army St. Petersburg from Russia. And in the west, two Fleet France. So probably anti-English, but possibly anti-Italian. And yet to see whether this is another Western triple or not. It doesn't look quite as Western triple as some of our other games have. All the lining up on Belgium doesn't really suggest that.
I think the army build makes a lot of sense. If you think you're getting aired, which you do based on this set of moves, you want the army for the defense. The fleet just can't do things with Ankara or Armenia that you might want it to do.
That's true. Fair enough.
Now, we have a bounce in channel as France gets supported into Belgium and the Germans go to Helgoland. So we see that of the options, France has decided they're going to be anti-English rather than anti-Italian. Italy going to Tyrrhenian because they weren't quite sure of that, though, so going back and covering themselves. Let's see if that ends up costing them Trieste. No movement in the north. In the east, the air continues to air, although vacating Greece as you get into Bulgaria does mean that there is a awkward Turkish retreat that gets to go to Greece, but you should be able to kick that out.
And Austria takes Trieste, and Greece walks into Bulgaria, because this is now an AT, I guess. Sure. I mean, the Australians couldn't stop themselves. It had to be AT, of course. Good turn for Austria. They just take Trieste. It's weird that there's a fleet there, but sure, why not? It's better than to not have anything, and Greece was vacated anyways. So there must have been some very interesting diplomatic situations over there. We see Lynn taking Tunis, as she should. English Channel gets taken. That's not a surprise. Yeah, France, Germany just keep working together, and it's working. Last turn we saw Denmark move to Sweden. This turn they don't, so Russia gets to walk out and not lose Sweden. Also good for Russia. So yeah, it's very interesting. I think FG is doing really well, and Austria is in a good diplomatic position, I think.
We have a very interesting comment from Kai in the chat, which says the dotting of Trieste was accidental. Something that can only happen in a face-to-face game, presumably forgetting that Trieste is not already Austrian.
Or it should have been a bounce.
Yeah, if it was potentially supposed to be a bounce and Italy didn't bounce, that would also explain it, right?
Yeah.
Well, either way, it means that Austria is +2, but only gets to build one in Vienna. And France puts down another fleet, Brest. So Marcus is really beginning to drop the hammer towards Soham.
And they continue with their hammer dropping. going to Channel now and Irish. So one of Liverpool or no, they can no, one of Liverpool or London is guaranteed to fall here. And North Sea is also lost as it pushes forward into Skagerrak to try and do the occasional English move where they go, I've lost England, I'm going to try and live in Scandinavia. The Italian army comes back up to Tuscany and sort of tries to prevent as much as they can. They bounced Herolia and grab Greece. Whether the taking of Trieste was intentional or not, it did still occur and does seem to be following through. And the AT continue to push up, with Smyrna getting up into Armenia and them holding position, although they are going to have to do something about that pesky little Greekan unit.
France does take Liverpool. Good turn for France once again. France seems to have no one attacking them and is taking centers. England is supporting Russia a bit against Germany with the last few breaths. Doesn't do much, but Russia does get into Sweden, which is just better positionally. That's nice. Austria pushes further against Russia. AT is still on. Greece is chilling in Greece, but Austria wasn't able to build the builds last time, so they still stay even. Just FG versus AT with Italy fighting Austria and Russia fighting Germany.
Yeah, this is really good Italian defense here, considering the position they were in at the beginning of the year. Also, nice play from the FG, where they set it up so one of them was guaranteed a dot, and whoever it was based on how the English defended. That's just a nice diplomatic way of sort of resolving that problem sometimes.
Well, it's definitely a nice diplomatic way of resolving it for France. Germany not having Belgium and France is in Liverpool already. That's potentially a little bit risky of falling a bit behind. But at this stage, France has a build and Italy has a build and England has a disband. England gets rid of Wales, which is good news for France again. Army Brest goes down. Somewhat surprising. Maybe they don't want to commit against Italy yet, and Italy builds a fleet in Naples. Spring of 1904.
England decides to retreat to Eddie, with Germany following right behind at the cost of Denmark, which was guaranteed to fall. And they drop out to Silesia because they've decided that Russia's being mean to them, so they're going to be mean to Russia back. The AT, Sean's decided that actually he doesn't feel like AT anymore. He likes juggernauts after all, so he grabs Romania and Serbia as the Italians continue to try and position against the Austrians. And now it's become, rather than everyone kill Turkey, it's everyone kill Austria. So great diplomatic work from Sean to get back out of that position. The French fleet advance. You get an army into Wales. It's looking like last legs for England.
Rough turn for Austria and a very good turn for France, I would say.
Absolutely, I agree. Good turn for Turkey as well, especially now that they're also getting Greece. It wasn't guaranteed, but they do get it. Let's see. France gets into London. Germany gets into Eddie. If the FG sticks together, that's really good for France. I think it kind of has to stick together because Germany is vulnerable and also is fighting other places. They're getting growth, but not as much growth as France. So I do expect them to either keep on being on the same page, or for Marcus to say, it's my turn to get your census now. There is some growth, though, still in the north, and if they continue, that's also good for Marcus. So very good turn for Marcus overall. Let's see. What is going on around Adriatic? Okay, so Italy does take Adriatic. That's quite nice. Moves to Piedmont, can still defend Venice that way. Adriatic tapping Ionian does mean Turkey gets Greece. Other than that, not too much surprising, I don't think.
Yeah, +3 for Sean in Turkey. Good year for him. Good year for France.
Yes.
So we go to winter of 2004. We see France building an army in Marseille, Germany an army in Berlin, and Turkey putting down a fleet and an army. Italy pulls Piedmont, Austria pulls Tyrolia. Maybe they're realizing that they're sort of just taking each other down at this stage, but it may be a little too late for them both. Either way, it's time for Who Do You Like? And Isaac, you're up first.
I do really like Marcus's position. I think this is an FG with a capital F and a lowercase g, given all the pressure that Germany is facing in the north from Russia, and potentially these Turkish units if they can push through in time. And France, if can go down to the Med and do that thing they do sometimes where either they work with Turkey or they say, yeah, I'll defend you. Oh, no, I have to go to Tunis to be able to hold Ionian. Oh, what a shame. Oh, well, guess I will. I really like France here.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. France is just great position.
Yeah, I think that Turkey, yeah, they had a great year, but those Russian units just are not lined up in a way that looks that good for Turkey, and they're never going to be able to force Black Sea at this rate either. So not quite as good a position as France, who seems to have everything going for them. But spring 1905, and does it continue that way?
It does, with the French getting support from Germany into the North Sea, that very normal thing that usually occurs as they push one army into the Med, presumably just to help defend if required, as the Italians get pushed up to Tyrolia for I'm not sure what benefit. Germany starts moving against Russia here to the extent they already were, and we get a presumably stab as Sev drops to Rum and grabs it. The Turkish fleets push out a bit, but I think they have new problems.
Yeah, it definitely looks like relations between RT have collapsed, whereas France is getting everything they want in the West.
What a game for France. They now have play on Eddie, they get Norway, they have play on Holland next turn, play on Denmark even. This is just... what they also could do is just go to Skagerrak, take down Denmark and Sweden first before they go for Eddie. What
or just
an amazing
walk into Munich.
game. That's also possible. What an amazing turn. This is really good play by France. Since the start of this game, everything has gone right. They've done the right builds. They've kept the right diplomatic situation. They've handled it really well. Pro France. Other than that, we see Russia is not even slowly but very quickly crumbling down, losing Norway, losing Sweden, Sev. For now they can keep Warsaw, but that won't last forever. It's a fine turn for Turkey, as again they do not lose Ankara, even though Russia could have gone for it. They also take Sev, so that's a good chance for them. It's quite a good game for Turkey, just not nearly as good as France's, just because of how great France is doing.
Yeah, this is turning into quite a monstrous position, even if it's only a one center advantage. Germany is building, though, and France has to manage that to maintain that lead going forward. At the moment, 9-7, we see builds going down in Fleet in Marseille, Army Berlin, St. Petersburg North Coast comes off the board. Russia gets rid of both their fleets, and Turkey builds a fleet in Ankara right when they actually don't need it anymore.
Okay.
Spring of 1906.
We get the Germans pushing to Livonia and getting Warsaw and Vienna. This is a beautiful comeback for the Germans. If the French want to move based on this turn, this is when they need to do it. in this fall. The Italians push back to Tunis as the French units come down to either help or help, unclear, as the Turkish units push up into Austria, grabbing Moscow, as the Turks help the Germans into Warsaw. So some nice play there from Sean and James to realize that France is a problem and that you want Germany to be doing well here.
You want Germany to be doing well, but
Don't want them doing this well.
France
Yeah?
is a guaranteed +4, right? Eddie, Denmark, Holland, Munich. They might lose Norway, but that's about it.
Yeah.
I mean, Sweden's also been walked out of, so
Yeah, that's true.
there is not only a monster stab on from France, but let's say they do take that stab. How big could France get if that's what they do at this stage?
Very big, because no one can fight them. There's too much going on.
You may get a board-wide coalition if they pull that off.
But even then, France
Does
is
not
fine.
matter. Yeah. Well, we'll find out.
We'll see if they take it.
Does Marcus go for the stab?
He does.
Yes. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes,
This
4, and
actually-
they also now have
This
guaranteed Tunis.
This actually makes more sense because you don't need Eddie. Like Eddie, you can easily take later down the line. So I think these are the dots that you want to take if you're grabbing them. And also, just to make things a little bit worse, the Germans don't get Moscow. They don't get to stay in Warsaw. They do get to keep Vienna. So the Germans are going -3 off of this, as opposed to the -1 that they could have been going, which would have been a much more holdable position.
But good news for Turkey is at least they're +2.
Yeah. I think you'd rather have had the Germans in Warsaw than you being in Warsaw, but that's just me.
I think so too. Well, 13-10. We know there's 3 years left in this game. Now's the time. France is going to put down 2 armies and a fleet. How big how big will France get?
And they can get 3 more.
They can get to
Pretty
17
easily?
easy. Eddie, Kiel, Berlin, St. Pete should all be doable. Tunis is the question.
They definitely have
Well,
Tunis.
Tunis is guaranteed.
Yeah,
Can
but
they
can they
hold
hold
Tunis?
Tunis?
Is Army Marseille the right build? Or should it have been a fleet?
I
I'm
think
not
you
sure
want
if it
to.
matters much, because
I think
Yeah,
you
go
swap
ahead.
Brest and Marseille, personally.
but at the same time, you can put Preston mid-Atlantic, support it into North Africa, which is a very similar position, and this way you can also start going towards Piedmont.
Presumably, Brest is going up to actually go and take Edinburgh because you can't really pull those fleets back unless Germany has no fleets in the north. So as long as
Mhm.
Baltic's there,
And you have
Be a
to cover
pain to go
London
back.
as well when you do take Edinburgh.
yeah.
Or you might have to cover London now.
Army Marseille gets you Piedmont. Does Piedmont matter? That's the question.
You could also have something like Sevastopol to Moscow, and they just support Hold St. Pete.
I mean, once Germany has to pull more units from losing Kiel and Berlin, presumably Baltic goes and then St. Petersburg can be forced. But time limit, not guaranteed
Yeah.
that it can be
Actually.
forced by the end of this game, just because it would be forced in an untimed game.
Yeah, I think Marcus will probably end on 16, maybe 17.
I think
depending on when it
17.
ends.
17 or a solo, but I think 17.
This depends on if Germany is actually going to fight France. If they're throwing, then it's a very different kind of game.
You would think if they were throwing, Edinburgh would have come off the board. So that doesn't look like the sort of throw.
The units they've taken off are the units that are as far from France as possible.
Yeah. Italy, on the
That's
other
true.
hand, Italy could throw. That one's not certain.
Yeah, Italy has incentive for sure, given the way this game has been played by Turkey and Russia to them.
Yeah, I'm just reading through things in the comments that we have. So if that's what's going on, that's a very different game. But it appears you were right. Germany loses Kiel to France. Oh, it's Spring. It's your turn.
It's okay. I was going to let you do it and then take yours. But no, they do lose Kiel, get into Piedmont, get Tunis, go back to Channel to potentially cover London if needed. Force Baltic now, because why bother waiting? As the Germans push into Bothnia and take a shot at St. Pete. But the Russian units do get up to Moscow, meaning that so long as there's no Turkish craziness, Moscow should be holdable. St. Pete should be holdable to prevent a solo.
It should.
Another good Turkey turn. It's just this would be a fantastic Turkey in pretty much any other game where France is not doing this well.
Unfortunately, they are. And we go into fall of 07.
We get North Sea. Oh, it's you.
I'm taking both turns now. Probably deserved that one. Let's see. They stay in Kiel. The rest mostly bounces. Turkey's advancing. Nothing too crazy. I think exactly what we expected. France will have a move on Eddie soon. What is that?
Turkish
Turkey
Vienna
stays in Vienna, forcing another German disband.
They also
Yeah, but that was already the case in the spring. That was Isaac's thing too.
You could move out of Vienna in the fall.
Through quite easily into Tyrolia or something.
I guess so.
Or you can do the support to Bohemia the other way around.
That's true, but Santa's so
that
nice.
Combined with going to Albania, a move that is only anti-Italian, when the Italians are someone you desperately need to hold the French back.
Turkish is taking all the Santas they can get.
But that extra German disband, if Bothnia does come off the board, St. Petersburg isn't necessarily holdable. Like Baltic can go and force St. Petersburg.
Is Tunis support holding Turanian Sea or just Turanian Sea Tunis?
They're spot on each other.
Okay.
And again, like that's not really like to take Tunis back before the end. They definitely would have had to do something different. They needed to get really Italy to be the one in Ionian in spring, and then you could have like coastal crawled up, taken Turanian, taken Tunis. But I think that the opportunity to take Tunis back has sort of passed now.
Yeah.
And there's 2 more years left, right? So there's actually a chance there will be a solo.
Especially with Germany going -2, Eddie and Bothnia.
Yeah. I really dislike that taking of Vienna. If you want to take Vienna, you do it in the final year. You don't do it now.
Yeah.
Yep.
And St. Pete is now guaranteed. And
it is.
Germany is now in Berlin. I think we might be about to see a solo. No, hold on.
Wow.
St. Pete is not guaranteed yet because of the move to Livonia.
No, it is, because Bothnia can go there with support from
Baltic.
Norway and Barents, and Baltic can cut Livonia.
Can it safely do that yet? Maybe. We'll see.
France risking in the middle.
France pushes.
For another year.
France pushes. Turkey pushes to Apulia and takes Trieste while going up to Tyrolia. Sean playing this for maximum score possible, which is a way to play the game when there's a solo threat, but it's a high tightrope because if there is a solo, then you get nothing. Well, you don't get nothing out of it. What you do get is the other players not being very happy with you. If there isn't a solo, then it's great. It's a good strategy. And St. Petersburg falls, Eddie falls, and Berlin holds. 16, 17, 18.
What?
Congratulations, Marcus.
Good news, Turkey has got Venice.
Yes. Oh.
that will be that.
If I was
will,
Marcus, I might have held Venice out of spite.
I'm going to bring Darcy back onto stream as well for this. Well, Darcy called that the tournament was over and Brandon Austin had won it.
If there's one thing I'm happy about when I'm wrong, it's when Brandon Austin is not going to win a tournament, and that's the reason I'm wrong.
He's always rooting for you.
Yeah, that's because Brandon stabbed me to win a tournament earlier this year, so I'm very much still salty about that one. But anyway, this was a great game for Marcus. I enjoyed watching it. I think this was a thoroughly deserved result.
Yes, a big congrats to Marcus Lone. Discussions in the chat on whether it was thrown intentionally or not, that Turkey was not intending to do it, but yeah, I think Turkey misplayed that defense quite badly, and that is why Marcus has got a solo. I don't think that this would have been doable before 09 if Turkey had been actually propping everyone up. In an on-time game, probably it would have been forcible, although Tunis wouldn't have been locked. But yeah, there were opportunities to stop this, and they were not taken. And congrats to Marcus, who reaps full reward.
Really well played, and also, like, of course, the moves went very well, but also diplomatically to keep Germany on side for so long, to get Germany to support you into North Sea, and then completely move away from you everywhere. That had to have been very good conversations for Marcus.
Yeah, just for anyone watching something like this for the first time or coming in, overextension is the thing we talk about on here sometimes. That German position right before they got stabbed by France, that's what we mean when we refer to overextension.
Yeah, and it started so early as well. Like, France got the upper hand over Germany pretty much as soon as they were like sort of 7-5 when they started getting English centers
When they
without
took
having to give
Liverpool.
up Belgium. Yeah. And the usual way to keep balance in an FG there is for Germany to get Belgium when France gets English centers, and Germany either didn't ask for it or wasn't able to persuade it, and they were always behind, and it just got worse and worse for them from then on, really.
I also want to shout out just for Lynn's defense, and also trying to do, in the middle of doing some very good diplomatic things and working with Turkey and changing things around there a bit. That was really nice. And also Nancy was attacked the whole game by a lot of people, but it seems like she did see that this was a threat and tried to do everything to stop it well within her abilities.
I think we may have seen who our Cassandra award will be going to. However, this is not the end of the tournament. This is only round 2. There are more games to cover, and as is often been said on DBN, solos can create more solos. And once one solo happens, the chance of more solos happening does increase a lot because everyone starts to go for them. So,
come on, Tianyu. I believe in you. The solo, come on.
All right. We will now give Micah a break. See you shortly. And we will move on to this game.
Oh, is this the game? Yeah.
This is the game.
They had different names, I think.
Yeah, there we go. So round 2C, and Darcy can introduce the players as this is your area of expertise.
Yeah. All right. Well, we have Shane in Austria. I think everyone knows Shane. Shane's a great player. We have Stefan, who was stuck in like a 3-center Turkey earlier, Melbourne local. We have Mr. Goff, who is probably still angry at Dominic Stevens and is spending more time arguing about that. We have Alex Batten, aka Batman, one of the ANU crew. We have Tianyu. Let's go. Come on. He loves Italy. Robert Chatterton, who is from Melbourne. And we have Tristan Barrett, who is our Sydney representation at this tournament.
Excellent. Well, going into Spring of 01, we'll swap positions, and Darcy can take us away.
All right. Looking at the moves, there is not too much outside of the standard. We have a Galicia DMZ. We have a Black Sea DMZ. This is a very, very, like, I feel like we've seen this a few times this tournament, and every time I've said it's going to be a juggernaut, and then it's not a juggernaut. Maybe this time it will be. We have Austria going to Tyrolia just because it's fun. And we have Goffey saying, I don't care about anything. Let me go take Spain and Portugal, as there is a Burgundy DMZ, and Stefan opens to Yorkshire.
In the fall, we get a full English send against Russia. This can work, but only if you do it fast enough that FG can't turn around and kill you. Germany go on +3, getting Holland and Belgium. And misordering to Finland, we'll have to see. Austria covering Trieste, just in case the Italians are being mean. And grabbing their 2 builds as standard. And RT seeming to play nice with one another as we get a drop into the Aegean. And the fleets and Bulgaria and Romania just hold one another.
This might actually be the juggernaut.
So Italy, having presumably misordered Naples in spring, not getting a build in 1901.
I didn't even see that. That's okay. Tian, you can get it later. I still believe. The solo's on. Just have to have hope.
I think when you solo, you have to move your units.
I don't know. Andrew Goff's in this game, and if anyone can solo without moving units, Andrew Goff can solo.
He'll solo.
I'm pretty sure Andrew tried to support Tianyu to show him where he had to go as well this turn. Pretty sure that is Naples to Tunis via support.
All right. Winter 1901. We see our free build Germany putting down Fleet Kiel and 2 armies. England builds Fleet Edinburgh. France builds Fleet Marseille and Army Brest. Would love to hear a case that this isn't a Western triple. Elsewhere, see Russia with 2 armies and Austria with 2 armies and Turkey with a fleet in Smyrna. Italy has no build.
Even if this is a Western triple, why are you building Brest instead of Paris?
Why not? You're not threatening Burgundy.
Germany's threatening Burgundy. Germany has 2 on Burgundy.
Yeah, but
Paris wouldn't change that though, right?
No, but maybe you want to defend Picardy or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean it's easy enough to pull the armies back. Like Burgundy isn't a catastrophic loss as long as England doesn't drop in on you as well, right?
Yeah, true.
But spring of 02.
All right. Well, we have France moving all their armies back to defend. However, Alex, aka the Batman, doesn't make a move for Burgundy like was suggested by Isaac. Instead, he is moving to Skagerrak and Denmark, which could go towards Sweden, could go towards North Sea. We don't know just yet. Meanwhile, Stefan is trying a new tactic of convoying a fleet to Norway, and that fails. Based off of this moveset, I believe that it is most likely an FG here, as Norway to Sweden suggests that there is meant to be a support, and there isn't. Meanwhile, in the east, we have everyone bullying my favorite guy, Tianyu, as it looks like Austria is forcing Tyrolia, and Ionian is forced by Greece and Aegean. It looks like this is potentially a rat.
There's a backstabber issue. The fleet in Eddie is an army.
Oh, okay, it is an army. Okay.
All right. And it has magically been corrected, although it's also magically moved to Yorkshire. So something is done right. They've managed to fix the sandbox.
And magically, I think England may lose all their units before the end of this
game. England, France has gone to Burgundy, which I think is totally reasonable in this position, just to make sure that the Germans can't get in. And the Germans can't really complain about Munich being under threat, given their position either. France dropping into the med just a little baby bit, probably to help out the Italians, given how fast they're falling. Given Venice is already gone, Apulia's already gone, Ionian's already gone. England trying to push over to St. Petersburg, but instead losing Norway and not getting St. Petersburg as they lose North Sea. Shout out to Stephen for blowing up the fleet, because that presumably will allow it to be rebuilt as an army, which is a great way of annoying FG when they're trying to murder you.
It is. It's a nice little defensive tactic against a sea line. That it works better if your other fleet isn't trapped in Barents Sea, though.
This is true. And France pushed up to the channel.
Yeah. France pushing everywhere without taking anything. Goffy just getting position, as Goffy likes to do. Winter 1902, you see that army does come down from England, so they do have 2 armies back there. Austria builds an army in Trieste, and Russia fleet North Coast.
North Coast, yeah.
I don't think England's game is getting much better.
No, I don't think so.
All right, so we have the rat continues to move forward as Venice goes to Tuscany, Tyrolia comes down to Venice, which will mean that it is much more likely that Rome falls. However, Italy does manage to kick Apulia out of Apulia, and it retreats to Adriatic. Meanwhile, Goffy continues to just become and help Italy and moves into Tyrrhenian Sea. Meanwhile, 2 convoys land onto the English home. This is quite a brutal and painful death incoming for Stefan via Goffy and the Batman. Meanwhile, it looks like the Burgundy tension is maybe starting to be a little bit let go of. However, the Batman does keep 3 armies all on Burgundy, so we will see what happens there. But outside of that, I think it is just FGR versus RAT, which quite often leads to Russia having to make a decision about which side they want to stick with.
I will say, this position, if you look at the Turkish and the Russian units in the south, it is technically a rat killing Italy, but at the moment it's Austria killing Italy, with Turkey having a couple fleets involved. Russia's not really doing anything with that. They're just sitting there.
They're doing what Russia does in a rat, which is do everything in the north.
Yeah. I mean, it's got to be an extra kick in the teeth if you're England here. Turn your fleet into an army and then still see 2 successful convoys onto the homeland.
London hold is painful.
Yeah.
Well, it was two 50-50s and they got it wrong.
Yeah, they got all of it wrong.
Yeah,
that's just unfortunate. And yeah, you put down your armies thinking, "Ha, I've got good defense," and it turns out you
just for the additional coverage, I would have maybe self bounced just to be covering 3 spots rather than 2.
Yeah, not an unreasonable move. The self bounce in Wales there, but moving on anyway. Fall of 03.
We get Norwegian blown up. We get Eddie falling. We get London falling. We get Liverpool holding. Yay! The French moved away, and now the Germans have said, okay, I'll move away as well. Also, shout out to Russia for deciding that they don't like armies. They only really want to move their fleets, and just the northern fleets. Thank you. We don't want to move any of our other units. The French helping the Italians helping the Turks into Tunis now. So, interesting choice. I think that's going to make an angry Tianu, who may decide that Marseille, Spain, Portugal are great dots to try and take. As he continues to successfully defend, getting back into Rome, as Venice slides down into Apulia. And the rest of the East is all nice and peaceful, and it will be forever and ever.
Yeah, I mean, I presume this is all part of Tianyu's solo plan that Darcy was talking about. And
Hey,
really
there's a drop round. There's a drop round. Tianyu, this is just Tianyu's drop round. Trust.
Okay. All right. Winter 1903. Goffy puts down a fleet in Brest.
Army
she has
Smyrna.
cover for. Army Smyrna comes down, which
Someone will be angry about. I don't know which one will be angry, but one of them will be angry.
They might both be angry.
yeah.
They
I
have
mean, it
space.
is.
You could AR from here.
Yeah. There's space to go, ooh, we don't like that. Let's just kill Turkey.
Usually, when Turkey builds armies, it gets considered as being anti-Russian, right? Because the army goes to Armenia and it combines with a Turkish fleet in the Black Sea. Turkey's closest fleet to the Black Sea is in the Adriatic Sea or Tunis. So Turkey is not getting Black Sea anytime soon. Therefore, the army is less hostile to Russia. Maybe it could be hostile to Austria, though. Like, all it takes is Russia dropping down like Ukraine to Rum, and all of a sudden there's a decent juggernaut position.
Well, I think Russia has their pick of the litter here.
Yeah, it's a very nice diplomatic position for Robert Chatterton.
All right, so we have Goffy lets the Batman also have Liverpool, which is quite nice of him. Meanwhile, we have just bounces in the North Sea for the moment, and Germany moves down into Tyrolia at the same time that Shane moves into Galicia, Budapest, and makes a move on Russia. So it looks like this is an AT. It's just an AT where there's no fleet in Black Sea, and possibly will never be a fleet in Black Sea.
There is a fleet in Black Sea. It's a Russian fleet.
True. Meanwhile, it turns out that Goffy doesn't have to worry about Tianyu as Tianyu continues to slowly die, with Tuscany supporting Tyrrhenian Sea into Rome, and he successfully gets into Mid-Atlantic Ocean. Outside of that, I think not much to speak of. FG moves forward, AT moves forward, and Russia has to find a new position within this game.
Yeah, I mean, Austria putting France into Rome there. So France, at least, is now the one playing both alliances on each side of the board, which is classic Goffy and a very nice diplomatic position for him to be in if he can maintain it.
And he has Belgium.
I might have preferred to make this move in fall, the push on Romania, because sure you got the guess right here, but you knew that Russia was going to be retreating to the Black Sea, which was going to be threatening Bulgaria, Constantinople, and Ankara, and you can't cover all of them.
He actually got the guess wrong. It was just the fact that the Black Sea went to the wrong coast.
Yeah.
Which is actually quite surprising. And a lot of face-to-face tournaments, if a fleet can only move to one coast, then unless it's actually written as the wrong one, usually it's just designated as, it just goes to East Coast. So presumably, I don't know if Australia runs that rule that most others do, but I guess they actually wrote Bull South Coast, which is just unfortunate. Do you know if that's how they run it in Australia, Darcy?
Usually they're quite lenient. Usually they're quite lenient, which means that it probably was actually just written as the wrong coast.
Yep,
So
we've got confirmation in the chat. It's been written as South Coast.
Yeah.
That is very unfortunate for Robert. We also see some, interesting convoys going on over there.
Yes, this is Isaac's turn to
we comment. Also see a hold in Armenia, which is interesting. So we get the Austrians trying to push against the Russian position. The Germans saying, no, I don't like that. Russia's my friend. I'm going to go invade you now. As France tries to convoy Picardy to Belgium from Mao, so that's just a bunch of joke orders, presumably. As the Turks get into Naples, does Tianyu keep Rome? I can't see. No, I think Goffy has Rome. So Goodbye, Tianyu. It's okay. You'll have to solo in round 3 instead. Yeah, just as Darcy said, FG advances, AT advances, Germany pushes down towards Austria, and Russia pushes down towards Austria, and France is still just chilling in the med, but hasn't dropped Mao or Channel back down.
Yes, and still has Belgium whenever he wants, so Goffy's in quite a good position here.
Does have Belgium whenever he wants, but unlike last game, he is not sat with Belgium and Liverpool when it's Holland and Munich being looked at. So Germany a bit more resistant to the stab. Winter 1904, you see Germany build an Army Kiel, France Army Marseille, and Turkey building Army Smyrna and Fleet Ankara. Say goodbye to Tianyu, and we say goodbye to the army in Finland, and goodbye to Stefan. So, rough game for those two.
All right, so we have Tristan takes Sevastopol with some good AT cooperation and manages to get into Black Sea, which is probably actually more of a win than Black Sea getting into Romania. And at the same time, we have the Batman making successful gains in Vienna and Galicia and Tyrolia, showing that, hey, ANU has some good players as well, Canberra. So hopefully we can see the Batman continue to advance. However, at the same time, we have the Batman getting stabbed by Goffy. So perhaps not. We have Goffy moving into Burgundy, taking Belgium, moving into North Atlantic to guarantee Liverpool, and it looks like a 2-dot stab. Elsewhere, we have Tunis moves into Ionian instead of towards Western Med, showing that maybe we're about to see some fighting between Turkey and Austria. So suddenly, it's not AT versus FG. It looks like FT versus A versus G. So, interesting position.
Yeah, the drop into North Sea and Ruhr certainly helps in terms of being able to defend. This is still a good stab, but it's not as good as it could have been because now there's questions about London. If you take Liverpool, does he try and go for that?
No, there's not really a question about London.
No,
English
Chan.
Channel to London and then Burgundy.
Yeah, so it's...
Belgium.
Oh, yes. I'm old and
Everything's
washed,
safe.
so...
Everything's safe.
All right. Fall of 1905.
And even though everything is safe, Goffy decides to play it advanced and decides that he'd rather try and break Ruhr, actually, which he does successfully. And he does successfully cover London as he pushes up to Liverpool. The Russians are coming out to play. They've decided if the Germans are losing some dots, I might as well get in on this action. And the RT the AT, Australia's new Western Triple, continues to advance as they push up into Romania. Unfortunately, Vienna is still lost, but nothing further is lost at least. And Bulgaria is presumably traded to compensate for the loss of Vienna.
Yeah, smart play by AT to make sure that there's not a disband there.
Although you could argue what is the actual usefulness of Greece, of that fleet. So
the usefulness is to keep Austria viable,
yes.
Presumably. I mean, the real question is why Turkey is not moving to Tyrrhenian Sea and going why neither of them want to do anything about Rome here. That's a very curious decision. Like, you can argue what use is the Austrian fleet, but really, what use is that French fleet?
Mm-hmm.
So we go to winter 1905, and France opens up a 2-dot lead. And as I forgot to do it after last year, we're going to go, who do you like right now?
I'll go first. I don't think I like Austria's position. I don't like Russia's position. I don't think Germany is in the best of positions, which leaves...
You do know this is who you like, right? Not who you don't like.
Yeah, well, I don't like all of them, and I love Goffy, so Goffy's my answer.
Goffy does have a strong position. Just to not be boring and do all the same people, I think if not Goffy, then Turkey, because there are still these issues, and I think Turkey's push north is actually, as I try and justify it, I'm like, no, this is not good. I think actually, if I was gonna give the position to anyone in the east, it would have to be Austria, because the Turks still have to deal with the Russians. The Germans are going down, so Austria should get Vienna back and may be able to play around Italy or Germany. And their position on Turkey is not terrible, and the Turkish position is not terrible on them. So it's about even on that front. But I think Turkey just has more problems to be dealing with than Austria does.
I would actually give a dark horse shout out to this Russian position. They've got a German friend. I think like Norwegian, I would presume, was invited.
It
so
was.
They're going to prop them up against the French, but also just get themselves into nice positions doing so, and then you might be able to walk into some dots later. And I think because Turkey has no good breakthrough against Russia, Turkey has to stab Austria if they want to top this board. And I think that could open some doors for Russia. I think it's fair to say that France has a better position, but I think Russia has a path if things work out nicely for them. Winter 05, we see Fleet Brest, Army Paris, Army St. Petersburg, and a disbanding Galicia. I don't think that any of that will be overly surprising.
All right, so we have Austria takes back Vienna. We have the A team moves forward into Galicia and a nice convoy from Armenia to Romania. And meanwhile, in the west, we have, turns out, no, Russia is coming to just take Edinburgh. So they take Edinburgh and move Norway to Sweden, potentially to fight Denmark. Meanwhile, for Goffy, London doesn't even need to be covered. North Atlantic successfully gets into Norwegian, and this position is looking better and better as the turns go by. There is a brace in Ruhr, and Paris moves to Picardy to better protect Belgium. And York gets convoyed into Holland for better defense.
Not insignificant misorder here as well. Russia tried to support Germany to Gau to bounce out the AT, but supported the wrong unit, supported Bohemia in rather than Vienna. So
yes.
AT do get Gau. So if Russia can thread a path correctly plan, that's a pretty bad start to it.
Yes.
And AT actually have Warsaw guaranteed.
Yep.
They do.
Because of that.
Unless Bohemia taps Galicia, which it doesn't.
Yes, Bohemia has bigger concerns. So the Russians go, well, nobody's my friend in the south. So what if I made friends with France in the north? France, you want North Sea, right? The Germans then retreat down to Denmark. As the standoff in Ruhr continues, the move on Belgium has no value. And nice little push up here to keep things safe. Austria gets Warsaw, which I think in this AT position makes sense, even though they're picking Vienna back up as well. So nice little buff for Austria. But Turkey pulls up to Romania and Ukraine to try and get some position around Moscow.
All right. Winter 1906.
I still will shout out, I don't know how Goffy is keeping Turkey at bay, but classic Goffy.
Yeah, it does make his lead a lot less secure than it otherwise looks. Rome goes away so quickly.
Is this an FAT?
Well, that seems to have been how they've played it in the south, but at a certain point, what centres do AT need to take to win? Is either each other's or Rome or both?
Well, it might be some sort of 9-9-9 or some sort of 10-10-10 sort of thing.
Yeah, not impossible. All right, spring of 1907.
All right, so we have Warsaw successfully gets into Moscow, whilst the Turk is bounced out of Warsaw in a backfill attempt. Meanwhile, we have Tristan doesn't even want Goffy to be worried at all about anything ever, so moves Ionian back to Aegean. Meanwhile, Goffy gets into Holland and gets into Kiel as Batman just gives up on Denmark and Kiel and moves to Berlin and Baltic. At the same time, English Channel backfills North Sea so that they still have 2 strength on Edinburgh, and everything looks like Goffy could be looking at 14 here if things go his way in these final few years. Ionian into Aegean is a very, 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 very interesting move.
Right. Rome being in pocket doesn't work if you're nowhere near Rome.
Yeah,
Put the
yeah.
second unit on it.
This is secretly just an FT with Austria just being used to kill the things around them.
Yeah. All right. So fall
And we
1907.
And we see the Austrians pick up Moscow, the Russians, the Turks pick up Warsaw as compensation, but Austria gets Munich, so still going +2 here because they still have their build from earlier. France grabs Denmark, which they are supported into by Germany, presumably Alex deciding that he's more annoyed at the Russians than the French, which I think is not an unreasonable thought. As Belgium pushes down into Ruhr, and Germany is just completely dismantled, basically. And now it's just Russia left, and then it'll just be the 3 of them who can all ride off into the sunset together.
Well, there's a Germany in Berlin, but yeah, other than that, I think this very much looks sneakingly like Goffy is saying, "Yeah, AT, let's get a 3-way tied board top here," and then as the time slowly runs out, Goffy's like, "Well, actually, maybe I end on 15 and you guys can end on 10."
Well, I'm going to come back to that point exactly, and I'm going to ask the same question as last time: is how big could France get if they push, and with 18 not trying to
Edinburgh,
Rome
Norway,
away?
Sweden, I see as their only realistic takes here. So I see 15 as the maximum.
Munich? I think Munich's
No.
takeable.
No, I think AT gets to the line before Munich is taken.
I
Unless
think
Goffy
it can fall right now.
unless Goffy goes for it this turn.
Which
Then
I
And if
don't see
Munich
why.
falls, then Berlin's takeable.
Then that's
Yeah.
17. That's 17. I don't see 18.
I don't see 18 either.
And at this
Not by a
point, there'd be Goffy would probably be hearing about the Marcus
About
the
Marcus's position. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which might make you more inclined to go for it, though, right?
Yes, and especially if Goffy wants to somehow stake a claim on Best France, which I would find very funny if there's 2 French solos.
I would love to know what the tiebreak is for a Best France if there's 2 solos.
Shout out to Austria, by the way, having their classic Austria problems of 2 builds and nowhere to put them.
Yeah.
Yeah, Batman is done with the game. Is potentially even maybe could support Kiel to Berlin here or something, or
Not
might
just
support
that.
Denmark to Sweden.
Yeah, and could potentially even try and support something up to St. Petersburg.
This is great. This is great for Goffy, by the way. Edinburgh and Berlin both coming off the board.
Edinburgh is huge, actually, because that means that you don't have to use 2 strength to take it now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it means you can send all of those fleets up to Scandinavia. It's a race against time on whether you could get to St. Petersburg. And if you have a friendly German fleet, you might be able to do it. All right, spring 1908.
Munich isn't taken, which I think kills the solo potential here.
Well, alongside Rome getting taken.
No, that's just a trade, as
Trade
Rome
Tunis.
moves to Tyrrhenian Sea, meaning that Tunis will be
Yeah.
French and Turkey will have Rome. Meanwhile, Goffy takes Norway, attempts to take Sweden, but Alex, for some reason, after supporting France into Denmark earlier, is now more interested in now making sure Russia also gets a piece of love and gives Berlin to the Russian. Everywhere else, it's just a lot of Shane trying to make sure that Turkey's not going to stab them in the final year for like 3 or 4 centers.
Yeah.
As everything basically hits a standstill.
and we get the Germans getting pushed up into Sweden. Goffey loses Norway, keeps Edinburgh, gets Berlin. Doesn't get Tunis, actually, so gives up Rome, not getting anything in return, bouncing Ionian instead. No, is it the end of this year or the end of next year that the
End
game
of
ends?
next
End of
year.
next year.
Yeah, next year. Then never mind. Ignore what I said. Goffey moves to guarantee Tunis and grabs Edinburgh, pushes up to Barents to try and get better position to take Norway. I think with the losing of Norway here, St. Petersburg is not going to fall to the French. And there's just a move to reinforce the middle from the AT.
Yeah, I think it's
Munich
this
is
a
back on
good
the
game
menu.
center. It's
Munich-
yeah,
Like Munich is just guaranteed for.
but
France
I
now.
don't think there's a solo here, which I think is like what is necessary to sort of catch Marcus at this point.
It's Tunis is guaranteed. Munich is guaranteed.
You can take a
If-
guess at Naples and Rome.
That's true. Yeah, you could get a second one down
You
there. So
bounce
that's
you
16.
bounce Ionian in spring, and then in fall you go for the guess. And if that's potentially for 18, that would be quite funny.
Yeah, it's
I don't see it though. I don't see how you
Munich,
can take
Norway,
Norway,
Sweden.
Sweden.
Yeah, I think
Tunis.
Scandinavia is your issue. I don't think you can get all of Scandinavia in a year.
So Munich is 14, Norway is 15, Tunis is 16, Naples or Rome is 17. Can you get Sweden? I don't. Maybe.
yeah, you could
I think-
if you support Kiel up to Denmark, or no?
Yeah, no, but then how do
Convoy
you?
across.
How do you take Munich?
Convoy across Edinburgh to Denmark.
So you go for Norway in 4.
Convoy Edinburgh to Denmark, and maybe put Baltic to Bothnia to force St. Petersburg for defense as well. Something like that, maybe.
Don't you need Baltic to potentially support whole Berlin?
Potentially.
No, because I mean,
You-
maybe.
I mean, I think that you just have to go all out to take, right? And if you end up losing Berlin, so what, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
All right. Let's see. Yeah, Goffey's not going for the solo. It seems like this is just processional to get Goffey to a certain center count. As Sweden is taken, meaning Batman, your game is done. Most likely. Well played.
It's
So
very
Sweden
weird.
is 14. Potentially Bothnia taps St. Petersburg to take Norway. That's 15. Munich is 16. A guess on Rome, Naples is 17. And a
There
solo
is a solo
is 18.
right there.
If Bothnia taps St. Petersburg, there is a solo.
Yeah, it comes down to a 50-50 at that point on whether there's a solo or not.
I
Which-
really, really, really hope. I wish we could like open one move just so we could see Bothnia's move, and then we see the rest of the board, because that would be that's what we need to see. Because Norway supported it. Oh, is there a solo? No. Oh,
But there was
That's-
one potentially
there
there.
was one.
That was a
potentially
50-50
there.
guess away that he didn't go for.
Goffey, what are you doing? Oh, why? Oh,
He
That
says
is
he's
quite
an alliance
upsetting.
player. So there
that
you
is
go. There
quite
you have it.
upsetting. Goffey. Oh, okay. Well played by Goffey. I mean, amazing score. But maybe in round 3 he might not be an alliance player.
Maybe.
It's yeah, that's especially as assuming that these you play with a central clock in Australia, right?
Yeah, we play a central clock.
Yeah, so the other solo would have already happened then.
Yes,
It
yes.
happened at the end of 08, so
Yeah.
it would have been known that you needed a solo. So that's incredible restraint from Goffey, knowing that he was getting Norway to not try that 50-50 for a solo. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
Very well
Goffey,
played.
why? Oh. Well played. Well played.
I'll bring Mita back on stream, not to see
Hello.
back solos, but almost.
See,
All
this
right.
is what happens when I'm not in Australia at tournaments. You guys let solos happen and all of this wacky wild stuff. Like, come on, guys. We're meant to be better than this.
Just to check, you're complaining both about solos occurring and solos not occurring?
Yes.
Yes.
That's about right. All right. We are going to go back to looking at some games a bit more quickly. So next up for the rest of this round, we will see game 2B.
Keep our eye on Rob Hillier and Dominic Stevens, who both got lone board tops in the first round.
Agoffi has not let everyone forget about Dominic, so that will be very familiar.
Yes, I would not be surprised to see all hands on deck kill Dominic.
All right. So England is Robert Hillier. France is Stefan Kumar. Germany is Dominic Stevens. Italy is Daryl Cox. Austria is Troy Adderley. Russia is Arden Goff. And Turkey is Max North.
Did Stefan Kumar double board this round? Seems like it.
Seems like it, yes. So shout out Stefan. Very grateful for the people who are willing to do that. All right. So 1901.
Yeah, all hands on deck, it seems. Tyrolia to Munich. Looks like there's EF cooperation.
Classic Austria takes Munich in 1901 and still only gets 2 builds because Italy's got Greece. So, okay, cool. Moving on from here, we see free build France. We see looks like an EF in the West.
It is an EFRA in the West.
So he's saying in chat that Stefan couldn't play on Sunday, so instead he just double boarded this one so that he could still have 3 rounds. That's cool.
That's pretty valid. And
Yeah.
if you get a free build France in 01, I know which of the 2 games I'd be primarily focusing on.
And considering how awful his other game was and the way people were killing him in that one.
I think looking at this French position, we might be seeing part of why.
Yeah, it may well be that he just started focusing only on that one.
So a little bit of Australian tournament history. Dominic Stevens had a 16 cent to England at APAC last year in Melbourne, and then the round following, he got absolutely hammered by the entire board, and it seems like Dominic is having the exact same treatment all over again. So,
for the crime of stabbing Goffy.
Yeah. Oh, and I didn't even see a Turkish Budapest, but that's fun.
Yeah, moves there and then disbands it.
As you do.
All right, so.
And
good
game, Dominic.
No, he's still alive in Berlin.
He's still alive in Berlin.
He's recaptured it from Austria in 03, as you do.
This is another really good game by Rob Hillier as well. It looks as well. So
yeah.
So maybe a little bit of
being in Baltic by 03 as England is excellent.
I do feel for all these, like if Rob gets another solo board top here, I do feel quite bad for people having some of their better tournaments and then it doesn't matter in the end because someone's soloed. So got to feel for him a little bit, but we'll see how this goes.
Well, indeed.
Well, it's an AG, guys. Watch out for the AG. It's coming for the EF.
Dominic's found his ally.
Genuinely though, what is the alliance structure in the East?
Well, it looks like a juggernaut.
It's a juggernaut. I've said there's been like 5 juggernauts this tournament, and every time I haven't actually ended up seeing a juggernaut. But maybe this is the time there will be one.
Maybe this is the moment of truth for the real juggernaut.
And it's nice because Italy now has to cover Naples and Tyrrhenian Sea with only 1 fleet to do it.
And Tunis, potentially.
Yeah.
And they choose Tunis.
Dominic dies despite Austria trying to give Munich up. So
And as a punishment for their crime of working with Dominic, Russia takes Budapest.
And Italy takes Trieste. Yeah.
Italy takes Trieste.
I think we're seeing why Austria invading Germany at the start of a game tends not to go well.
yeah,
for
and I'm
them.
also seeing exactly why the other board probably didn't feel too bad for killing Stefan so quickly.
And I saw that's something that was said in the chat, that Max North is 12 years old. So that's really cool. I'm glad you were able to come to this tournament and that you with all these other people are just holding your own. And as we can see, clearly know how to play as well.
Yeah, very cool.
At this point, I'm just waiting for Rob's stab on Stefan, but it looks like potentially they're going to play nice as Stefan goes up +2, whilst Rob goes up +1, meaning they're both at 9-9, and St. Petersburg is looking quite tasty.
It's 9-8. Stefan lost Berlin, so
lost Berlin. Okay, yeah.
Also, possibly the least convincing sympathy I've seen.
But yes, the crime of working with Dominic has ended up also killing Austria, as it looks like Austria is going to die. Yep. So this is what happens. This is what happens when you work with someone that Goffey is marked for death. Yes, you die as well.
And also, it looks like the Juggernaut have started fighting, which
no,
they're already quite a long way behind the EF. That is a bold decision.
I like the fact that England built Fleet Eddie previously and now has moved Wales to London. That's showing France, hey, I'm on your side, I'm not stabbing you. They gave France Holland just now. So England is being quite nice to their ally.
I mean, they do still have Holland in pocket whenever they want it, right?
They do, but it's smart to play it like this.
Yeah.
But I'm your friend, France. I promise. England getting those natural English shots at Warsaw and Moscow?
I think based off of how this game has gone, I think Rob has backed that the East's complete incompetence on making an alliance stick made him realize that he could probably get away with helping his ally while still getting a lone board top here.
Yeah, and I mean, in a worst case scenario, you just stab for like Holland, Belgium at the end of the game.
Yeah. So again, I will feel incredibly bad for Rob, as it looks like he's probably on track for like a 12 or 13 center board top, just to then hear, hey guys, Marcus soloed in the round, and then him and Goffey are just standing there frustrated at everyone that was on Marcus's board. I mean, Ukraine supporting Moscow to Sev. If I'm Rob, I'm fuming that this is not giving me a real shot at winning this tournament.
I will say,
get rum instead.
Look at this EF position. Vienna,
the English are in this very
Romania.
natural cross spot of Galicia.
Yeah, they take Holland to make sure that it's going to be Rob that gets the board top. Like, Rob was always going to get the solo board top here, but he could still be friends with Stefan. And then they call game.
Yeah.
But if I'm Rob or if I'm Goffey, I'm fuming at everyone that has made my life 10 times more difficult going into this final round to win this tournament.
For Brandon as well, right?
And for Brandon, who's already got 260 and a 270 score.
Wait, we have to care about Brandon. Nobody told me that bit.
Well, well played game by Robert and Stefan.
Definitely.
EF stuck together. The East did not stick together, and EF rolled the board as a result. So
shout out Max for coming on top in the East.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 of the total 34 centers that do not belong to EF.
There is 6 centers for Turkey and 3 for Italy, so it's 9.
13 plus 12 is definitely 25.
Look, I just wanted to test your math skills, you know.
Okay. Well, also Russia going 6-0 in 2
Listen,
years.
It's
That's a
just
brutal couple of
Greece.
years for
Greece
Ireland.
is where WDC Athens is, so obviously I had to count it twice.
Of course. All right. Well, we will now move on to the final game of this round. Board 2D in Austria, we have Claire Bradbury. In England, Stella Walter. France, Alan Thompson. Germany, Jonathan Sun. Italy, Kieran Gill. Russia, Nicholas Lawton. And Turkey, Joshua the Beast Crowther.
This looks like a very, very fun board. I will be very angry at Claire if she hurts either Kieran or the Beast. So Claire, you can only.
I'll be very
fight
happy if
Austria.
she does either of those things.
I love this Italian opening. This is an Italian opening that I wrote an article about in Diplomacy Briefing, and you follow it up with a convoy to Tunis over Turanian. So shout out Kieran for doing that. But you didn't follow up, so I retract my shout out and hate it.
What's the advantage of it very shortly?
The advantage is that if you convoy over Turanian, then it's the only way that you can move to Lyon in spring of 02 and get like another unit right up to Marseille. Which
You will fleet Naples?
Yeah.
It is looking like this might not be a very fun game for Jonathan, as a convoy to Sweden combined with obvious EF cooperation might not make the funnest game for him.
Shout out to presumably Stella for managing to wrangle that northern opening into something that works. 9 times out of 10, when there's a northern opening, it means you have to support yourself to Norway. So shout out for getting a different world available to you.
It's either that or maybe Jonathan's negotiations just weren't the best, and it was quite obvious.
Instead of shouting out Stella, we'll just blame the other person. That's the sort of constructive, positive atmosphere that Darcy Morris brings to DPN. Anything you did that went well, it wasn't you; it was the other person they messed up.
That's why he always gives people tournament wins.
Exactly.
I will say I quite often open north and then don't go to Norway. Is it common to go to Norway if you do open north? I think Finland is generally stronger.
But the thing is that as England, you have to support yourself to Norway because you have to assume that Russia's going to Norway unless you've done some strong diplomatic work to convince them otherwise. Because if they do go to Norway and you don't support yourself there, that's very bad for your position as England.
They just generally don't go.
We do sometimes.
Depends whether you think they're going to use the 2 units.
The EF continues to roll, and there's another AT. Woohoo!
Like I said, AT, new Western triple for Australia.
Hey, actually, to be fair, I said Claire couldn't fight Italy or Turkey, and so far Claire has kept her word.
Yeah, and I'm sure this Italy going west will do as well as all the other Italys that have gone west when there's an AT.
Rome was arranged, apparently.
Why Army Trieste? That looks suspiciously like it's going to go to Venice, Claire.
No.
Smyrna is completely friendly as well. Like, there is not an issue here.
No, I just want to see the AIT. Don't do it, Beast and Claire. Yes, Kieran. Yes, the defense of Venice, but Naples is lost.
Shout out for blowing up Lyon, which is presumably what you were trying to do. Although, yeah, hold it rather than self-bouncing Turanian.
It helps that Western is the one taking it.
What, sorry?
It helps that Western is the one taking Lyon.
But still, go to Turanian Sea.
Yeah, from Tunis.
A lot of holding in the west.
Good.
A lot of holding.
The bounce in Venice was also arranged.
The late breaking Western triple.
Or the Western, yeah. So the west is just chilling, whilst the east is AT going om nom nom.
Yep.
Italy's regained Rome, so that's
and
lost Naples.
Lost Naples.
Who is supporting Ionian to Naples?
Claire in Rome.
Okay, that makes sense. All right.
Then she lost Rome.
Mm-hmm.
Finally, some movement in the north as well, so that Germany is not the natural winner from a Western triple. Who knew?
That's so crazy. I thought Germany
This is
always
actually
won Western
this is actually a
triple.
very, very nice English position.
Very solid.
And getting Sweden to move to Baltic is another nice thing.
We decided we couldn't let Naples be the same every year, so we've had Austria. Now we've had Turkey. Who will have next? Yeah, France. Go on then.
A very well timed center taking by France as well, considering Munich just slithered into Burgundy.
Yeah, Germany not having a disband either, as they've managed to gain Warsaw with Austrian help.
Yeah, and they're keeping Italy on track, because they could have also just taken Tunis, but it's more important to fly the AT here.
Yeah.
Oh, England taking advantage. Well, maybe trying to take advantage and dropping into the channel, as the Germans also drop into Gascony to create some problems for the French. I think that is actually a guaranteed walk into Brest, given where Paris went. Unless
Yes.
Germany bounces it, of course, which is possible.
Yeah, they could bounce each other out, which would be great for Alan.
And Claire making the alliance move by doing Galicia to Ukraine instead of Romania to Ukraine. But still a good year for Claire, as Munich and Rome taken.
She gets to keep Rome this time, as Tunis falls to the French. The unit in English Channel just holds, doesn't take Brest, but the French do unfortunately guess wrong, so the Germans pick up Paris. So as the English pick up Kiel, so we've taken a unit off of France and given it to England.
And Claire goes up 3, right? Warsaw, Munich,
Yep.
Rome.
And
Yes.
no disband for Alan either, because Alan got Tunis. Good game, Kieran. That's a drop round. You'll still be back for a good round 3, I believe.
Holland falls.
Oh,
Spain's
and
not allowed back up into Gascony.
what has to be a stab by Stella on Nicholas for St. Pete, little cheeky 1 dot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Might as well.
And she's taking Holland and Brest now.
And Brest,
Makes sense.
yes.
Really strong.
Wonderful turn for Stella. I don't know who's going to
Yeah.
board top this out of Claire or Stella. Both, I will add, are ANU people. Both came through from the ANU Diplomacy Society. So
And the nice thing is, based on what you said earlier, we know that whichever one tops, it's only because the other one was screwed up.
yeah, obviously, like that's the only thing. That's the only way anyone ever does well in diplomacy. Duh.
Yeah.
And they
Fine.
draw. Yeah.
That's
Fair.
a nice ending.
Fair enough.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think I'd take this draw if I'm England. But I think this is a
Do you take it as Austria? You probably do.
Do you take
Yeah.
this as Austria? Yeah.
I don't know what centre England could take in a year, though. Like,
In 2 years, they can take Sweden. They can take potentially Munich. They could potentially.
So I think
take
like
Paris.
Sweden, Paris is doable. yeah.
Paris.
but
Paris,
St. Petersburg
Sweden,
is really hanging in the breeze if it stays on, right?
I
London
think-
to Norway. You're doing London to Norway here, and then Eddie to Norwegian or something.
If you're planning to
I think
keep on
Eddie to
playing, you're also
Norwegian
doing.
to Belgium.
I think if you keep on playing, you also do different builds. For example, Fleet Liverpool that could also start coming down.
I don't mind Army Liverpool here.
We
Considering-
learned as well, Brest was agreed to stop Paris going to Brest.
And then Stella went and talked to Jonathan and was like, "Can you just hold in Paris?" And then France goes down another one.
Indeed. Well, either way, well played, Claire. Well played, Stella. Nice board top shared for the two of them. And we look at our standings now with Marcus Lone, 650 points, which means that his solo was 500 and 150 for a
He got a
middling second straw.
A 7 center Austria, which was behind Claire and Nancy, who both got 8 in the first round.
Honestly, this
important
is not
part
as
is-
big of a difference as I thought it would be. Like, people really do have a chance, especially
well,
now
well,
that
no,
we're
remember-
not targeted, probably.
Because of
Remember,
the drop
there's a
round.
drop round.
Oh, it is.
yeah.
Okay.
So Brandon would
Yeah,
have to
that's kinda
replace
hard.
what, a 150 to improve his score?
Brandon's is like a 280 and a
Yeah.
270 or
Two-
something.
So Brandon would have to
it's a
replace a 270 to
260
improve his
260
score.
and 270. 260 and 270 is Brandon.
Yeah,
Alright, That's
none of
hard.
them can pass Marcus without soloing. That's the important part. They
Yeah.
all need to solo if they're going to overtake Marcus. But
Anyone
if
in this
they
top
do,
10, anyone in this top 10, if they solo, they win.
Including
they can
Marcus,
all
because then he would
overtake
have
Marcus. That is true.
The drop
but
round
yeah,
is a 100% drop, like it doesn't count at all, or does it count 50%?
Doesn't count at all.
100% drop.
Alright.
full drop round. Yeah. So
Okay.
a solo for any of them definitely gets them above Marcus. At least anyone in the top 6.
Unless Marcus
less
upgrades
clear
his.
for them.
Yeah, unless Marcus upgrades his first score.
Yes, which is also quite possible.
Nice.
Either way, we are going to move on to round 3 now, and we are going to carry on doing a couple of fast games because we're going to get the fast games out of the way first in this round, and then finish up with some.
Did Brandon
in-depth one.
refuse to interview Marcus?
That's a good point. We actually do have an interview. Thank you.
And
for
I'd also like to
reminding me.
shout out that the 2 interviewers are both tied second in the tournament.
As I say, they could have been tied first if it wasn't for that solo, right?
Yes, true.
All right.
Hey, Michaelis, hope you're doing a good job. I am with Man of the Hour, Marcus Lone. You had a pretty good round too.
Yeah, not bad. I've never soloed before. It's a pretty good feeling.
What, and
to
even
get
in
soloed.
like a social game or anything?
I've soloed against bots, I feel like, online.
That doesn't count.
That doesn't really count. I don't think I've ever soloed.
That's wicked. Yeah, cool. Did you feel the pressure?
It was actually guaranteed on the last 10,
Yeah.
which I didn't expect it was gonna be.
Yeah.
But they kind of stuffed up the spring moves.
Yeah.
And they just left me with
So,
throwing.
so it wasn't that you had an ally who was helping you in throwing, it was just they got the tactics wrong?
No, I did have an ally
Yeah,
for
okay.
most of the game.
Yeah, okay. So you were France?
I was France. I was in an FG.
Yeah.
We took apart England very quickly.
Yeah.
And Germany went straight after Russia.
Yeah.
At the meantime, Turkey was getting quite big.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of thinking Russia needs a little bit of relief here to be able to fight Turkey. So I decided I'm going to stab Germany this time.
Yeah.
It's quite a tough decision, really.
Yeah.
But anyway, he left me open a 4-dot stab, so I took that. And then from there, I just rolled, and it sort of all happened.
Forced them to make the tactics right under pressure, and if they miss, then
I think there were a few guesses throughout along the way
Yeah,
around Tyrolia and sort of the fleets up north.
yeah.
And I just got lucky with the guesses, and that enabled me to.
With a year left as well.
Yeah,
Because we didn't know at the
yeah,
time. We didn't know at the time, but the games ended up drawing end of 1909. But you got it in 1908.
I think if I hadn't got it then,
Yeah.
I don't think I could have got it.
Because
I'm not sure
they
that's
would
right.
have
I haven't looked
rearranged
that
and got back.
carefully, but I think
Yeah.
they could have rearranged.
Yeah. Okay.
And got back Munich or something. Maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah. Possible. Congratulations.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Solo victory, first one.
Now
leading the
it's-
tournament.
Now I got to go on and get it done tomorrow.
Because I mean,
I've never won a tournament either, so this could be a.
you've won tournaments.
Nah.
Oh, okay. Really?
Well, I came first in the Hung Parliament
Oh,
handicap.
but because of the handicap. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Because of Jamal's system.
He still
silly
has
system.
Marcus still low-key has resentment
I
about
do.
that.
I do. Yeah.
You just need to make sure that nobody else solos tomorrow.
That's right. So I'll be doing my best to stop Sean Coleman from solving.
A good one. Cool. Cheers, guys.
Thanks.
The pain in Marcus's eyes when he was recounting the Hung Parliament handicap 2024 result.
This is
Very
fun because
fun.
these are both players I've played with online, I've talked to, but I've never seen them. That's really nice.
Marcus is a great guy. I love Marcus. Well, it looks like
Awesome.
Brandon's not going to be soloing, or Stella's going to be soloing because they're on the boards that we're not going to be focusing on.
It's a potential spoiler, but yes, we are going to do this one a little bit faster.
I haven't seen the boards.
Maybe
so I'm
Darcy, I was just
guessing.
listening to you earlier saying we talked too much about Brandon, and Brandon's did a solo, but all 4 of these games could solo.
Yeah, no, that would be very
boring one.
funny. You put the solo in the quick game, so then we've got all this tension going into the long form games. That's how I would host personally.
I will note that down for the future.
Yeah. In
All
2
right.
years' time, when I'm finally host, I will put all the solos in the quick summary.
Will you finally play less then as well?
Well, in Austria, we have Kieran Dill. In England, we have Kai. In France, we have Soam Shind. In Germany, we have Gordon Clarkson. In Italy, we have that man just chilling, Brandon Austin. In Russia, we have Stella Walter. And in Turkey, we have Alex Batten. Let's have a look at this one. So a fairly standard start, I think.
Except
Germany
German
actually
Tyrol.
getting into Tyrolia.
Germany going to Tyrolia and being like, this was a mistake, and immediately leaving.
Yeah.
I'd say that this is a bit of a strange English start.
English misorder as well is painful.
That's an unfortunate misorder.
I don't think Stella's too upset about it though.
Also, this is probably not quite so standard as a way of defending Trieste.
Well, it's probably because Tyrolia was there and Kieran didn't trust Brandon and everything.
Yeah,
I think I'd still rather risk Vienna.
Romania being a fleet, will we see a red here?
Potentially,
Maybe.
it's a good start for an AT at least.
guys, we have a Turkey attacking an Austria. It's potentially not going to be an AT. This is very exciting.
Nah, this is all part of the AT plan.
We will now see a converted
Trust,
Tunis.
believe.
Well, it's sort of an AI, except Italy's also taking Trieste. So,
Is it a weird IT?
well, Italy
No,
supported Austria
not
into
with-
Greece.
Yeah, not with
Right.
Ionians supporting Albania to Greece.
I didn't see that one.
This is a
I think
Trieste
what this is
Um,
a nothing.
loan. This is a
And,
Trieste loan.
France going, I feel like being in North Sea. You don't mind, do you, England?
Galicia seems to be arranged because Warsaw could have just supported Ukraine there.
That's always
Wow.
nice in 1902 for France to be invited to Piedmont, Lyon, and North Sea.
Oh, good.
What a great France game.
Western triple. Wahoo. Yeah, it's a Western triple.
Sweden at the cost of Norway, but they probably get it back. Bouncing Western Med, pushing up to
It's-
Tyrolia.
This-
Yeah.
The French aren't exactly attacking Italy, so I don't know if it's really a Western triple.
Well, it's okay. Well, we can call it an EGF then, and
An EGIF. It's a Western quadruple.
Well, Italy's
Western
working with
quad.
Turkey now, right?
yes, probably.
So they're both attacking Austria. I'm not sure that means they're working together.
Sometimes you just want to kill the same person. No, that's actual cooperation.
That is,
Guys,
that's
Aha,
See,
called it.
wonderful.
See, I would like to point out that poor Kieran, after having a good first round, has proceeded to be mercilessly killed almost instantly by everyone else. And I would also like to point out that Brandon and Alex are both Canberra players as well as Kieran. So they
Darcy.
saw poor old Kieran and decided, you know what? We kill Kieran a lot. I'm going to kill Kieran again.
But
And
Darcy,
I
this is
Don't
fine.
like that.
This is
No.
fine because it's prevented another AT. We've seen too many ATs. I wanted to see something different.
I have Kieran's solidarity. I am upset at the Canberra crew for killing Kieran.
This is a way to play with Turkey. Hopefully those fleets are going west.
But what about that big hole there? That's
Just
that's
go
definitely
to
something
Venice
do.
with one unit. You'll be fine. You don't need an
Mm.
army in Rome.
I'm seeing in the chat that Kieran was the only one to lie, and that was the reason they all.
There you go.
See,
They'll find
but
any
when,
excuse.
no, Kieran's absolved of all crimes. He doesn't count.
Hey,
he lies.
the French were a bit tired of going to North Sea, so the Germans went, "Hey, don't worry, we'll cover it for you. We'll go to North Sea."
That's
Yeah,
important. It's
that'd
an
be
important part in
interesting.
any Western alliance that involves England that they're never in North Sea.
They didn't disband it this time, at least.
Seems like a stab on France. Yep.
Yeah.
But now we see ER as well. That's not great for Germany.
It's an IRT.
It's an EIRT.
Yeah. We see an unfortunately unsuccessful attempt to convoy Bulgaria straight into Spain.
That is great. That is beautiful.
Fun. It would have been more fun if it had worked, but alas, you can't have everything.
Can't have everything.
Finally, England is back in the North Sea. They've decided they've had enough of all these other countries being in it.
And they've pushed up to Norway and Barents. Oh, we've got a little med war on our hands. How exciting.
Yeah. To Italy realizing maybe they actually need to move some fleets around to a position they can support an attack. Bold. England going and locking down St. Petersburg. Italy is pushing quite successfully against France, who after
now we've got North Sea English. We've gone. What if we have other countries visit Ionian now?
Yeah, and actually we don't have North Sea English because we don't need that anymore. North Sea is now empty.
This is a great Turkish position. I see like 5 dots that Alex could make a grab for.
I only see
not all in one turn.
Oh, okay.
5 dots.
That's
but 5 dots that would be easily grabbed with like no effort.
Yeah, I see him too.
Was Marseille one of those 5?
Yeah, no, I don't think it was, you know.
Why not, Darcy? Why do you not believe in Marseille?
The multi-power combo is attempting, but nothing happening. Does go to 07.
Push down into Livonia.
Yeah, do we know what the end date is? What's the end date for this one?
I have not been told. So
I feel like the Italians like play seriously in spring and then just like do a convoy in fall. That seems to be Brandon's move so far. No convoy. How could you do this to me, Brandon?
Is Alex just trying to collect as many potential dot stabs he can?
Just trying to stab for as much as possible at the end of the game.
How many has he got? He's got what? Vienna, Budapest, Romania, Sev, Naples.
Food,
he's got a 5 dot stab.
Food, rum,
I think it's really unambitious for him to have not moved to the 6th unit somewhere where it could take a center. Like,
yeah, move to Adriatic. Move to Adriatic just to say you're backing up. The Adriatic Sea was lonely, so
move to Apulia, obviously.
No, you convince Italy that you need to be in Tyrrhenian Sea. They move up to Tuscany.
And then Brandon's like, you know what? We've given you enough years to make the stab. I'm not gonna do it anymore. You're gonna
this may be a clue which end year it is. Well,
they
after all of that,
Sev
does get 2. Which
somehow,
is
after not doing anything with these 5 dot stabs for like 3 years, Alex still gets to win the game. You know what? Deserved. A deserved win.
Go.
Is this the end of the game?
This is, yes.
Yeah, okay. 08 is the end date. Okay.
Strange game.
There you go.
I mean,
so,
he got the lone board top, so obviously he played the game completely 100% correctly.
I'm so disappointed there was no solo.
Yeah, this may be why this game was skipped over. I know it came very close to being a solo. Like, we saw a potential 5 dot stab. Admittedly, it was to go from 6 to 11 rather than 11 to 16 this time, but 5 dot stab's 5 dot stab.
Yeah.
I do have a question. Do we know the theme of the board names yet? I've been looking at the titles, but I haven't figured it out yet.
I haven't even been trying.
It's Zoe, so I'm not gonna even attempt to understand.
I'm gonna assume it's something theatre related.
I'm gonna do song titles, just to be a little bit different and a little bit quirky.
No, because the first board we saw was like not the name of I can't. It was like Waratahs something, and that's like a rugby team in Australia, and it sounded
not
very
again
much
with
like
the rugby.
Maybe the rugby team has a theme song, Darcy.
Yeah,
it's put on the show all over again.
All right.
Listen, I'll make guesses confidently and be wrong. None of the rest of you have even made an attempt.
Hey, I said I was guessing it was
That's
theatre
true.
related.
That's true. McCarlis made an attempt. I apologize to specifically him and no one else.
Thank
McCall
you, as
was
you
even
should.
first. You stole it from him. I do appreciate Zoe naming all the boards. That's fun.
All right. We are going to move on. I think for this round, we'll keep all three of you on and just alternate between them. We will move on now to round 3, board 2.
Is this a long form one we're doing now?
It is, although we're probably not going to necessarily go as long form as we did for round 2, unless the game is looking soloable. But there are obviously more positions than just first up for grabs in this, and so lots of people will still be playing for position, DBNI points, etc., etc.
Yes, I will note that Claire is just outside the top 28 for DBNI and is currently 5th in the tournament. Getting top 4 will give, if 4th would give like 23.5 points, which is probably enough to push her into the top 28. So Claire is 100 million% super invested in this. Probably not for the tournament win, but to get the points necessary to push herself in.
All right. Well, board 3B, Island Fantasy. We have in Austria, Nicholas Lawton. In England, Marcus Loan, that man leading the tournament. France, Casey McAllister. Germany, Max North. Italy is Claire Bradbury. Russia is Duke Connor. And Turkey is Dominic Stevens, who, after being jumped on by everyone in round 1, will be delighted to have drawn Turkey, a country that never gets jumped on by anyone.
AT
Everyone
is
wants to
the
be
meta,
friends.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Account to the
today,
West-
that's been true.
Account to the Western Triple.
And Claire also loves ATs, so surely Claire is rooting for an AT here, even though she's Italy.
Yeah, we'll get the fabled AIT that actually works. All right, spring 1901. Micah, take us away.
We see fairly standard openings everywhere. Yeah, there's a DMZ in Galicia. That's about it. Other than that, not much happening. We do see friends to Burgundy and Gascony. That's strange. It's interesting. You do sometimes see the other way around with Marseille to Burgundy, Paris to Gascony. I haven't seen this one yet, I don't think. I'm not sure what the goal of it is. Has either of you seen it?
I mean, it gives you the influence on all three. It's usually not seen as good as doing it the other way around, like you said, Marseille to Burgundy, Paris Gascony, just because if Germany opens to Burgundy and Italy opens to Piedmont or England to Channel, you actually have a horrible position.
Well, even if you just have Germany opening to Burgundy, Paris is now a useless unit.
Yeah, it's basically a suboptimal way of doing the same effect.
Yeah.
So I guess France did something right because while the moves may not have been the strongest in this situation, it did work. So
yeah. They got Germany to not bounce Burgundy, which was the important thing.
A lot of the time you'll see it as a move where someone's remembered that that's quite a good opening, but hasn't quite remembered how to do it and gone, oh yeah, I should go Burgundy and Gascony, because I see that happens quite a lot and it leads to good France games.
That makes sense. I also like Dominic going to Syria.
Good old classic walk into Munich. So +3 at the cost of the Germans, as the English get Belgium and Norway, so the English can pick who they want to be friends with, presumably. We do have an AT over here with the Claire taking Tunis with the fleet, so possibly she's trying to pitch an IT, but we at least have the AT cooperation against the Russians as they do pick up Sweden, as Denmark desperately tries to bounce Armenia, but it doesn't quite work.
All right. Winter 1901, we see England building Edinburgh Fleet and Army London. France, with their 3 builds a fleet in Brest and 2 armies, which is about as neutral as you can get. Austria puts down 2 armies, Italy puts down Fleet Naples, Turkey builds Fleet Caen, and Russia builds an army in Warsaw. Spring 1902. Isaac.
Germany decides that they want Belgium. France can have Munich, that's fine. They wanted to attack England, but possibly on the strength of England being Marcus, that guy who just soloed. And France just positions down towards the Med, or to move up to Irish Sea, depending on how they feel.
Based on the Belgium deciding to blow up instead of retreat, as well as Belgium supporting Paris to Burgundy and no opening to Channel, I think it might be an EF.
It might be. It probably is. But they've decided to blow up Belgium anyway. It's an EF, but Germany's deciding not to defend against France. And in the east, some units move around to Galicia and Bulgaria, to Galicia and Romania, as Claire gets into Ionian and pushes up to Tyrolia to defend/attack.
So this suggests that Claire is not going to do what a lot of Italy's have done when there's been an AT and charge west. Claire is going to try and fight the AT.
Yes,
see whether this strategy is more successful.
This is generally a better strategy.
And it gives France the freedom to go north.
Oh, now rather than Irish. Exciting.
All right, Micah.
Okay. Yeah, we see France moving northwest. I'm sure Claire's very happy about that. England has indeed declared war on Germany. We see Sweden trying to help Germany, but not succeeding. So England gets back Denmark and stays even. Is in a bit of trouble now that France is going against them, since they can't really hold it. But for now, they're okay. They just seem to not really have a friend anymore, and that's going to be hard for the future. We see the AT cooperation still going on. It seems nothing too crazy there. Russia's just defending the best they can, which is not very good just from how the position is. What is Ionian doing? Is that supporting Greece to Aegean?
Ionian's holding. Aegean is supporting Greece to Ionian, and Greece is supporting Aegean.
Okay.
While trying to backfill Greece, which is very interesting because that seems like someone's not done what they're supposed to. Either Turkey's gone to Greece when they're not supposed to, or Austria hasn't left Greece when they're supposed to.
Well, based on Romania getting Sevastopol and Turkey not getting a build at all, Turkey's build is meant to be Greece.
Yeah, I would imagine so.
Then again, Austria is bouncing Russia, so Romania is still no one's territory. That might be why Greece took. I bet it was not according to how they planned it, but I don't think it's a step to the point where AT needs to fall apart now.
Yeah, it's definitely fixable. Anyway, end of 02, you see Fleet London, Army Budapest, nothing else happening. Still a neutral Romania, which is fun. Spring 1903.
No, Romania.
There's still hope.
You get a beautiful convoy up to Clyde. You get a push into Ruhr. France has decided that they don't need friends anymore. They're good unless they want to try and have a junior partner in Germany. AT get the order set right this time, but Claire is still holding Ionian, and Turkey still hasn't got a build, so there still isn't an extra fleet down to be able to deal with that. Russia pushes the Austrians down into Galicia, so we might be seeing a bit of a switch here from Nicholas, as there's also a drop into Skagerrak and Baltic, as the Russians have presumably decided to go after Berlin.
All right, fall 1903. Darcy, I think it's your turn. I think Darcy actually took your turn before.
Yeah. Okay. Casey is, just going all guns blazing on everyone. They take Kiel successfully. They move up into Norwegian Sea and move into English Channel, both unopposed. Meanwhile, Claire, probably extremely frustrated at A and T fails to move anywhere. However, Greece did try and support Ionian to Aegean. However, Claire thought that no, instead, I think Turkey's on side. So they tried to take Greece instead at the same time that Claire tried to make a move on Trieste. In other news, Warsaw gets into Galicia finally, and Moscow tries to support... Ooh, I'm going to guess that's Black Sea. Yes. Tried to support Black Sea into Sevastopol. And Marcus moves back to defend Edinburgh, defends Liverpool correctly, and doesn't make a move on Sweden.
Yeah, it's a smart play from Russia to offer support for Black Sea as a mover, as that just means you don't have to worry about Moscow going forward, so it's a much better unit, if that had actually gone into Sevastopol. Either way, into 1903, we see France building another fleet in Brest, which is what you do when you have no allies and they're just trying to take everything in the north. Germany pulls Helgoland, and Austria builds an army in Budapest. Spring 1904, we go back to Micah.
Well, France can't get the English centers on the homeland, so may as well have a little trip to Norway. That's a fun move. England can't stop it with the position they're in. They could even move further into St. Pete or Sweden. Fun move. We see Turkey now picking a side, which is to attack Austria. Still doesn't work with Italy, though. They just kind of go for it. Maybe something is agreed here. We do see Romania walking out into Galicia. This might have been Austria saying, like, sure, okay, you can have builds. Italy takes Trieste. What is Vienna cut by? Oh, Trieste moved. Okay, so that's why Italy gets into Trieste. That's tough. Good turn for Claire, I think. Not as much of a good turn for Nicholas. I think it's really good for Claire that Turkey has definitively.
Well, I think it's more Dominic is just taking everything, and Claire just so happens to be the benefactor of Trieste at the moment.
Yeah, it's not necessarily not agreed here. Like, Austria still supports Turkey to Ionian, and Turkey does try to move it.
We have to see fall. Yeah, we have to see fall to see if he moves out of Romania or something.
Yeah, it could well have been an agreement to just give Sev and then see what happens elsewhere.
It doesn't seem like a stab to me, especially because Romania moves out. If it is a stab, it's good for Claire. If it's not a stab, I think that's still decent for Claire, just because there's some more balancing in that alliance.
I mean, I think Trieste just falls if it's not a stab.
Yeah,
that's true. I think Trieste falls anyways, but
yep, Trieste falls,
and Romania's moved out of. Yep.
Right.
So they're all still friends. France goes, listen, I could take Norway or Sweden, but what if I just took both instead?
Of course.
As they also grab Belgium at the cost of Burgundy, as they lose Munich, but the Germans walk out of Kiel in order to get Munich. So lose the French dot they're in order to get a different French dot.
Which is crucial for France, because France would have only been building one without that. And with that German army in Burgundy and nothing next to Paris or Marseille, that would have meant letting Germany walk into a home center. And instead,
they can cover both.
Yeah.
This is very much a classic. This is very much a classic massive France tournament. Like every France seems to be absolutely rolling at the moment.
Now, if one put, say, a little tinfoil hat on and said, there's been an 80 in most of these games. An 80 is really bad for Italy. France is doing really well in all of these games. I wonder if these two things could possibly have any sort of link.
Nah, that's crazy.
I would never cast aspersions on overall strategy, but yes, it turns out
crazy.
that maybe, just maybe, what happens on one side of the board affects what happens on the other.
You're being shushed in the comments.
Who's had a worse tournament, Russia or Italy?
I don't know, but I can look it up after this. All right.
3 French builds. German
3
disband,
French
English
builds.
disband.
Fleet Marseille, because France isn't going in enough directions. Clearly, they need to be going in the southern one as well.
Claire is having a horrid time this game.
I don't know
Considering how much she needs to better one of her scores, and she's had to deal with this dysfunctional AT that can't break her, and then now she's got a France building a fleet in Marseille.
I don't know.
I'd be absolutely spewing.
She
Fleet
might have
Marseille.
requested it.
Yeah, Fleet
That's
Marseille
true.
might be there to help.
But
True.
the problem is, if it's there to help, it can't move for a turn.
See,
And
remember
by that
when
time, you'll have
Go-
lost Ionian.
Remember
Yeah,
when
it's too
Goffey
late.
went down into the med to help as France when Italy needed help against an AT? I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure it'll be like that type of help. But we'll see.
We'll see.
Claire saying in the comments she was begging friends to go to the Met, so that probably
Yeah, that
is
makes
agreed.
that makes sense. I would
Okay,
also be
yeah.
begging friends to go to the Med in this position.
Yeah. Okay.
I'd have been begging them for about 3 years at this point.
I'd have been. Yeah. Okay. Let's go on. Whose turn to call is it?
I believe it's you.
Okay. So we have Dominic moving Smyrna to Eastern. Claire begging Dominic to stab for Greece again. Doesn't work again. The AT continues to push up, sort of, as Ukraine vacates to a better defensive position. Good defensive play by Jude here. Meanwhile, we have Bohemia trying to get into Vienna. However, that fails as Tyrolia is tapped by Trieste. So good defensive work from Nicholas there. Meanwhile, in the West, we have Casey going after England again, and taps both North Sea and Denmark. However, English Channel, despite supporting Norway to North Sea, gets tapped by London, meaning that North Sea is held by Marcus. And Belgium and Munich Belgium and Munich sort of trade centers between France and Germany as they continue to fight.
Very
I
good
mean,
defense by England.
You already own Scandinavia. Just get the English dots now.
It's good defense from England. I think France is paying the price for being as overstretched as they are as well. All right. Fall of 05. We'll go back to Micah.
Would not have been fun if England just had started moving towards mid-Atlantic or something. Either way, they did it again. Yes, another good turn for France. Germany really wants France to be in Kiel, it seems. They said, hey, you are in Holland, might as well have a friendly neighbor there. I'll just hang out in Munich, keep me alive. It's definitely interesting. I assume they expect it to be bounced, but right now they're just having the time of their life in Munich, we'll say. Other than that, we see exactly what we would expect in the south. So Ionian has to retreat. Chooses to retreat to Apulia rather than Naples, and AT keeps pushing.
Yeah, it's quite a win for France diplomatically. Not just that Germany has covered Munich against nothing, but also that Berlin, which could move to almost nowhere of relevance, decides that it needs to be in Baltic Sea rather than just moving to Kiel. So that's
Very important.
quite advantageous.
I also quite like the move from Bohemia to Galicia because it's not doing much, but it has a big chance to be piffed and then it can be rebuilt.
Yeah. All right. Well, winter 1905, we see France now opened up a 4-dot lead and Burgundy goes away. So all those units that were tied up being a bit overstretched are freed. Another fleet comes down in Marseille, and that is essentially it. So, spring of 1906, and we go back to Isaac.
So we get a dot of Edinburgh. Sweden finally falls, staying French for quite a bit. The Claire does the other thing you do in an AT, where you say, "Go around me. I promise it'll be okay." I don't know how much I buy that as Italy, but it can work sometimes. So the Turks get into Tyrrhenian as the French get kicked out of Tyrrhenian. Claire very upset that they came too late. The Turks get Berlin, that natural Turkish center, as they... nothing else really moves. France advances position. Sweden falls. Berlin falls. Germany, desperate to go to Kiel. France has gone, no, no, no. You might not walk out this time, so I got to be safe. And AT keep positioning.
AT do keep positioning, but they don't backfill Ionian, so they've definitely cut some sort of deal with Claire, at least for the time being.
Is it my turn? I assume it is.
Yep.
Finally, Kiel falls to the German. However, France takes Munich from behind, so I don't think France is too upset about it. Good tactics from Casey overall mean that Casey does keep Edinburgh. Good job. And Austria is moving back to, I assume, defend against Turkey in the late game. There is a bounce in Ionian. Not sure if that's agreed. And Tyrrhenian Sea holds. Meanwhile, Claire is probably so over this game by this point and is just holding everything to Armenia. And it looks like it is just France slowly making gains. They'll probably get Sweden back at some point, but yes, it looks like the AT rolls forward and France continues to make some good plays and good guesses.
Yeah, it's quite interesting that like France has stayed even for the year, having lost Sweden, gained Edinburgh, lost Kiel, gained Munich, which sounds like, oh, they haven't really increased their advantage. But the crucial part of that is that England is the one who's got a disband. They've lost Edinburgh and not replaced it because Russia is the one who took Sweden. And Russia won't be able to build. They don't get to build anyway to lost Berlin. But even if they would, they have no open home centres. So
the overall builder out of all of the West is actually Turkey.
Yes. Turkey at the expense of England. And of course, the English disband is just good news for France. So another net win for Casey.
Although I'm not sure Casey's going to be able to keep Munich as the AT stands over there.
Turkey also appears to have waived that build. So the net builder from the West is nobody. It's just an English disband.
Yep.
I think last time Vienna moved to Budapest, and now it's moving back. Maybe that has to do with the Turkish Brave. If so, well done, Dominic. We see Italy supporting France back into Tyrrhenian. They preferred the French there. So we see Turkey retreat into Ionian Sea, while Turkey also moves to Aegean. And into Romania. So it seems like Turkey probably wouldn't be too upset about being retreated into Ionian, as they now have some sort of play for Greece if they want to. I'm not sure if they will want to. They did put a fleet in Romania. You don't really want Greece retreating into Bulgaria. But positionally, it wouldn't be too bad, given that Turkey would have two builds, being Greece and Romania, and still has a build in pocket from last turn. They do, however, also support Silesia into Munich, citing that maybe it was some sort of deal after all. France gets into Kiel. Thank you for playing Germany. And we see Sweden taking a trip to Denmark. Not sure why exactly, but it's what happens. So France now also has play on St. Petersburg.
Play on St. Petersburg, play on Sweden, and possibly more English disbands coming. Germany might not die. Like with the amount of times we've seen people walk out of Kiel, could happen again. Sadly, it does not.
Sad, very sad. The French once again keep Edinburgh, but don't lose anything. And once again, on the strength of other people taking English dots, are probably about to benefit. They don't take Sweden or St. Petersburg, try to keep Russia presumably propped up against the AT. Italy decides they're going to come up like Tyrolia area just to join the fun down here, as they've sort of got a secure position, showing that defending against an AT can sometimes be a good idea.
Indeed. All right. Well, winter 1907, we see another English disband. This time, Russia can put the unit down, and Turkey now has 2 in pocket, which they do put down. Army Khan, Fleet Ankara, which are not really the pro-Austrian builds that Nicholas might have been looking for.
Well, what do you mean? Dominic has never done last year's stabs on his allies in this tournament. I don't know.
He wouldn't dream of it. Dominic is an innocent man.
Never.
Especially not in an AT alliance as well. I know he doesn't do it generally, but especially not as part of an AT.
And it turns out he doesn't, because the game has drawn. So that is where the game ends. Casey McAllister, very solid top, basically. Didn't need allies, just went ahead, took down each of their neighbors, and got enough to hold on for the top. Well done.
I mean, when everyone's murdering your neighbors for you, you don't need allies.
But yes, I think that was a well played game. Another example of the FAT dominance of this tournament.
Yep. All right.
That FAT is usually with a capital F, though.
The other key thing to note here is that Marcus Lone definitely did not improve his score. So we know now that quite a lot of people would overtake him with a solo.
And also Claire didn't improve her score, which means that Claire's maximum finish is 5th, which is painfully one spot away from the good DBNI points. So it'll have to come from the Australian Open or virtually for Claire, I think.
She'll just win all the virtual tournaments from now on.
She also might just like the game and be happy with a 5th place.
True. True. Liking the game is beyond my thought process.
Lots of people like the game when you're not in it, though, right?
How many games are still left? Is this the last board, or
there's
two?
Two.
There's only 4 boards in round 3.
2 including this one.
Yes. So board 3C, we see Austria is Darryl Cox, England is Joshua the Beast Crowther, France is Tristan Barrett, Germany is Alan Thompson, Italy is Robert Hillier, one of those who can definitely take the lead in the tournament if he gets a solo. Russia is Lin Chia, and Turkey is James Denholm, one of those who definitely knows what it's like to be soloed on.
Yeah, all the people with the lowest place, I keep on forgetting they could just be part of that poor solo board. I feel a bit bad. So, okay.
All right. And Micah, take us away for Spring of 01.
Yes, let's see. We see a nice northern opening from Russia. I like it, especially combined with the Galicia DMZ, so that's all nice. We see another French opening where they just walk away from everything. We see the classic Turkey opening. Nothing else too exciting, I don't think.
Pretty standard by the looks of it. Isaac, anything less standard in the fall?
The support into Greece and the support into Romania is very interesting. It seems like sort of a weird, sort of airy position, but I don't really know why you would want to do it this way. But it does set up quite nicely, especially with Russia having open north and not getting Sweden. So just put AI a bit in the driver's sheet. Shout out to 3-build Germany. And France with the 2 builds, and holding in Mao, which is something we've been seeing more often in this tournament, which I do quite like. I think it gives you a lot more flexibility than having the fleet stuck in Portugal, but you still have the unit that you can swing back to defend the Burgundy area if you need it.
Yeah, it's a very pro-German move because it means that those armies are as far away from Germany as possible, and you're set up in mid-Atlantic to either jump in on England or jump in on Italy. Given that England's also convoyed to Norway and Germany's got 3 builds, I know which of them I'm looking at, but the Aussies might surprise us.
There's also a defensive argument, right? Because you can get Portugal back to the French mainland immediately if you stay in Mao.
Yeah, it's a pretty solid opening. All right. Winter 1901, we see Fleet Brest, Army Marseille, so that's not overly Western Tripoli. Fleet Edinburgh, which might be. Fleet Berlin and 2 armies, which is very Western Tripoli from Germany. Russia builds a Fleet North Coast with their 1 build, which is fun, bold.
Fleet Berlin and 2 armies is either Western Tripoli or EG, depending on how Germany wants to play it.
This is true. I would suggest that Fleet Edinburgh is less EG.
Yeah.
Italy gets Fleet Naples. Turkey builds Fleet Constantinople because they haven't moved a fleet out. And Army in Trieste from the Austrian. Spring of 02, Darcy.
All right, so we have continued Western Triple moves by almost all involved. I think it's almost to the point where when it looks like a Western Triple, someone in the Western Triple has to look like they're not going to Western Triple, and then they can Western Triple. So that way they can catch everyone off guard with their Western Triple. I don't know how many times I just said Western Triple, but almost definitely not enough times. Anyway, we have the East doing what they should do every time there is a Western Triple, which is kill Turkey as the air continues to push into Bulgaria and bounces Aegean. Meanwhile, we have a bounce in Tyrolia as well, whilst Marseille holds, which is a bit curious. And it looks like up in the north, Russia also does all holds. So maybe misorders there, but
timer panic hold, we've been told.
Okay, yeah. Considering that's, I think I heard that this was Lynn's first tournament as well. Completely understandable. Also, talking to the beast can be scary, so I completely understand the all holds.
All right, full 1902. Back to Micah.
It somewhat seems like a triple, but then things like Marseille not moving to Piedmont don't. France seems to not be fully on board with the triple, or at least securing their position first. Maybe they're saying like, hey, I do want to be part of the triple, but I'm not going to attack Italy. I've seen that a few times, and I don't see any sort of attack.
If you're France and you're part of a Western Triple and you're not attacking Italy, what is your purpose?
There isn't much. You're just waiting and being patient, and you're France, so you can do that. So I think France is quite happy being in this position right now. Italy is taking Tunis finally, so they will have a build. It seems like they get to keep Greece, so that's good. We do see Austria moving down. I'm not sure what purpose that has, because they have 1 build. They could have just built it in Vienna. If I'm Italy, I'm a bit worried. We'll see where it goes. Maybe there's some sort of deal where Austria takes Greece and Greece starts moving towards Smyrna or something like that. And Italy, Turkey is going for the Black Sea. So that's also an interesting move to make here.
Yeah, it could be a play covering Serbia now to attack Romania as well. Like, definitely an option for Austria.
Just a little tactical thing based on this air that you're facing. I would have done Ankara to Black Sea with support from Khan. So you could still do things with the fleet around Aegean, because right now you've got nothing on Aegean.
Yeah. All right. Winter 1902. England builds Army London, which is what you'd expect in a Western Triple. Also, what you'd expect if they're about to stab Germany. And Austria builds Army in Vienna. 1903 spring. Isaac, take us away.
No stabs yet. France decides to come into the Med. They finally moved that unit in Marseille to Piedmont. They moved Paris up to Picardy to potentially set up a Belgian bounce. England grabs Finland to guarantee St. Petersburg. As the Germans push into Warsaw, as they start having some problems in the center, as the Austrians come up, Albania drops into Ionian, which doesn't seem great. Might be agreed looking at this set of units, but still doesn't seem great. Romania jumps up to Ukraine, so a lot of trust there as Ankara pushes towards Armenia because it can.
Yeah. Tristan in chat shouting out the accessibility of the tournament, and yeah, amazing that everyone was so accommodating, and glad that you could have a good time at the tournament, Tristan. Hope to see you continuing. All right, Fall of 03 and back to Darcy.
I will look at the north. Yes, I was like, I couldn't see the board. The Beast takes St. Petersburg, plays nice with Germany, and looks to continue at least the EG, whilst Tristan takes Belgium, potentially by agreement, probably by agreement, considering the rest of these moves, so that they can build another fleet, most likely. Tristan moves Piedmont down to Tuscany, Lyon to Tyrrhenian Sea, Gascony down to Spain, potentially for a convoy, and it looks very good for the Western Triple at the moment. In the east, we have Turkey manages to stay alive on 3 to continue to be a very big nuisance to the AI as they take Sevastopol, but lose Smyrna to Rob Hillier, who would be very grateful for a build right about now. Austria, in the meantime, takes Romania from Bulgaria, so very risky, because if Con could have just gone to Bulgaria. And it looks like everyone has just decided, sorry, Lynn, this is your first tournament, but it's the 3rd round, and we all want best countries or top 10 or top 15 or top 5. So it looks like you're going to have to be cut loose. Meanwhile, we have the AI also forces Tyrolia, meaning that the fact that Germany isn't building makes Munich completely lost, which is perhaps not the best thinking by the Western Triple, but it is what it is.
Yeah, I think from Lynn's perspective, like everyone's been in this position where you get beaten up as Russia after a bad start. What I would say is, if you only have one build as Russia, don't build a fleet. Like when Russia only has 2 armies, they're just so vulnerable back home to exactly this happening, of everyone just coming in and going, I'll just have all of that. And unfortunately, that's what happened in this case. All right. Winter 1903, you see a fleet in London, fleet in Marseille, army in Budapest, and a fleet in Rome as Bothnia comes off the board. And we will move straight on to Micah.
Cheeky fleet there in London, and we see it moving down. So will it just take Brest? I mean, the EG is on. France is out of position to defend. Everything seems to be very open. So very good turn for the EG.
I mean, France is out of position to defend, but so is Germany.
Germany can defend Berlin and Kiel as long as the EG, and Holland as long as the EG stays strong.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And they're getting Belgium and Moscow
and Paris,
this year, right?
And
so,
Paris,
yeah. And Paris, because Belgium chose to retreat to rather than Picardy. if
Yep.
EG trust each other, this will be a fine turn for Germany. It's a good turn for England also, I'd say.
Wonderful turn for England, considering how strung out Germany is.
Yeah, the only thing I'm looking at is Barents Sea is moving back, which means St. Pete is a little more vulnerable, as Norway can only support either Sweden or St. Pete. With how the board state is now, that's not a problem. It could be a problem later on. But for now, it's great. We see Austria walking out of Romania with Russia retaking it. This is, I guess, Turkey not wanting Russia to die and wanting to punish Austria. And we see something very unfortunate happening in the south because Austria walks into Tunis.
That looks like agreement. That has to be agreed. Yeah.
It has to be, but it also is still very unfortunate, right? As Italy, this is just bad. You're just losing a sense, and having an army there isn't helping you. But this also isn't helping you.
Yeah. All right. Well, full 1904. Wow, that's quite a lot happening there.
So, starting with the east, the Italians pick up Caen and blow up Romania. So thank you, Lynn. The Germans do pick up Moscow and they do pick up Paris. But England does that thing that they can sometimes do when you get the start of this fight, and they go, I'll have Holland and I'll have Brest, and you can keep taking dots off of each other, and I'll just have the dots off of both of you. Thanks.
It's probably a malicious support because Belgium and Holland were probably meant to self-bounce there.
Yes.
And
although if it is a malicious support, you would probably have been better off supporting Belgium back so that they walk out of your centre.
And also, Ruhr also did support. I mean, Munich did support Ruhr to Kiel, and it just didn't take the support. So I think out of all options that France could have done, I think this is the one that spites Germany the most potentially, but hurts you the most at the same time.
Yeah, it was a hostile support, and Berlin just getting away with that. The French units push back to try and defend, decide, I don't need to be in Italy anymore. NAF moves back to Tunis, presumably clocking this. But the Austrians go, actually, I'm okay. I'll stay in Tunis, thanks.
Italy is not disbanding, though. They have taken Caen, so it's even for the year. And the East continues being very messy. We say unfortunate goodbye to Lynn, who has not had the most fun game as Russia. All right. Winter 1904. England puts down Fleet Liverpool, Army London, continuing to signal they want to go after France. Germany puts Army Berlin down to plug the hole that was there. Austria builds in Vienna. And France pulls all of their southern armies away, which is, I guess, the best they could manage. I don't like Ruhr still being there, but Ruhr is too piffable for my liking.
I don't see how it gets piffed.
Not in spring, but I think
in fall. Yeah, true.
It's a unit that's not likely to have good retreat options.
Italy's doing much better than I thought they would after last turn.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing even better now.
I think it's my turn.
Yes.
Yep. So yes, talking about Italy, we have them being convoyed into Spain by Western Med. You love it when people do stuff like that. They also moved to Piedmont and Lyon, making Marseille probably guaranteed. And however, they do lose Greece to Bulgaria. I'm not sure how hard that will be for them to get back. Probably not easy.
If you have Austria on side, it's fine.
They might be able to get Greece back. Austria takes Bulgaria, takes Galicia, and keeps Munich for now. Whilst Turkey takes Bulgaria, protects Ankara, and tries to get into Sev. it will be interesting to see what that Moscow unit does exactly. It has a few interesting things that it could do. It could help Turkey. It could get support into Romania. It could make a move for Galicia. It'll be interesting to see. Meanwhile, in the north, we have the Beast making interesting moves into Skagerrak and Sweden, which surrounds Denmark. But at the same time, Holland looks like it voluntarily retreats to North Sea and Kiel takes Holland. So potentially there's going to be a fight between France and Germany. We will have to see. England also gets into Mid-Atlantic Ocean, which wasn't guaranteed, so they'll be very happy to get there. And yeah, it looks like a very interesting turn for the EG relationship coming up, and actually as well as the AI relationship. So a very interesting turn.
Yeah, I'm going to draw a little bit of attention to this move here. The fact that Black Sea gets into Ankara is actually really significant, I think, for the AI. In that now Turkey can't support anything anywhere, which means that like an attack on Greece can work. Budapest can cover Serbia. Romania's not. Romania could be at risk if the Germans are involved, but probably not going to be the German priority at this stage.
Well, what's Ukraine doing? Like, going to Warsaw most likely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Either way, like that's just really good news for Italy. That's why you don't move to Ankara there.
Whose turn is it now?
It is Micah's turn for Fall of 05.
Right, okay. We do see exactly what you predicted. I like that Southbound in Serbia, it keeps Turkey from retreating there, but at the same time, there's no really any need for Austria to be in Serbia. This keeps them flexible still, as long as they want to keep Italy on side of this. I think this means they have a little more movement up if they want it. Other than that, let's see. Spain walks out. They did a beautiful convoy, but decided they want to be in Gascony now. I don't really see why, but they do. Maybe it was something agreed. They also don't take Marseille, even though they could have. So maybe being friendly to France. I'm not sure.
I mean, you can take Spain and Marseille later, especially if you have France on side. But now you have more units that can defend France.
I don't hate this move coming from Rob, who needs a massive score. Because like you can take those later. Trying to get the massive score, this is probably a better move than just taking the dots, because then EG just rolls through the rest of France. This keeps it a bit harder for the EG to take the remaining dots. But also, like, I don't think Rob's going to solo from here. So it's like, maybe just take the dots and take the score. But
I think as Italy, if you take French dots this early, you probably don't keep them.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I quite like if France is just in a janissary for you, I tend to want to keep them around for quite a while.
Yeah, that's fair. I might want to take one. Like both, I can see where that's a bit much, but I think you can negotiate one, and then you have a bit more of a position against Austria, at least, that now has a build where your home set is like completely open.
Are they? You're in Tyrolia, Piedmont.
Yeah.
That's not the home centers, though.
Well, this is a tighter game than we've had in a while, so let's actually play a game of Who Do You Like. We'll start
Not
with
a game
you,
of how big can they get.
Look, if one of you wants to argue a case that someone's going to solo, then this will be the opportunity to do that. So, Micah, you're up first.
Yeah, I'm just looking. I mean, it has to be England or... I don't know. I don't hate Austria's position. Italy has quite a lot of growth, but the two of them are pretty dependent on each other, which probably also means if one attacks, the other's going to punish them for it. I do quite like the English position, but the disband is tough, especially now that Germany built something. I think I'm gonna have to give it to Robert here. That's my guess.
Isaac?
Well, I was going to do that, so now I have to look at the board again.
I can go then whilst Isaac looks at the board. I'm actually going to pick Germany. I think with building Army Kiel here, they can potentially take back Munich in the not so distant future. I think considering there's an English disband, I think there's potential that they can walk this tightrope if there is AI fighting. Considering Daryl is 9th going into this round and Rob is 2nd, if Daryl can get a big score, that could push him up into the top 5. So there might be like placement motivations for the AI players, whereas the EG I don't think has that concern. They're just playing to have fun. So I think they're potentially more likely to stick together. And also, I got to back the alliance that has the beast in it.
All right. Now back to you, Isaac.
I'm going to go with Austria now that I've looked at it. I think Austria, other than Munich, has a quite stable position. And I think the remaining growth in the East, like Sev and Ank, are probably going to go to them if they fall. And they have potential to get up into Russia. I think they're quite consolidated. And so I think so long as there isn't AI fighting, you can make an argument for why you should get the Eastern dots and maybe outpace the Italians.
Yeah. Well, 3 different picks. That's always fun. I think each of them is reasonable, as would England. So any of these 4 can win from here for sure.
Not France.
France would be surprising. Turkey would be more surprising.
I do agree with Isaac that it very much depends on if they fight or not. If they don't fight, I agree that Austria has the better chance. If they do end up fighting at some point, I still give it to Italy for now.
All right. Well,
this is Micah trying to worm out of her pick.
England disbands the army in London, which keeps the 2 next to Denmark, which is interesting from an alliance perspective. Austria builds the army in Trieste, probably because Turkey had a unit in Albania, which is pulled off the board.
Yeah.
Why are you not moving forward? There we go. All right, spring of 1906. I can't remember whose turn it was, so let's say it's Micah's.
I'm surprised. I kind of expected Germany to start making a move for England, but he doesn't. So I guess they're kind of sticking together again for now. We see Austrian and Italian cooperation still. Italy gets into Western, also gets into Ionian, which means they do have a play on Tunis if they want, and Bulgaria walks out. Trieste also walks away, so Austria is very clearly showing, hey, Italy, I'm on your side, let's keep working together. Austria also has growth in either Moscow, Warsaw, or Sevastopol, most likely. And they're keeping Munich, so I'd say this is a really good alliance play by Austria. And Italy has decided it's time for Marseille for now. We'll see if he'll walk out again in the fall.
Italy could 4 dot, maybe 5 dot here, depending on how the English play, if they want.
How?
Marseille, Spain, Trieste, Tunis, Bulgaria.
Yeah,
I
there's
guess
definitely a lot of
so.
dots there.
Wait, how can they take Spain and yeah, I guess if Austria doesn't defend
If England
anything.
supports them in. If England supports them in.
Well,
I
that's
guess-
not going to happen.
Like I
Yeah.
said, 4 or 5 with English help.
Well, it depends what France does as well, right? So
Yeah,
there's-
through France. France could also just let them into Spain.
Yeah.
Nope.
Alright.
So we get the push onto Sev. We get a push up into Galicia as they continue. The EG reposition as the FIA try to break Mao. The Turks are back in the Black Sea, which is annoying for AI. But yeah, this is just advancing position, and St. Petersburg is an interesting move.
Well, I need to be there to help you defend Moscow. Look, Austria's in Ukraine. All right, winter 1906. Austria now takes the lone top.
Yeah, this is looking more and more like an Austria board top here.
It is, but Italy's building too, and they put down Army Venice and Fleet Naples. Austria builds an Army Budapest. Turkey disbands their fleet in Ankara, and France disbands their army in Ruhr. Darcy, over to you for spring of 07.
Well, it continues to get better for Austria as they take Moscow with English support and Warsaw as well. However, they do lose Munich, and they actually have an excuse to move towards Greece to defend it against Black Sea. Meanwhile, the Italian moves to Ionian and Lyon. Everything else basically holds. It seems very much like this is Austria's to lose at this point. However, we do have England stabbing Germany. So England takes Denmark along with that support of Austria into Moscow and tries to make a swipe at Belgium, but fails. However, that might be... No, it's not possible to do in full either. So we'll have to see how fruitful this stab does become. But it's looking increasingly likely that this will be an Austria board top.
This is a curious time to stab in spring rather than fall, as that retreat to Skagerrak is a real problem for England here.
Oh, not necessarily. Oh, actually, yes, it is with Livonia being retreated to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We also can see in the comments that apparently England has vetoed a draw with Allen on top, and then vetoed a draw where he was himself on top. So there is some sort of ulterior motive.
This is the beast being the beast, so it doesn't surprise me at all.
So there is some sort of ulterior motive.
He's playing for the love of the game. He's playing for the love of the game. He always has, always will.
All right.
All right, fall of 07, Micah.
My turn, yes, okay. Germany goes into Sweden because they can, so they do. England now manages to get Belgium, still massive advantage Austria. Austria takes Moscow, takes Warsaw, does put Italy into Munich, so I guess they're balancing their alliance a bit. Also, probably to make sure they have some sort of position against England. If someone wins, that it's going to be one of the two of them. Ionian moves to Aegean, which is an interesting choice. It leaves some opportunities. I guess if Austria didn't support Tyrolia, that would have been bad, but so far it doesn't seem too stabby. Italy doesn't go for Trieste, doesn't go for Tunis. So it seems like AI is still running and England is trying to catch everything they can. Someone in the AI will win.
I think if I'm Italy here, I think I risk it and go for the stab on Austria, considering like what's happening in the West. I think if you're Italy, you have to make your move like now-ish. I know that it's meant to be you're going to get Ankara, but it's going to take you a year and a lot of time and effort to get Ankara. But I think you have to go for Trieste here, build Army Venice, build Fleet Naples, go take Tunis. The EG are going to be fighting each other for the rest of the game. I think if you have to go for it, because there's no way that there's going to be a board toppable stab here for the remainder of the game. For
You
Italy.
mean you have to go this turn, or you had to go last turn?
You have in fall 07. You have to take Trieste as well here.
Okay, I agree with that.
And potentially Bulgaria. Like you could risk that Ankara doesn't move to Con to go for Bulgaria.
Yep. Yeah. All right. Well, once again, we see winter 1907, Army Trieste, Fleet Naples, and an Army London go down. Germany pulls their eastern armies, which is probably more good news for Austria. Things are looking good for Daryl Cox.
Every tournament that Daryl plays, he always gets like one massive score, and then like just goes into hiding until like 2 tournaments later, and it's a vibe. I like it.
Shout out to France for breaking Mid-Atlantic.
Yeah. Isaac, I think it's your turn.
Oh, then I'll continue to shower praises upon people. Germany just making decent defensive moves, but losing Holland in the process, but keeping hold of Sweden and Kiel, losing Berlin as AI get in position to grab Berlin and presumably St. Peter maybe make a shot at Kiel. Austria just moving to a sort of defensive position in Serbia, Bulgaria. Venice moving up to Tyroli.
Go for Greece. Definitely not going to go for Greece.
Defensive position or offensive position, depending on what you want to do. Well, it forces Italy to not be able to. Italy can either stop you taking Greece or take Tunis.
Yeah, I
But
mean,
I think AI will keep playing nice anyway.
what isn't this the last year?
Yes.
Yeah, but also it's the last round of a tournament. Not everyone tries to get the biggest score they can. You might also just want to play a fun game.
No, we've been told. We were told earlier that having fun is illegal.
That's true.
Well, fall of 1908. Darcy, take it home.
All right, so it looks more likely that it was actually a swap of Greece and Tunis, which actually I understand. Austria takes St. Petersburg, doesn't support Black Sea to Ankara, so not complete 100% trust there. However, Italy does get Spain, so Italy goes up to 9 to end the game. So not a bad score. Potentially, sadly, best Italy, which is actually quite sad. And Austria, grabs the board top. And Germany and England swap Holland and Denmark.
Yeah. EG broke up. AI didn't really until possibly the final turn. And AI come out on top. Congratulations, Daryl Cox. Very nice board top. Robert Hillier does not pull out the massive score he needs to take over the top, but will still be well placed for a high place in the standings.
Yeah, we'll play to both of them.
And Daryl getting 280 points, and he was in 9th, probably puts him into the top 5, probably.
Nice.
Yeah, very nice. All right. Well, that ends game 3C Bend Your Ear, and we will now go to
so far is also
final
best
game.
Austria. And so far is also best Austria, probably.
Nice. Well, this will be our final game. It's board 3-8, Pan Pacific GP. I have now had a message from Zoe telling me what the theme is, and the theme is quotes from the Baz Luhrmann film Strictly Ballroom that reference Australia and dancing like the Fandango. That might mean something to someone.
Yeah, I think my mum would be very disappointed in me for not having watched that film yet. She loves Baz Luhrmann, so shout out, Mum. I'm sorry.
Fair enough. All right. Well, for the final game of the Flying Fox Fandango 2025, we have Jonathan Sun playing in Austria, Troy Adderley playing in England, Shane Armstrong playing in France, Andrew Goff playing in Germany, Sean Coleman playing in Italy, Tianyu Sun is playing in Russia, guaranteed solo according to Darcy, and Nancy Jin is playing in Turkey. So we have the person who maybe allowed a solo to happen, and a few people who could well go top with a solo, including one who's already turned one down.
Well, I will say this. Tianyu won the Melbourne Open at the beginning of the year because Jason Gray didn't want Jamal to win the tournament and threw a solo to Tianyu. All I'm saying is there's the potential for that to be repeated. That's all I'm saying. It's not a 100% impossibility. Come on, Tianyu. Let me be delivered. And Tianyu was Russia in that game as well. This is meant to be.
Well,
I bet Shane, right? So let's say Shane.
Darcy manifesting hard over here.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, Micah, take us away for Spring of 01.
Yes, we see standard English moves, standard French moves, unstandard Italy moves. That's fun. I think there is an opening that starts like this. I'm not very familiar with all the names, but
I'm
I
familiar
think
with this opening.
the idea is that you now Italy attacks Venice so that Austria can rebuild it as an army, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Right. Okay. Well, that's fun to see. Some surprises the last round. Standard openings from Germany, another Russian opening combined with a Galicia DMZ again. It's like we're looking at last game.
Russia opens north
And
again.
yes, with DMZ in Galicia. We see Austria moving down other than that, and Turkey doing the Smyrna to Anchor move, which I don't think we have seen much this tournament.
No, that's
Oh, not
definitely
really.
for something that's sort of the standard nowadays. It hasn't been in much use in this tournament so far.
Well, that would require an alliance structure in the East that wasn't AT, Makala, so we can't have it.
I mean, I'm sure we can still AT with that as an opening. All right,
We
over
see
to
the
you.
pushes. We get the question of Belgium answered. Belgium will be German. We get the push into Finland and the grabbing of Sweden. So we'll see if there's a build coming in St. Pete. We have the fleet coming to Romania, which might be part of an RT because that's how Australia works. And we have the fleet moving out to Caen as the Italian unit gets supported into Greece, which is the way you do it when you blow up this Venice, because you need that fleet on the Eastern Med. France just sticking with their 2 builds. Yeah, West looking fairly standard. East looking fairly standard for the way this opening works.
Yeah, I mean, a free build Germany in 1901. Usually it's quite noteworthy, but in this tournament, that's actually been pretty standard. So,
yeah,
no surprises for Andrew Goff.
However, I'm not
Free
sure
builds.
that I would trust Andrew Goff to get +3 builds in 01 in a tournament in a final round where he's been quite on form. I feel like that's a little bit risky.
I heard he was
It's Andrew
overrated,
Goff.
though,
He'll probably
Darcy.
waive some of them.
True.
I think
Not
it's all
this-
Dominic's fault.
Dominic has unleashed Andrew Goff's wrath upon these players. All right, winter 1901. We see Andrew Goff putting 3 armies down. So France may already be regretting letting Andrew Goff have Belgium. England builds an army in Edinburgh, and Russia builds a fleet St. Petersburg North Coast and an army in Warsaw. France builds fleet Brest Army Paris, fleet in Smyrna, fleet in Naples, and 2 Austrian armies. Unfortunately, Austria not doing the highly comedic thing of just rebuilding that fleet. All right, Spring of 02, Darcy.
All right. Mr. Goff decides he's still going to move to Baltic in Spring 02 like most Germanys do. However, he does it from Denmark and moves Kiel into Denmark. Tianyu obviously did some sort of misorders up in his orders, considering Sweden and St. Pete hold whilst Finland moves to Sweden. Elsewhere, we have Goffy getting bounced out of both Silesia and Bohemia, moving Belgium into Ruhr and Holland into Kiel. This looks increasingly like a sort of reaction to a Western triple, as there looks like there is an heir in the east, and it seems like Venice was meant to head up towards Tyrolia based on Trieste's support of that. However, it did not happen. Instead, Mr. Coleman goes down to Apulia and Tuscany to Venice. Meanwhile, Shane is just sort of just chilling there, not letting anything get into Burgundy, but not moving Portugal to Spain's south coast, just moving to mid-Atlantic, whilst Troy just sits there and chills in Norway. So I think Tianyu moves into Black Sea with his fleet to go part of the air, I guess, and there is probably an arranged bounce in Romania, whilst Nancy moves into Aegean.
Classic Western triple. Germany, you go do all the work, and we'll just sit here.
Even better Western triple when England's the one that gets Sweden.
and we'll have the dots as well.
All right.
Cool. Well, Germany got Belgium, right? So we need some balancing. Let's see. Yeah, Sweden falls to England, which is not the way you'd like that to go if you're Germany. But this Germany is very patient, very nice, and Goffy does let it happen. France does the self bounce in Burgundy. Again, not doing that much. They're just keeping their position. We see Jonathan, no, that's Sean, sorry. We see Sean Convoy into Tunis, and AI still seems to be on. I do think it's interesting that. Oh no, that's not interesting. Black Sea supporting Bulgaria makes a lot of sense when there's an RT. Austria does get into Galicia, which is very good for the AI. Turkey shuffles her units around, which I think is good. You want those fleets down, and you have Russian support anyways in Bulgaria, so this is the time to do it. So, yeah, good cooperation everywhere, and I think smart moves by Nancy.
All right. Well, winter 1902, we see St. Petersburg North Coast comes off the board. Skagerrak is kept on, which is risky given that could usually be piffed, but not when there's that many armies around it. England puts down Army Edinburgh and a fleet in Naples for Italy. Spring of 1903, back to Isaac.
We have Edinburgh go to Holland, and North Sea also go to Holland in this perfectly normal Western triple behavior. We have Norwegian jumping up to Barents to try and get some more pressure on the St. Petersburg area. As Germany drops down, decides they aren't really fussed about Russia, they're going to go interfere with Austria and Italy because AI is a big threat. France agrees, dropping into the Med, potentially regretting keeping that unit in Portugal, and self-bouncing Burgundy and bouncing Piedmont. As in the east, we have a force on Romania through the tapping of Bulgaria, and an attempt to try and get a convoy over into Greece that unfortunately does not work. England meant to write the word hold, but wrote the word hull instead.
That's a new one for a misorder / not misorder.
North Hull.
That one before. All right. Well, looks like there may be some explaining to do in the West. Let's see how that goes.
And then Russia bounces him. I think this is new topic.
That's great.
Is it my turn to
It's
read?
your
I think?
turn.
Yes.
It is, Darcy.
Holland swears that it was trying to get back to North Sea. It was a complete mistake, but Skagerrak bounces north. So instead, England's stuck in Holland. What a shame. At the same time, England also takes St. Petersburg, but with a fleet, not an army. So that's slightly interesting. Elsewhere, Goffy does manage to avoid having to disband, though, as he gets Vienna. Munich moves down into Tyrolia, so really not too fussed about how open Kiel and Belgium and Holland are. Meanwhile, France does finally get into Piedmont, finally gets into Lyon, and Westmed bounces Tyrrhenian Sea. Whilst Russia gets back into Romania, but loses Warsaw to Galicia and spitefully blows up Romania. Instead of retreating somewhere else. And we have Turkey managing to defend quite nicely against losing Bulgaria, whilst also somehow negotiating not to lose Aegean. So it looks like the world is sort of closing in on the AI as the FG and I guess RT slowly squeeze them.
All right. Winter 1903, we see England with a fleet in Edinburgh and an army in London. Skagerrak now comes off the board, having done its job of ruining Germany's party. And Austria builds an army in Budapest.
Would like to point out that Goff was the France to Tianu's Italy in the previous round, where Goffy proceeded to work with the AT to kill Italy instead of help him. So maybe a bit of revenge for Tianu.
Very good point.
Right.
All right, Spring of 04. Over to you, Micah.
It seems to work for EF, if that's still on. At least France has decided, taking dots of Germany is something we can do. I guess I'll join it. They do put Paris to Picardy as well, so I'm not sure how much of that was agreed with England necessarily, but it is not bad EF position, especially with England building the army in London. So I would expect for next turn for an army to be convoyed into Holland and then for the EF to go off. There's a nice symbolic support of Denmark. Very nice, England. I'm sure you're on Germany's side. We see the army getting into St. Pete, which is really good for future growth. Germany gets into Galicia, gets into Trieste, gets into Venice. They probably can't hold that much, but it's fun that they can do something and that they have some movement. Other than that, we see Sean convoying himself back to Apulia for defensive reasons. It seems like France is not very much on side, so he might have a bit of a problem there. And Nancy is not doing too much, just the moves are failing, but she is making the RT moves here.
Yeah. All right. Full of 1904 and back to Isaac.
I was supporting Denmark. I just accidentally supported myself to Denmark instead. Oopsies. It is amusing that England and Germany do both cut out their own supports in the East, turning it into a brace, though. That I do enjoy that. Austria reclaims Vienna as they support the Austrians, as Germany supports them over into Romania, as Russia decides Turkey's not doing that much for me, so I'll just grab Ankara. At the same time, Turkey picks up Greece, so there's dot trading galore going on in the East. France makes an attempt at Tunis, and Germany manages to hold all of those places that they were in at only the cost of Vienna, but unfortunately they do lose Denmark and Belgium, so Germany's an Eastern power now, everyone.
Always has been. All right, winter 1904, Germany with no rebuilds, no disbands. France builds Fleet Brest, which is pretty good news for them. England builds a fleet in Edinburgh. Austria, Army Budapest, and Italy pulls Rome and Naples, which is definitely good news for France. Spring of 1905, Darcy.
All right. Well, we have Goffy managing to finally realize, hang on, I actually have a homeland, and moves back to Tyrolia, back to Berlin, and is basically forced back into Silesia. So it looks like he's sick of being kicked out of his home. Also takes Sweden as Denmark just holds. Helgoland just holds as well. So maybe there's a misorder there. So a little bit rough for Troy. Meanwhile, the AI, which is still there and working together, just very squished, takes Greece back, and for some reason, France decides they're not going to try. Oh, not for some reason. They take Tunis instead of Rome and Naples. So it looks like Piedmont moves to Tuscany. So France is eyeing up Rome, Naples, and probably even Venice at this point. So very good position for France as they also take Channel and continue to bounce England out of Holland. So very good turn for France to sort of gain some momentum that England had. So potentially turning the tide in favor of France for a board top here.
Combined with the loss of Sweden and the German pushing back to defend.
Yes, it's looking increasingly good for France.
Well, back to you, Micah, but it looks like it's looking even better for France.
Yeah, I'm not sure how they managed to do this diplomatically, but Holland looked good, so they took it. They're getting into Rome, even with Italian support. We see Tunis supporting Turanian to Ionian, meaning French gets a big push further into the east. So that's plus 1, 2, 3. Whereas England is just losing 2. So very good turn for France. I'm not sure if this yet secures their board top, but it's going to be very hard for anyone to push back on France successfully. We see an attempted convoy into Greece, doesn't quite work. RT is still working together, even though Anchorage is Russian now. We have a retreat from Ionian that retreats into Eastern, probably punishing Turkey the most. And Austria manages to guess right on the Vienna versus Trieste, and therefore keeps the census.
All right. Big swing at the top of the table as now all of a sudden it's France with the 3-dot lead, 966. What they do with their 3 builds is build Fleet Brest, Fleet Marseille, and an Army Paris. Germany builds a fleet in Kiel with theirs. England pulls Edinburgh and Norway, which is going to be quite difficult for them to come back from. And Italy pulls the army in Naples, showing clearly that they are more angry at the east than the west.
If there's anything Sean has shown that he is good at, it is helping people get to massive scores. So let's see how much exactly Sean can help Shane here.
Yeah, I mean, this is the sort of situation you might have to start keeping an eye on FG, because there isn't the stalemate line. But I think it is Isaac's turn now, right?
Yes.
Nearly did it again, but I didn't. We have France pushing down into the Med, grabbing Naples and giving up Rome in the process, pushing into the Aegean, that very normal space for France to be in. Germany reclaims Denmark at the cost of Sweden. As England pushes down with the armies on the home island to try and defend, as France just pushes up to a more defensive position. Over in the east, Tianyu has decided that the big issue, the big problem that needs dealing with in the West is England. So they're going to walk into St. Petersburg. The Turks reclaim Ankara at the cost of Smyrna as the French get into the Aegean, and Austria is just positioning around the Russian dots.
All right. Well, fall of 1906. Does anything else go in France's favour?
Is it my turn? I think it is.
Yes.
It is your turn.
Well, we have France goes up +1 again, and that is obviously Greece. Duh. With Italy getting support into Bulgaria as well, meaning that Sean stays alive, which is another positive for Shane's solo hopes. If Sean's on the board and alive, you have a chance. That's what we've learnt. Meanwhile, in the West, we have Goffy takes Sweden back, walks back into Sweden, however, loses Denmark but gains Naples. So it goes up +1 for the year, whilst Shane moves Mid-Atlantic up to North Atlantic and is probably eyeing up some sort of convoy in the future, whilst Tianyu manages to stay even by correctly making the correct moves around Moscow and Sevastopol, and Nancy manages to stay on 3.
Yeah, Germany and France are building off of the 2 obvious centres of Naples and Greece. Those classic French and German centres.
Exactly. All right. It's winter 1906. France is on 10. They put down a fleet Brest. Germany puts Army Munich. Is there a chance of a French solo on this board?
No. There's not a solo here.
Okay.
Especially not with Andrew Goff on 7 centres and probably making sure that there's no solo.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
we
maybe-
learned earlier today that Andrew Goff's washed, so
I'd say maybe if there's an unlimited game, but with the limit, I think it's
With
not
2
possible.
years left, there is no way 8 centers are being grabbed here.
Yeah.
all right. Well, spring of 1907. Let's find out. Micah, back to you.
Yeah, we see the expected moves from France, just moving up into England again. Germany's taking back Denmark. Oh, England is really, they grew really fast, but also went down really fast again. Russia's holding on to whatever they can and doing so quite successfully, but Turkey has decided to go to Armenia, which cannot be good news. We see Turkey getting into Bulgaria with French help. Oh, that's very sad. Didn't Italy just help France with everything, and now France is just supporting Constantinople to Bulgaria? I guess that's the thank you they gave to Sean.
It probably means
Shane,
that
you're a
Naples
bad
wasn't
man.
agreed. Seems
Sorry?
like Naples probably wasn't agreed. It was meant to stay alive on 2 probably. Because Eastern Med moves to Ionian, so it seems
Right.
like Sean
Okay.
probably was like, "No, screw you, France. I tried to help you. This is what you repay me with."
Yeah, Shane is a bad man. We will see what else is going to happen in the East. There's just not that much movement other than Turkey getting slightly bigger, probably going to help Austria at this point. And Germany is protecting their census.
Munich
No
getting
need-
into Tyrolia.
No
is
need to worry about
difficult.
Vienna, Austria. No need to worry about Vienna.
Yeah.
Not at all.
Hmm.
All right. Fall of
See? You
1907.
don't need to worry about Vienna. I'm being good. The French push to Rome just to defend it against the Germans. They think as Goffy drops to Venice, making it forcible if he wants anyway. France does pick up Liverpool as the Germans drop to Ruhr, showing a bit of trust here. Picking up Denmark and Norway as the English are on their last legs. The tap from Norway on St. Petersburg because you want to slow down the East as England. That's really what you want to do. Means that Warsaw gets into Moscow as France, straight after getting that Turkish unit into Bulgaria, says, but what if I had Bulgaria instead and also Constantinople? Thanks.
To be fair, Bulgaria supported Aegean to Con.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah, it did. So that is a +3 from Shane Armstrong. Moves on to 13.
Again.
And does get to put all 3 down.
There's no solo here in 1 year, not with Rome being forcible by Germany.
Yeah, there's no solo, but it's hard to see Germany getting enough centers to deny France the board top.
Are we playing How Big Do You Get?
We can play
The
how big do
new-
you get? Sure.
The new Who Do You Like? How big do
Yeah.
you get?
All right. Micah, you're up first. How many centers does France end on?
That really depends on how much Germany wants them to be on, doesn't it? I bet they'll lose something in the east, so let's say -2. They gain Eddie, maybe one. I think they stay pretty much even at this point. Yeah, I'm gonna go with 13.
All right. 13
I'm
from
gonna-
Micah.
I'm going to go with 15. I'm going to go with Eddie London at the cost of Rome and something in the East. Or keeping Rome and only getting one of the English dots.
But that means 14, not 15.
Isaac never
No.
claimed to be good at maths.
+3 -1.
Where's the +3? Eddie, London,
Something in the East.
something in the east, and then only loses Rome. Okay.
Something in the east.
I said
Yep.
something in the East. I stand by what I said.
I'll say 14. I'll say grabs Smyrna, Eddie, London, and then loses Rome and Bulgaria.
All right. Well, going into the final year of the final game. any
Do you know,
surprising
Michaelis, or
builds?
can you make a guess?
I have looked, but I also don't remember. So
Want to make a guess?
I will make a guess that they end on less than 13. Let's say that Andrew Goff is actually going to knock them down a centre or two.
Yeah.
All right.
Damn, you really rate this Andrew Goff guy, Michaelis.
I just have a feeling that one day he might make a name for himself. One to watch for the future.
He's an up-and-coming player, I've heard.
Yeah. Right.
I didn't see him in
Shane-
Rookie Watch. Just saying.
Exactly. So Shane builds Fleet Brest, Army Paris, Army Marseille, and Andrew builds Fleet Kiel, Army Munich, and an Army Vienna also comes down. We say goodbye to Finland, St. Petersburg, Wales, and Syria.
I forgot Finland existed. My bad.
Well, don't worry, because it didn't for long.
Indeed. All right. Spring 1908.
I
I'm
think
back
it's
for-
me.
Yeah.
Well, Shane doesn't go for Smyrna. Instead tries to hold Bulgaria and Con. However, loses Bulgaria to a convoy by Austria and Russia, which might be the first time all game that they've worked together. So incredibly bad luck by for Shane on that front. Goffey doesn't take Rome just yet. Might give it a little bit of time. However, Goffey will push to take Holland in fall as Denmark goes to Kiel, Kiel goes to Helgoland, and combine that with Norway being there makes Holland forcible in fall. Meanwhile, Goffey also has St. Petersburg in the pocket, meaning that Goffey could go to 12 here, potentially 13 if he does something sneaky around Vienna. But Shane successfully gets into North Sea, has London guaranteed, hasn't got Eddie guaranteed. Actually, can't get Eddie at all. Oh, hasn't got Eddie guaranteed is the best way to put it. And Austria takes Sev from behind as they convoyed Sev to Bulgaria. So it might be a 12-12. Actually, no, it might be a 12-11 to Goffey for the board top.
Yeah. Not out of it. All right. Fall of
he's okay.
1908. Micah, take us home.
Yeah, I'm just seeing, why doesn't Venice get into Rome?
Because Naples supported Venice to Paris or something.
Right.
Oh my
Okay,
god, I'm
I
a legend.
see.
I got the exact support.
So, sure. Goffey actually does go for Vienna, but does not go for Holland, does not go for Rome. I think that means
11,
France
11.
has the board top right.
Or is it
Germany does
12?
take St. Pete.
12, 11.
12-11, yeah.
12-11. Okay, interesting. So France does take London. In the east, they lose Caen. They don't lose Grace. That's nice for them. Let's see. Yeah, Austria is mostly support holding themselves. There's not much else interesting going on. But good game from Shane. Really solid position for a lot of the game. And a good comeback from Goffey as well, because at some point it didn't look like this was going to be the end state of his game.
Yeah, this was a very strong FG and really well played by both of them. Unlimited game.
yeah.
Shane might have had some opportunities to go for the solo, but with a 1908 end, I don't think it was ever there.
I think Shane and Goffey played this quite well because at the start of the game there would have been a lot of tension around they're both within a if they both solo, they can win the tournament. So that they both sort of empowered England to a level, and then once everyone wasn't really concerned about them soloing or each other soloing, they sort of just rolled the board. So I think it was quite a well played strategic game by both of them.
Agreed. Well, once again, we have an interview with the winners of round 3, not necessarily the winner of the tournament. So got that little treat, and then we'll have an interview with the winner as well straight afterwards.
Dip TV guys, end of round 3 at the Melbourne Fandango. The 2 joint best performers of round 3 were Shane Armstrong and what's your surname?
Daryl Cox.
Daryl Cox, there you go. Shane, how did your game go?
I had a 12-dot board top as France with Andrew Goff in Germany, Chan Yu Sun was in Russia, Jonathan Sun was in Austria-Hungary. And,
just a bunch of bad nobodies.
Yeah, Nancy Jin in Turkey. It was a real... I got the board draw, I'm like, well, nothing's happening in this game. I'm just going to get a couple of dots and see how we go. But the game kind of shifted, and yeah, I feel really fortunate to have topped the board amongst that company, honestly.
Yeah, I heard that Goffey in Germany, you in France. England made an ill-advised stab that got Goffey angry, and you profited.
Yeah, to a degree, yeah. England is a new player who was very, very good. Troy, like he's played only maybe 5 games or less, but he really held his own. I think any other Germany, and I'm probably working with Troy to take Germany down, but the way everything was positioned, it made sense to keep working with Goff to try and be the one to profit and top the board. Based on England kind of damaging Germany a bit, managed to come through.
Yeah. How was your game, Daryl? I hear you had an incredible ally.
What is quite remarkable is my good friend Rob, of one game together, we worked together from the opening move up until the second last move. And then suddenly the alliance fell apart and Rob came off second in that deal.
I'll put it this way, if we stuck to our agreed shared 11-11, you wouldn't be standing here right now. So,
No.
So it was worth it, I
I
think, to
think
get
it
your face on
was.
Dip TV.
Well, what an honour.
Yeah. How did the game go from your perspective?
Well, it was terrific. It was really good to actually have an alliance right from the start, which was very solid and sensible. And unfortunately, we had to shift our tactics purely because of a very strong England-German alliance, which then fell apart.
Yeah.
To our betterment.
Yeah, exactly. It was let's kill Turkey, then it was a Western triple, so let's stop killing Turkey. And then France comes into the Med, and then England and Germany slap France at the same time.
Yeah.
France gets extremely annoyed at that, and we're like, great, let's go.
And it really helped. So it was bad luck to Russia, who fell off the perch early.
Lynn did all the right things, was just like Russia in a Western triple was always a bad situation.
Very, very difficult. And Turkey did remarkably well.
Yeah.
Survived with 1.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
but it was a great time.
a very enjoyable game.
Yeah.
In fact, a very enjoyable weekend.
Absolutely. Yeah. Normally I'd say let's see who wins, but I think we all know who won the tournament. You probably will do by now. But yeah, cool. See you guys around. Come to Australia and play Diplomacy. Hi, Dip TV viewers. We're here with the 3 greatest diplomacy players in Melbourne, officially. Andrew Goff is 4th, so he must be pretty fucking good. Marcus, congratulations on winning the tournament.
Yeah, thank you.
What? Do you have a good weekend? What's your reflecting?
I had a very good weekend. What a great venue, first of all.
Yeah.
I absolutely love this. It's my favourite venue I think we've ever done a tournament in Australia. We have a great courtyard, a beer garden, and then obviously to get that solo last night was pretty special because I've been playing diplomacy for a couple of years and I've never achieved that before. So
it was very, very impressive too. Like especially without anyone actively throwing to you. Like there was, Sean was on the other side doing his thing, but you worked for it, you earned it, and it was guaranteed on the last turn. So that was really good.
Yeah, it's like a solo where you didn't for the last couple of years didn't even really have an ally that was helping you. You were kind of just like, I'm just going to take dots and I'm just going to out-tactic you, and you got there. It's like really impressive.
it's a bit surreal when you're just writing orders and no one wants to talk to you. I had one conversation with Nancy and she just said, "Why would I talk to you? We're trying to stop it." Fair enough.
I think during that round there was a few times where I was looking over and Marcus was just chilling on his own. And it was like, "How you going?" It was like, "Yeah, I like it solo, but no one wants to talk." It's like, all right, fair enough. So,
Yeah, that's good.
It was kind of peaceful.
yeah, it was great. Yeah.
You had a good time as well, man?
Yeah, had a great time. We actually had, as I'm sure you'll see from the standings, I'm not sure if they'll mention it on DBN, but we actually had a 3-way tie for second place between Robelia, myself, and Andrew Goff. Due to the tiebreaker, I was lucky enough to get second, and Robert third.
Yeah. We're not exactly sure what the tiebreaker is. We'll check with Zoe, but I mean, anytime that I finish ahead of Andrew Goff, I'm not going to complain too much. So there you go.
Yeah, I'm happy to take that too. So.
Yeah.
But yeah, between us, we all got a few Best Country awards as well. So with these impressive little rosettes.
Got our nipples on here.
Yeah. And on that note, thanks for watching. Hope you guys have had a fun time watching the game.
Have a good one.
Come and play Diplomacy in Australia.
And there we go. So congratulations to Marcus Lone for his victory at the 2025 inaugural Flying Fox Fandango.
All I'm going to say is Andrew Goff finished 4th, and 4th is the best spot to finish a tournament in. I feel like all the best players finish in 4th, so I'd just like to shout out Goffy for 4th place.
I don't know that I would agree that 4th is the best place to finish a tournament in. I would put 1st, 2nd, and 3rd above all of those.
Darcy doesn't know what those ones feel like, though, Isaac. So Darcy has to cling to those 4th places. These are, of course, the final standings. Marcus Sloan with the 650. The freeway tie for 2nd place between Andrew, Brandon, and Robert that apparently has Andrew potentially finishing 4th. Daryl Cox jumps up to 5th with that big score in the final round. Shane Armstrong to 6th. Likewise, Claire Bradbury, Dominic Stevens, Stella Walter, and Alex Batten rounding out the top 10. As there was a question about it earlier, there is a wonderful little button here that tells me performance by power, and the highly depressing stat that Arden Goff's best Italy was for a 90-point position.
No, he didn't get best Italy. It was Rob Hillier in the final round. Does that have the final rounds things? Because that is not best France is not Nancy Jin. It is quite obviously the solo.
I think what's happening here is that it's not counting the dropped round as being counting towards best country. So I think that is why that's happening. I don't know. Either way, it's definitely got all of these as done. Yeah. So we'll ignore that and blame Brandon Fogel because he does all the 10 and I just press buttons.
Yeah. Brandon should be better.
Yeah,
Exactly.
it would have been. It would have been.
Fault.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been that. But yeah, I'd like to shout out that 3 of the top 10 are all ANU players, with Claire and Stella and Alex all being members. So shout out ANU.
All right. Well, if anyone has anything else to say about Marcus or anything about the tournament before we wrap it up.
Well, I want to say congratulations, of course, to Marcus. It was a very well-played tournament. I think you did very well to get a solo at the exact right time. You played the first round decently as well, which makes it possible for you to be in such a good position. That France game was very impressive, but also your first game, how you approached that, I think you did that really well. And I also think the 3 people in 2nd place all really deserve to be there. They played a very good tournament there as well. This is a good top 10. And I also think Zoe put on a great event. It seems like it was a really nice venue. Everyone seemed to really enjoy themselves. And we had really nice games to watch.
Yeah, these are all good players who are all good people. Even Brandon, we even have to give him that. I know we don't like talking about him, but seemed like a very good event. I will shout out Zoe for putting a good event together that everyone seemed to like and everyone seemed to enjoy. I know that running tournaments can be hard and stressful, but it seems like everything went well and everyone had a good time, which is the main thing.
Yep. Big congratulations to Marcus. Very well played tournaments from Andrew, from Brandon, from Robert, and everyone who played well in the top 10. And yeah, backing that up, looks like Zoe ran an excellent event. And one final little picture, we have the DBN watch party of all of these people watching us talk about their games. Great to have you here. Great to have people watching. Drop us a like, give us a subscribe. DBN is doing better than ever, and it's great that we can keep providing this coverage for you. We're thrilled to be able to provide this at a Aussie-friendly time rather than having to do what we used to do. So also, I would give a personal shout out to Brandon, to Brian, and to all the people who host normally, because God, time management on these is hard. I have gone well over what I was supposed to on this.
Yes, I will say Michaelis was expecting a 4-hour stream, and
I said 4.5.
We've ended it at 6 hours, which I feel like every Australian tournament should always get 6-hour treatment. So
Look, if
Darcy
it's
going to be
people
complaining about this in 2 years when he hosts.
Yes, that's true. All right. Well, Darcy, we'll give you the honor. Have you learnt the line now? Do you know the line to?
Yeah, I
sign
know
us
the
off?
line. I did it last weekend at Hextechen.
Oh, okay. So you're not getting the honor. Micah, you can have the honor of signing us out from this stream.
I've never done it. I hope I remember it well. All right. Well, thanks everyone for watching. Also, thanks to Mikalas. I think all the tech stuff went actually really well. So thank you for that. Thanks to all the people watching. I also want to give a quick shout out to the co-organizers that Zoe had. Of course, love Zoe, and we've done the thanks to her, but also to the rest of the team. And we'll see you next time. Stay safe and stab well.